Setting apart the apostles. Jesus ordains and sets apart each of his apostles for the specific tasks for which they will have responsibility. He then begins to teach them the mysteries of heaven and how to be masters of all the energies of heaven and earth, which must be kept secret from the world but given to any of the children of light, who are prepared to receive them. After coming down from the mountain, Jesus asked his apostles to meet with him at his home that they might further instruct them. Miriam, his mother, Martha, Salome, and his children and the children of Martha and Jochanan were also present. Martha brought out a basket of figs and another of dates, and the children were given the dates and sent to play in another room while the apostles met, but the women who were not apostles also stayed in attendance. Before he spoke, Jesus looked out upon the faces of everyone, and sensing a discord in some of them, he asked, "Yohanan, something troubles you, and I know it is not you alone. Please speak freely." Yohanan answered him forthrightly, saying, "Thank you, Jesus. I am moved by more than one emotion and thought. I was lifted to the highest mountain by your words today, and the miracles I witnessed and the lives I saw changed. But I was also left to wonder, not in selfishness or pride, but just seeking understanding, why Cephas and Miriam were called upon to be bridges for the Celestine light of Source, but the rest of us were not called or instructed on how this is accomplished. And I wonder about the presence of Salome. Not among the communities of light, for certainly she is welcome, and not even in your home, as unusual arrangement as it is. But here among us, your chosen 12, as we meet in private as a quorum, why is there any stranger who is not intimate family or of our quorum among us?" Jesus nodded in understanding and said unto him, "Your questions are well placed, Yohanan. All of you, my chosen 12, shall do great works among the people of this land and some of you among people of lands far and away. Nevertheless, there are important reasons that today occurred as it did, and I would ask Cephas to answer your question further." Seeming somewhat surprised, Cephas looked first to Jesus, then to his brethren, and said unto them, "We are all apprentices to the Master, no different than the boy who learns to fashion jewelry after years of watching and learning from the great goldsmith. So shall we learn to create jewels of light, by watching and receiving instruction from the Son of Light. Some of us, such as Miriam and me to a lesser extent, but still more than any of you, have had the honor of sharing many days with Jesus, of hearing his teachings and seeing the miracles of Source flow through him. We are still apprentices, but each somewhat further along the path. Because of our greater time of instruction, we were not put above you, I think, but merely given the opportunity to use the greater knowledge we had gained from the good fortune of having had more time with Jesus." Shrugging his shoulders, Cephas concluded, "That is all I have to say." Jesus thanked him and then, speaking to his apostles, said, "It is even as Cephas has spoken. Not through lack of desire, nor from lack of faith, but only from lack of knowledge of that which was required did I not call upon you? Miracles can happen from faith alone. But there are also specific things that you can do, both inside and outside, that can expand the miracle or focus the miracle or even manifest the miracle. It is only now that you are assembled as 12 that I can begin to teach these things to you, because it is only now that your life is fully dedicated to learning and understanding the mysteries of the Celestine light that come from Source. Miriam has been with me from the beginning, from before the world ever was. All the mysteries of heaven are known to her as she remembers from experiences in both this life and the one that came before in the realm of Celestine lights. Cephas I have known since my youth. Though I have also known others of you since then, it is Cephas with whom I have spent much time with over the years. In our youths, we would sometimes sit upon the lake shore after the evening meal, when I would come to visit the lake, and speak for many hours under the stars about the ways of Source and of men. You still have many things to learn, and not from me alone, but also from Miriam and Cephas and from one another. The time will soon come when you are called upon to fulfill the full measure of your creation. Therefore, seek out the mysteries of celestine light every day, and soon you will hold the powers of heaven in your hands. Concerning the presence of Salome among us, it would have been an insult to ask her, whose home this is, to go and stand outside while we speak, even more so as the children were allowed to remain. More than this, there is nothing I will teach you that Salome or any other child of light cannot also know. There are many mysteries of heaven which the people of the world shall never be given to know. But no secrets will be kept secret from the children of light once they are prepared to receive them. Jesus opened his palm toward Miriam. Now Miriam has more to say concerning this. Miriam nodded toward Jesus and stepped forward and spoke to the apostles. It is a wonder to behold the ways of Source, none more so than concerning Salome. As you know, she has just come among us, and yet my heart confirms and my spirit testifies that I have known her from before this world ever was, even as I have known Jesus and Martha and Mother Miriam and each of you. Therefore, she is not a stranger, but an honored friend and member of my family, and I am overjoyed that she has returned to us, as is my sister Martha and Mother Miriam. When you look upon her, please do not see a stranger, nor see she who once was the stepdaughter of Herod. When you look upon her, see me and Martha and Mother Miriam, for she is a part of us and we of her. The people of the world could never understand this, how someone you just met could be treated as if she had lived within your heart and home all of your life. But in truth, we have lived with her for longer than life and shall continue to live with her and love her beyond life. Therefore, she is not a stranger, she is dearest family. She knows it and we know it, and now you know it, so let there be only peace in your heart concerning this forevermore. Each of the apostles was touched by the words of Miriam and thereafter treated Salome as a dear sister. Jesus began to speak to them again, saying, "It is time that as a quorum of 12, you are more organized, for Source is a God of order, not chaos, and with order, time slows and much is accomplished." I have already spoken to you about the respective positions of Miriam and Cephas among you. Now it is time for Cephas to call two to stand by him as his closest counselors. Even as Miriam may speak for me when I am no longer among you, even so shall it be understood that the counselors of Cephas may speak for Cephas, with his authority, when he is not present. Then turning to Cephas, Jesus asked, "Whom do you call?" Cephas. Cephas looked into the eyes of the apostles and then upon the eyes of two and said, "I call upon your brother Yaakov and my brother Yohanan to stand with me as my counselors." "So be it," Jesus said with approval. Then Jesus asked Cephas to lay his hands upon the heads of his counselors and ordain them to that calling, giving them the right to know all he knew and the authority to act in his stead, and this he did. Addressing again the apostles, Jesus said unto them, "Now we must call upon one person to be responsible for the treasury of the communities of light, and he must call upon two counselors to assist him and to act in his stead when he is not present. For this important task, I call Matthias, for he has had much experience with gold and silver and the payment of money for debts." Then turning to Matthias, who bowed his head toward him, Jesus asked, "Whom do you call to be your counselors, Matthias?" Matthias stroked his beard for a moment in thought, then said unto them, I ask Judas Iscariot and Philip of Bethsaida to help me with this sacred trust. For they have travelled some and learned things that will be of value in the stewardship of the coin of the communities. So shall it be, approved Jesus. As the treasure of the communities supports both the community and our sacred purposes on earth, tomorrow seek out 2 additional counselors from among the community members to also assist you in this important task. Matthias bowed his head again slightly toward Jesus, saying, As you will. Then Jesus called Matthias to come forward, and Matthias kneeled before him, and Jesus laid his hands upon his head and ordained him to his calling, giving him the authority. Once ordained and set apart, Matthias called his 2 counselors before him and ordained them, even as Jesus had done unto him. Turning now to the remaining apostles, Jesus called Shimon the Zealot and ordained and set him apart to be the eyes and ears of the community in the world apart, so that they might always be forewarned of the threats of men and prepared to preserve themselves. Turning to Thomas, he laid his hands upon his head and ordained and set him apart to be his scribe and the scribe of the apostles, and to make a record of events that transpired and the teachings that were taught. And Thomas was instructed to call 2 counselors from among the community to assist him with this effort. Then he called upon Yaakov, son of Cleophas, and laid his hands upon his head and ordained and set him apart to be the apostle responsible for learning and teaching the secrets of the earth, the plants, the minerals, and the animals, and how these can be used for healing and aids in manifesting other sacred powers. Then he called upon Judah, son of Cleophas, and laid his hands upon his head and ordained and set him apart to be the apostle with special responsibility to find and teach the children of light among the youth of the world. Lastly, he called upon Amram and laid his hands upon his head and ordained and set him apart to be the apostle of music and to learn and teach others how to use music to accomplish miracles, great and small. Then turning to all of them, he said unto them, Now begins your training in earnest to be apostles and bridges of the Celestine light from source to man. From this day forth, not only shall you learn by observation, but I will teach you day by day all the mysteries of Celestine light and how to be masters of all the eons of heaven and earth. And this we will begin tonight, in this place, that you may know how to coalesce the eon of source, that it can flow through you and bring about wonders both small and great, such as the world has never known. But of these secrets, the world is to be kept in total darkness. Therefore, they cannot be written here, but are revealed only to the children of light, as they are prepared to receive the greater light Celestine. Builder of Eternity. A Roman centurion chief officer named Valerius, with faith, asks Jesus to heal his servant, and he is healed that very hour. Jesus speaks to the crowd that remains about the consequences of their actions. The good will draw light to their soul and the bad will draw darkness. And reminds them that it is never too late to turn from darkness to the light, for you never know when your last day upon the earth will be, so do not delay, as your eternity awaits you, the good to the good, the bad to the bad. After spending the night in his home with his family, Jesus arose on the following morning to see that many of the people from the multitude of the previous day were still encamped around Capernaum and the communities of light. Within 2 hours of daylight, Cephas and some of the apostles arrived by boat, and Jesus told them that he would preach briefly to the crowd once more, and desired to do so from their boat on the lake as he had done previously, so that everyone might see and hear him easily. Walking the short distance from his house to the lake shore, Jesus was approached by the Roman centurion Valerius, who was a chief officer of the Galilee area and lived in a large villa overlooking the lake between Gennesaret and Tiberias. He was well known among the people living on Lake Gennesaret, for his generosity of purse and benign treatment of the people. He had given a goodly sum of money to help build the synagogue at Capernaum. Valerius came to Jesus, beseeching him, saying, "Man of mystery, I know not who you really are, but that great powers work through you, this I know. Despite your words, which can inflame minds, I have commanded my men that none should harm you or your people or interfere in your movements. I pray you will hear me now and give favor in return for the favor I have given to you. I have a cherished servant, a kind and gentle man, who is even now lying on a bed in my home, racked with pain and suffering from palsy. I ask you with deep sincerity and goodwill if you would consider healing this fine man." Jesus answered him, saying, "When I have finished speaking to the people at the lake, I shall come to your home and heal him." But Valerius protested, saying, "I am not worthy that you should come into my house and be under my roof, for I do not live as you teach, though I have studied your teachings, and they have led me to much thought and contemplation. But we have still some things in common. Like you, I am a man of authority. I command men to go here or go there, and it is done, or to do this or do that, and it is so. Therefore, do not soil yourself at my home, but merely speak the words as you will, and I know without doubt that my servant, who faithfully lives as you teach, shall be healed." Jesus marveled when he heard the words of Valerius, and turning to his apostles, he said, "Verily, I say unto you, seldom have I found such great faith among all the people whom Source has blessed in this land. And this, you see the future coming to pass, for when those who are given the birthright cast it upon the ground, it shall be picked up and cherished by those to whom it had not been given. And I say unto you that many shall come from the east and the west and the north and the south, saying, We shall sit with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, in the kingdom of heaven, for it is our birthright. But on that day, they shall be cast into outer darkness where there shall be weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth, for what has been abandoned cannot be inherited, even as the future is written by the present." Then turning to the centurion, Jesus said unto him, "You are a good man, but there is a great man inside of you desiring to come out. Listen to your heart, and it will tell you things your mind does not know. Go now your way as you will. As you have believed and had faith, so it has been done for you." And the servant of Valerius was healed that very hour. Shortly thereafter, Jesus was in the boat with Cephas and Yohanan, while his family and the other apostles sat or stood along the shoreline with the gathering crowd of people. About the 3rd hour after sunrise, Jesus began to speak to the multitude, saying, "Some of you have been away from your homes for many days now, and it is time for you to return. Will you be the same person when you return as you were when you left, or will you be different? My teachings are like seeds sown upon good soil. Each of you is the good soil. You would not have come here and remained here for these days if your hearts were not beating to my words and your eyes not seeking a greater light. But when you return to your home, you become the gardener of your life, which is your greatest stewardship. For my seeds to grow and fill you with light, you must wisely cultivate the garden of your life. You are also the steward of many more things, including your relationships, which can span eternity. But unless you first are a good steward of your own life, unless you first cultivate and blossom the garden that bears your name, a good steward of anything else, you can never be. What do you hope for in the days to come? What do you work and strive for? Are you caught in a rut upon the road of life? Do you see tomorrow as only another day of the same challenges and maybe more, or as a new dawn, rising upon a new and better life? To know the answer, you merely need to look at your life. If you return home and nothing is different with the way you think and speak and act, if your weaknesses are still your weaknesses and the friends who would lead you to temptation still beckon, then you remain upon the road you have always traveled. Today will be as yesterday and tomorrow as today. But new seeds have been planted in your heart. They will grow into marvelous flowers of the sun if you will but cultivate and nourish them. And how is this done? How do you cultivate the flowers of celestine light planted in your heart? With love and humility, with repentance and restitution, with respect and honesty, with service and prayer, with a life renewed as the old garden is turned under that the new garden may blossom. Therefore, do not just hear my words and nod your heads in agreement, but hear my words and do them. Then a man stepped to the lake shore from the crowd, and he was a zealot who had been standing with the apostle Shimon. And raising his voice, he spoke out to Jesus, saying, "You speak of being a steward over your own life, and that is all well and good, but how can a man who is a slave be the steward over his own life, or even a man who is not a slave, but under more subtle bondage as a citizen of a kingdom ruled by a tyrant king?" Jesus answered him, saying, "Thank you for your question, Gartzel. You have well introduced that which I desired to speak upon." The man was startled to hear Jesus call him by name, and in surprise, he asked, "How did you know my name? We have never met or spoken." Jesus answered him, saying, "A shepherd knows his sheep, even as the sheep know their shepherd. When a new sheep joins the flock, he does not need to be shown to the shepherd to be known by him, any more than the shepherd needs to be introduced to the sheep to be able to single him out from among the flock." Even a slave can be a steward over themselves. The master may dictate where the slave must go and what he must do, what he must wear, and what he must eat and drink. But the master cannot dictate what the slave will think, nor hear his prayers to source, or know the true desires of his heart. In all things, Source expects the best you have to offer of yourself, but does not expect more than you can give, even as the slave who is a good steward over his thoughts and prayers and desires, but is not held accountable for the food or drink he is compelled to consume by his master, or the clothes he must wear, or the things he must do. And woe unto the master who compels his slave to do evil, or to the officer of the army who compels his soldiers to initiate attacks against the peaceful instead of only protections and defense against the marauders, or to the rulers of kingdoms who compel the innocent to evil, who would otherwise be pure. For them, it would almost be better that they had never been born, for when one man forces another to sin, whereto object would be death or great penalty, that man takes upon him the sins of they who were compelled, and the penalties in the hereafter shall be multiplied 70 times upon that man. And though a man of darkness may compel one of light to commit evil and may escape a penalty in this life, know that it is only for a breath of eternity, and in the hereafter all shall be held accountable for the actions of their lives for much longer than a breath. In the hereafter, each person's light and darkness shall be weighed in the balance, and they who are found wanting shall be cast out into outer darkness, into the place of torment which they created in life, and are pulled to in the life to come by their own resonance. And in that prison of their making, there shall be great weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth, until they have paid the utmost and redeemed themselves. In outer darkness, the evil will burn. Every part of them inside and out shall feel as if fire is eating at them, but they will never be consumed, always burning, but never scorched, in the flames, but without light, but also in utter cold, in impenetrable darkness and loneliness without solace. And it is not by source that their torment comes, but only by their own hand, by the resonance they created by their thoughts and actions in their previous life. Before the world ever was, Source laid out the plan by which all things would be, not just in this life, but also in the life to come. And to all the thoughts of man, there would be an accounting. And to all the actions of man, there would be an accounting. And the accounting is written upon the resonance of your soul. Good thoughts and deeds are credited with light upon your soul. Wicked thoughts and deeds bring darkness to your soul. Once your last breath in mortality is taken, your soul will rise at once to a place of judgment, or so it is thought. But in reality, this is but a house of measures. Your soul is put into a balance, and the light and the darkness which you put into it in mortality are weighed one against the other until your place of resonance is determined. And there you are sent, not by force or decree, but by the inexorable pull of your own soul toward its resonance, the dark to the darkness, and the light to the light. The difference is in this life, you may sin and not only feel no pain or consequences from your actions, but might even feel pleasure in your sin. But in the eternity to come, you cannot escape the consequences of your darkness. If your balance is found wanting, you will be pulled by the resonance you created in life, into the outer darkness. The greater your darkness in life, the deeper into outer darkness you will be drawn, and the deeper into outer darkness you fall, the greater the pain that never ends will rack you and torment you, and the fire that burns but never consumes will torture you. Knowing this, a man should consider well before he compels another to sin, for the darkness of the sin is multiplied 70 times upon the head of the man who compels or seduces another to do evil. How much greater then will be the weight of the darkness of his soul when it is weighed in the balance. But even as the soul of a man can be drawn into outer darkness in eternity because of his sins in this life, so can the soul of a man be drawn into greater light, even into the presence of the Source, by the weight of the light in his soul from the good thoughts and deeds of his sojourn in mortality. The same man who owns a slave and has compelled him to do evil can free his slave and ask forgiveness of his slave by word and make restitution by deed. In this, great light comes into his soul and puts away the darkness. The same commander who ordered his men to attack a city whose people had not attacked them could, when given the choice again, refuse to so act. In the future, helping to build instead of destroy, he could bring light to his soul instead of darkness. The same king who ruled his people unjustly and compelled them to act against their light could repent and ask forgiveness of his people and then prove the value of his words by his good deeds, thus where before his soul drew darkness unto it, now it would draw light. It is never too late to turn from darkness to the light. But you know not which day and hour your soul shall be called from this life to make an accounting for eternity. Therefore, do not procrastinate or delay to think, act, and live in the Celestine light. Your eternity awaits you, and whether you live in a world of light and joy and abundance or a world of darkness and cold and hunger depends entirely upon the choices you make every moment of every day, for you are the architect and builder of your forever destiny fulfilled. Jesus goes alone into the hills to pray, and while he is away, Miriam and Martha speak to one another about Salome. After confirming what they feel in their hearts and what they know in their minds, they ask Salome to join them in marriage with Jesus so they can all be married to one another, and she agrees. When he returns, they tell Jesus, and he is happy for their happiness and abides by their choice. After Jesus finished speaking, he and his family returned to their home. Most of the apostles remained with the multitude by the lake and spoke with them further, with individuals and in small groups. After the midday meal, most of the people who were not from the communities around the north end of the lake departed for their home villages and towns in good spirits, uplifted by everything they had seen and heard. Jesus and his family shared a midday meal, and then Jesus told them he was going alone into the hills and would return the following morning. Miriam prepared to come with him, but he asked her to remain this once. Perplexed, she nevertheless did as he bade, and after embraces and kisses to his family, he set off. Rising into the mountains, he came eventually upon a glade and here knelt down and began to pray to his father and mother in heaven. During all the remaining hours of light, he prayed, about every subject imaginable, the small and the great, the present and the future. As nightfall came upon him, he moved to sit in a crouch in a bent tree trunk, and leaning back against the trunk and looking up at the light of the moon and the stars in the heavens, he resumed his prayers. And it wasn't until well into the night that he ceased to pray and fell asleep. Now the manner of his prayer was most interesting, for he spoke as if in a conversation and obviously heard the answers to his questions spoken conversationally, for he would often ask a question, then after a silent pause, nod his head and say, "I understand," or "I agree," or "as you will, so it shall be." While Jesus was up upon the mountain, momentous events were beginning to unfold back at his home, as Miriam and Martha spoke with one another, while Salome played with the children. "How do you feel about Salome?" Miriam asked of Martha. "It is the very same thing I was about to ask you," Martha answered. "In truth, I have pinched myself several times since she arrived, for it seems so unlikely that I can have such affection for her. It is as if she has always been one of our sisters, as if she grew up in our house and shared our parents. Yet the life she has lived is so different than the ones you and I have lived, it is difficult to understand how I can feel as close to her as I do." Miriam nodded in agreement, saying, "Jesus once told me that I would meet a woman whose heart would beat as one with mine. Though it would seem to others as if I have known Salome but a few days, in truth, I have known her beyond time, and she is the woman he spoke of." "What does that mean, beyond time?" Martha wondered. Miriam reached out both of her hands and held her sister's, saying, "Oh Martha, someday you will have the veil lifted from your eyes and memory, and you will see not only the heavens that await, but also the glory that you have lived before you ever set foot upon this earth. You can see the heavens that await," Martha whispered quietly. "And the life we lived before we lived? Show me how to do this wonder, Miriam." Miriam shook her head and smiled a little smile, saying, "I remember all that has been before I came from the womb, and I see all that will be ere mortality is no more, but how I remember or how I see cannot be taught. It is not something that can be learned, but something that must be acquired, the greatest treasure of heaven or earth, and its name is faith. Until one's faith is perfect, the veil cannot be lifted to the past or the future. The past forgotten and the future longed for are necessary to develop faith, and only once one's faith is perfect can the veil be lifted." "What is it to have perfect faith then?" Martha asked. Miriam answered her, saying, "Perfect faith is to know that any righteous, unselfish thing you ask of Source shall be done, that any command you give to men or demons or mountains in the name of Source, in virtue, shall be done as you have commanded. To know it with every fiber of your being, and to know it without doubt. Perfect faith is to know that the will of Source is your will, and this by your free choice and desire, not by fear or because of pleasant association with your friends or family, but because the Celestine light burns bright in your heart and illuminates the path before you with a torch that cannot be dimmed. Perfect faith is to hear the voice of Source in the wind moving through the trees, in the songs of the birds and the music of the crickets, in the rush of the river or the tinkle of the creek. Perfect faith is to feel the embrace of Source in the arms of all whom you love in the deepest part of your heart. I feel the embrace of our Heavenly Father and Mother when I hold you or our children or Jesus. And yes, I feel Source when I embrace Salome, and by this among all else, I know she is meant to be more than she is among us. What is there left for her to be, more than she is, dwelling under our roof and sharing our meals? Martha wondered. Miriam looked at her sister with a great seriousness and said unto her, She must become a wife to truly be one of us. Martha's eyebrows arched high, showing Miriam's statement came as a surprise to her. She said, On the one hand what you say seems preposterous, for we have just met her. On the other, it is as you have said, we have known her beyond time, and I too have felt a strength of love for her that is surprising. Have you spoken to Jesus about this? Not a word, Miriam answered. But there are no secrets from Jesus. He knows what has been upon my heart these last days. That is why he went up into the hills alone, I am sure, that we might have time to talk with one another about this. What will Jesus say? Asked Martha. Jesus will abide by whatever we decide, for it can be no other way with the husband when there are wives more than one, even when the husband is Jesus. Perhaps even more particularly, because the husband is Jesus, the example must be set for all of the other children of light. You know my heart, Martha. I desire this to be so, but only if you also desire it, not because of me, but because of your own heart. Martha gave a small laugh and said unto Miriam, There will not be much difference than the way things already are. She will still sleep under our roof and eat our food, teach us the ways of the nobles, and play with the children. I would welcome her as a wife. I do not think I feel for her as you do, but as I said, it is as if she is a sister I have always known. Looking at her with soft love, Miriam spoke lovingly to Martha, saying, There would actually be many differences, dear sister. Foremost, her bond to us would be legally joined so that when Jesus has left this world, the three of us would remain inseparable, along with our children. And among the children of light, the marriage of a man and women is not as the marriages of the Hebrews or the people of Palestine, where one man has many wives, living separately and distinctly. Among the children of light, those who are married in plurality are one family, married one to another. In your case, Jesus is a brother, merely holding the title of husband, as the guardian of your eternal covenant to Yochanan, and I am your sister by birth. But in my case, we would be married one to another, Jesus, Salome, and I, as would you, Salome, and I. If the world and the Sadducees did not already have enough cause to persecute Jesus, this will give them more. Even among our own people, those who are new to our ways may not understand. Martha laughed heartily at the last statement of Miriam, saying, When have we ever made a decision based upon what the Sadducees or the world thought? As for the children of light, they love Jesus and you with a pure love. When you explain what it is we do, I know all will stand with us with blessings. Having come to common agreement, the sisters then approached Salome after the children had been sent to play on their own outside. The three women sat down upon the ground, facing one another, and Miriam and Martha each took a hand of Salome's and rested it in theirs, and Miriam said unto her, Salome, in just a few days, you have become like one of our family, and it seems to us as if you have always been with us. How do you feel? Salome's face lit up with joy. I have never even imagined such happiness could be possible. In my life, I have never aspired to have what I now feel in my heart since I have been with you, in your home, because I never comprehended that such a feeling could exist. If I were to die today, I would die as the happiest woman on earth, for I have tasted unconditional love and it has changed me. In the community, there is much talk about the Celestine light. Until I feasted upon the love and acceptance I have been given in your home, I would not have been able to understand what was meant by the Celestine light. But now that I know, now that you have shared, it is a part of me, it fills me and uplifts me and leaves no place for darkness in my life. How do you feel about Jesus and who do you think he is? Miriam asked. I am not sure how I am allowed to feel about Jesus, Salome replied. He is like no man I have ever known or seen before. I know he is a prophet of sorts, but also far more than this, for no prophet has ever done the things that he can do. I feel a love for him that is similar to the love I feel for you, so I am somewhat confused by it, and I do not want to give you cause to worry, for my love is pure. I am honored to be allowed to be in your home as one of your family and do not know what would become of me if you were to send me away. I have a thirst for the things Jesus can teach me, but also I love spending every moment here with the two most amazing women I have ever known. Miriam hesitated but a moment, then asked, would you like to legally become part of our family? Salome seemed shocked and even hurt by Miriam's question, and she answered, thank you for asking, Miriam, but it would make me sad to do that. You mean as a wife of Jesus, for that is the only way I could legally be a part of your family, but I think that would push me away from you, whom I desire to be closest to. Do not think ill of me, but my heart is very drawn to you, Miriam, in ways I do not even understand. If I became a wife of Jesus, I would be given a separate house, and though we would often still be close, it would not be as it is now where I am always with you. No, as I said when I first arrived, I would rather be a servant in your home than to be cast away from you. I know it would be a great honor and I should be happy, and I ask your forgiveness for declining. I do not see happiness greater than the happiness I have right now coming from it. Miriam smiled, and patting Salome's hand that she held with her other hand, she answered her, saying, you misunderstand, dearest Salome. When a man marries more than one wife among the children of light, the wives are also married one to another, and they live as one family, under one roof, not in separate dwellings. Though you have been among us but days, we know you, and you have already been a part of our family, before any of us were ever born into this world. It seems like a lifetime ago that Jesus and I were returning from a long stay in Egypt. As we were walking along the road to Palestine, Jesus told me that the day would come when I would meet a woman whose heart would beat as one with mine, even as mine did with his. I told him then that such a thing was not possible for me, and all the time since then, I have never had a reason to doubt my words, until I met you. Then my world changed, for even on that very first day, I knew that Jesus's words had been fulfilled. I need not ask how you feel, for my heart would not feel thus toward you unless yours also felt thus toward me. You know Martha has a special arrangement in her marriage to Jesus, but such an arrangement would not exist between we three women, as we do not encroach upon the sanctity of the marriage of Jochanan and Martha. At the words of Miriam, Salome put both hands to her face in disbelief, and tears came pouring from her eyes. Then she threw herself upon Martha and Miriam, pulling them together in one embrace, and she kissed each of them lightly upon their foreheads. Thank you, dearest sisters. I thought my joy was full. Little did I realize my cup was just beginning to be filled. I am speechless. I am overwhelmed. I am in love. And I say yes. As sunset neared, Jesus returned from the mountain and was greeted by the simultaneous embraces of all three women and kisses on his cheeks above his beard as he came through the doorway and by his children and the children of Martha, who embraced him on his legs. Miriam smiled at him coyly and asked, Dear husband, do I need to tell you anything about what has transpired while you have been away, or is it all known to you already? Jesus smiled broadly and answered, with great happiness in his voice, I know you have found that which you said you would never seek or discover, and in this, you may know that destiny finds you, even when you seek it not. I know that you have been given a balm that will calm your heart and clear your head, even in the most difficult days to come. You have found one of the great stars that has been missing from your heaven, and her name is Salome. Knowing your happiness and the happiness of Martha and Salome, my joy is also full. Martha clapped her hands together in excitement and said, "Let us begin immediately to plan the wedding." But Jesus held up his hand and said unto them, "We do not have as much time as you would probably prefer to prepare, nor should we make this wedding into a great affair, but let us keep it in some simplicity. Tomorrow is the Sabbath, and we will marry on the third day after. The community will wish to have a celebration feast, but let us limit that to the wedding day, +3. On the day after the following Sabbath, Miriam, Salome, and I will leave along with all of my apostles and some of their wives, on an extended trip through Galilee. I trust that in that time and even under those circumstances, the three of you along with your friends, can plan a wedding we will all remember." In unison, all of the women said, "Yes," and then began to speak with enthusiasm to one another while Jesus went in and played with the children who had been waiting for him. Eternal love. Martha announces to the members of the community that she, Miriam, and Salome have committed their hearts and lives to one another and would like to take their vows of marriage to one another and to Jesus before their friends and family. Jesus explains to the community that with love and within family, the greatest work for source can be accomplished, and emphasizes that this is an essential part of the plan of eternal progression. The next day, on the Sabbath, the children of light, both the old and the young, from all of the communities of light along Lake Gennesaret, met together at Capernaum for edification, one with another, as was the custom on that day. Martha had made it known when she first married Jesus and Miriam that unlike her sister Miriam, she did not desire to travel Galilee and beyond, following Jesus in his journeys, and preferred to remain at home in the community, taking care of their home and the children and helping to build the communities of light. Abiding by her wishes and happy to have such a pillar of strength remaining always in the community, Cephas called and set her apart shortly after her arrival to be numbered among the Council of 11. The Council of 11 had also been given the responsibility of overseeing the weekly Sabbath meeting, as most, if not all of the apostles, could be expected to be away with Jesus at any time. Thus it was on this Sabbath that following community announcements and task and event scheduling conducted by Gimiel, Martha rose to speak to the congregation of the children of light. And she said unto them, "Brothers and sisters of light, as always, I am humbled to have the opportunity to speak with you, even more so on this day, for I have momentous and joyous news. As you know, most recently, a dear friend, Salome, has come to live in our home. I know many of you must have wondered about the circumstances of her arrival and how it is that she dwells with us in our home." Then motioning to Miriam and Salome, she beckoned for them to join her on the rise, and they came up and stood with her, one on either side, with their arms interlocked behind Martha's back. Martha continued saying, "Miriam is my sister by birth. We were fortunate to have had the same wonderful parents and to have grown up in this life together. As Jesus has taught us, like many of you with your families, Miriam and I know we have been sisters for much longer than these few years upon the earth. In truth, we have been best friends for time beyond time, before we ever came upon this place of mortality. I know this deeply in my heart. Then upon this earth came Salome into our lives. From the moment we first met her, there was a feeling in our hearts for one another that transcended this world. We each knew, before words had ever been spoken of it one to another, that though we had not known each other before in this life, we had been inseparable for time beyond time in the life that came before. This too, I know deeply in my heart. That is why we never could have abided for Salome to dwell anywhere but under our roof once she came among the children of light, for though the world counted her not among our family, our hearts shouted that she was a part of us that could not be separated. Yesterday, for the first time, the three of us spoke with each other about the feelings in our hearts for one another, as powerful as any feelings could be. Hearing in the words of each other, the truths our hearts already knew, we understood without doubt or hesitation that we must henceforth be always as one. In our home, in embrace of each other, we committed our hearts and our lives to one another. When Jesus returned later in the day, we told him of our decision, and he blessed it and abides with it in joy. Now we would like to make our commitment to one another and to Jesus formal, and 3 days hence we shall take our vows of marriage with Salome before you who are our dearest friends and spiritual brothers and sisters. Martha became quiet and nodded her head toward the children of light of the communities, indicating she had finished speaking. For a moment, there was utter silence as those gathered considered the words that Martha had just spoken. Then, like a wave building to crescendo, everyone began to clap their hands together and whistle and stomp their feet upon the ground in approval, until the very earth seemed to shake and the air was alive with sound. Martha, Miriam, and Salome were very grateful to see and hear the unconditional support of their friends. Tears of happiness fell down each of their cheeks as they reveled in the enthusiasm of their friends, and they looked at one another with wide smiles of joy and love. Shortly afterward, Jesus came up to the rise and spoke to the children of light, saying, "Words cannot express the happiness I feel because of the joy of these women whom I love and am honored and blessed to call my wives. You look to me to guide and teach you in the ways of the Celestine light of Source, and that is one of my great purposes upon the earth in mortality. But even as you, I experience light every day, and I learn and am uplifted by the light that comes upon me. Each of you brings light into my life. Witnessing your victories each day over the adversary within, seeing your own growth in the Celestine light, how each day you strive and most often succeed at becoming better than you were. Seeing how you teach your children with love and tenderness and by honest example, these things and so many more uplift and inspire my spirit every day. But it is within the walls of our own home, within the embrace of our own wives and children or husbands as it may be, that we truly glorify one another and help our dearest loved ones to transcend the bonds of mortality in spirit, even while we are still in this physical life. So it is with my wives and children. To marry with love, to have children and to share an unbreakable bond and devotion to one another. This is a great part of the plan of eternal progression that Source laid out before the world ever was. It is with your family that you are called to do your greatest work for Source. Though you may be a busy man of commerce or called to be an apostle and carry great demands upon your time or called to be a missionary far from your family for a time, you must never neglect your family. Your family, and love itself, is like the most delicate and beautiful of flowers. It requires constant devotion and attention to thrive, and when it thrives, it brings you a joy and fulfillment as great as anything you will ever experience. Do you desire to truly know Source? Do you wish to feel the endless and boundless love that your Father and Mother in heaven have for you? Then embrace the companions of love with whom you journey through eternity, not just in passing, but hold them tight. Listen to their breathing, and feel their heartbeat against yours. Smell the sweetness of their hair and feel the softness of their skin. Drop down all of your walls and merge your eons as one. Savor the feeling of oneness that washes over you and through you, in you, and around you. From the depths of your heart speak to them of your love, tell them in softness and with your Ian alive with light that you love them with every fiber of your being, with every part of your body, mind, and spirit. Now go and embrace your children one by one. Give them the fullness of your unconditional love. Let there be no doubt by your words and aura that you are their rock upon whom they may always depend, the bright fire upon whom they may always count upon to guide them to safe harbors. As you hold your children in your arms, feel their love emanating unto you, a love so pure, without judgment, seeking only the same love in return. In the arms of your dearest families, in their words of love spoken softly, in their praises given often, in their harsh words or voice never heard, is a taste of heaven on earth. Therefore, partake of the love of your family and partake often. As you partake, so should you give. As you hold and cherish those whom you love, think of how greatly your heavenly Father and Mother love and cherish you. By this, you will come to experience and feel their infinite love in every part of you, more surely than by any other thing you can do. The powers of Lineika. Jesus continues his talk to the members of the community and speaks about the eons, energies, of the universe that can be controlled and used for things that would seem like miracles to those that do not have the same understanding. He also speaks about the energy centers of the body and specifically what their names are, what powers they hold, and how to unleash them, as well as the eighth energy center that is formed when all seven are in harmony. Jesus continued to speak unto the children of light, saying, My apostles shall be leaving soon on a journey with me through Galilee. Before we depart, I desire to speak to you as my brothers and sisters of the Celestine light and to impart to you teachings beyond which I give to the world, that you might be more surely guided and grow in your lives while we are away. Consider Ian. What is it? Where is it? How is it? Ian is from Source. It is everywhere. It is in everything, including you, and it takes many forms. Ian is energy like a fire, power like a wave of the ocean, and a force unknown like a lodestone. All people are affected and influenced by the eons that surround them, both those that touch them from other people and those that touch them from beyond. The people of the world understand that they are affected by mysterious eons, but to them, the cause is unknown. Among the children of light, let those mysterious eons be known and understood that they may be called upon as needed. You can enliven the eons that are a part of you, and you can create and control eons beyond you. Even as you make a recipe for the food you prepare and gather all of the ingredients, so too can you call eons from beyond the oceans of the sky to accomplish what you will, so too can you create a shield that will repel eons that have come upon you undesired and unbidden. Not with the natural man of the world are these things possible, but only with the children of light who live in virtue and righteousness. You have within your body 7 abodes of Ian. Each creates an independent fire, but each is also affected by the others. When one is perturbed, all become out of sorts. As children of light, it behooves you to always be striving for balance in your life. As you reach for this worthy goal, it is wise to consider the state of your 7 abodes of Ian. Are you continually nurturing and caring for each Ian in ways that makes the whole of your being vibrant and full of light? I am going to explain to you now about the 7 abodes of Ian in your body and the 8th that is formed when all 7 are in health and harmony with one another. The name for each one was not chosen at random, but is an essential name, for the sound of it spoken embodies the essence of the Ian and induces it to become more active within you. Merely speaking the name of the Ian attunes your spirit and body to that abode of power. Some of the sounds may not be familiar to you because of your native tongue. Therefore let all learn together some of the melodies of heaven. Your 7 personal eons of power, including the 8th when it is formed, are called the Linika. The sacred sounds of your eons of power, beginning at the top and following to the bottom, are Xe, Z, Ka, Ka, Qo, Quo, Ja, Ya, Za, Zay, Wz, Wiz, and Vm, Vim. The eons of power align vertically, and there is a powerful relationship between all of them, as well as groups of them. When all of these are in harmony and unison, they create an 8th eon of power, the sound of Oo, Oo, which appears not in one place, but everywhere in you and outside of you. Your eon of Oo radiates from the core of your soul. It fills you and everyone and everything around you that it reaches with the essence of your desire. Understanding the Linika within you is essential to your ability to channel the eons of heaven. It is not enough to merely learn of these seats of power and how to enliven them. You must also learn how they relate one to another and how to attune and harmonize groups together for specific purposes. You will first begin to learn how to do this with methods that take thought and time and action. But as you become accomplished and the master of your Linika, you will be able to call upon your seats of power and marshal them, with but a moment of thought. I will teach you some of this today, and my apostles to whom I shall teach a fullness will share the greater knowledge with you in days to come. The first eon is called the Xe, Z. It is located in a space outside of your body and slightly above your head. This is the seat of power for your spiritual gifts. This is your straight channel to Source. Enliven your Xe by picturing in your thoughts and feeling with your senses the space just above your head. Take a full breath and slowly exhale. Near the bottom of your breath, begin to spin the eon of your Xe round and round in various directions until you find the direction that is most comfortable for you. Breathe in and out again and spin your Xe once more, but now spin it faster and push it outward. Repeat this as many times as you desire. By this simple exercise, you highly activate your Xe and prepare it to serve you. But the Xe does not function alone. When you desire to call upon your sacred powers to heal another or yourself or to command nature as you need to fulfill the will of Source or any other thing that is good and virtuous, selfless and noble, you must form a harmony and unison of movement with the Xe, the Ka, and the Ja. A supporting harmony is necessary from all of your other eons of power, but it is these 3 which become the active force, empowered by your faith to fulfill your desires. Below the Xe, residing within your head, is your eon of Ka, Ka. This is the abode of your thoughts, and your thoughts can be projected with both subtle and great physical power. Each moment, both while you are awake and while you are asleep, your Ka is forever active. Though it may rest, it never sleeps. One of your great reasons for being born into mortality was to give you the opportunity, under the challenging circumstances of the physical life, to more fully enliven your Ka. Each day, in your normal activities, conversations, and thoughts, you call upon only the tiniest piece of the eon of power, that is, your Ka. Imagine the many baskets of grapes that go into the vat to make a large jug of wine. If the full jug is the power of your Ka that can be, then a single cluster of grapes from among the many in the baskets is all of your Ka that is empowered by your typical daily activities. In the Celestine Kingdom of Source, no one is given more responsibility than they have knowledge to carry out that with which they are charged. Therefore, whosoever is of virtue and faith and gains greater knowledge and ability to call upon the power of their Ka in mortality shall have so much more opportunity in the world to come. Though mortality is but a few breaths of your eternal life, they are very significant breaths. In the fire of the furnace of mortal life, you must begin to think very clearly and well, or you will be consumed by the fire. The challenges of the fires of mortality give you the opportunity to enliven a greater portion of the power of your Ka. If you take advantage of the fires and use them as a tool instead of a threat, the power and ability of your Ka will increase. Activate your Ka and all of your other seats of power in the same manner that you did your Xe. At least once each day, preferably soon after you arise and before you begin calling upon your Ka for understandings and decisions, you should, one by one, rapidly spin each of your eons of power, that you may be fully enlivened and prepared for the day to come. Likewise, each night, before you enter your dreams, it is beneficial that you should enliven all of your abodes of eon in the same manner. When you do this, continually say aloud the name of the eon which you are empowering while exhaling a single breath. Below your Ka, residing within your throat, is your Quo, Quo. This is the seat of power for your confidence and ability to express your thoughts and desires. In essence, your Quo is your faith in yourself. It partners with any end. Every other eon of power is needed, and no other eon of power can fully achieve its glory without the unwavering support and harmony of the Quo. Below your Quo, residing in the area where you feel the beat of your heart, is your Ja, Ya, the seat of power for your emotions. The Ka and the Ja, what you think and what you feel, are the two most important eons of power. But to be magnified to their greatest potential, they must be in harmony with one another and called upon in equality. The natural man calls upon the eon of his Ka when he thinks he needs it and calls upon the eon of his Ja when he feels he needs it. To the natural man, the Ka and Ja are more often opponents rather than friends, and many people guide their lives by their preference for one, while ignoring the other. In truth, one without the other is like a mallet without a chisel. Certainly, you can do some things with either alone, but together you can build something of greatness. So it is with your Ka and Ja. They have very similar sounds, the only two eons within you that do, a testament indeed that they were designed by Source to be used together in harmony. You should train yourself to never rely just on one or the other, but whenever one is called upon, let it always call its opposite twin that they might merge in a harmony of truth, light, and power. Whenever a choice is to be made, ask your Ja how it feels and ask the Ka what it thinks and allow them to be equal partners in the choice to be made. I would speak now of the harmony of 3. 3 is an even more empowering number, a very strong union capable of great power, as you see in the Father, the Mother, and the Son that are the source of this world and the heavens above. Do you want your Xe to manifest the powers of Celestine light unto you? First empower and spin your Ka and then your Ja, and then your Ka and your Ja in perfect harmony and unison. Then enliven and spin your Xe. Once it is moving with excitement, marry it in harmony to the movements of the Ka and the Ja, so the 3 move as one, even as the 3 who are Source act as one in all things of consequence. When the Xe and the Ka and the Ja are enlivened and move together in unison as one, your Eon of Aura, the field of force that emanates from all that you are, expands outward in power and reach. When the Xe and the Ka and the Ja are enlivened and move together in unison as one, your divine soul begins to sing in resonance with the Eon of Source, which fills all things. In resonance and harmony, you will become one with the energies and powers of heaven, and your faith will be whole. With the essence of faith filling your Xe, Ka, and Ja, you will no longer be as a mortal upon the earth for that moment in time, but one with the Source, and all things shall be possible unto you, and the power that is faith shall be upon you and in you. It is in this state that you can most clearly communicate through prayer with the Source and most profoundly feel and understand the promptings and guidance of the Holy Spirit of Source as the Mother sends it forth upon you. Below your JA is your Eon of ZA. Z. This is the seat from which you may call forth the memories of all that has come before this life. The memory of every moment you lived in Zeon before your mortal life is accessible through your ZA when it is helpful for you to remember, and if you have learned how to channel it through your XE, and see it in your Ka, and feel again the emotions that coursed through your JA. For some of you, there is more than Zeon to remember, for some of you have lived in mortality before the life that is upon you today. Memories of the lives before this life can also be called forth by the power of the ZA. These memories do not reside within the ZA, but are inscribed by Source in the heavens and called forth by those who understand the mysteries through the Eon of the ZA. In the days of the first men upon the earth in mortality, the usual lifespan of each man and woman was about 300 years. Many lived to 500 or 600 years, and some such as Methuselah even beyond that time. Thus each person had many years to learn the lessons of mortality and become fully prepared to live in immortality. But the earth changed, as did the people upon the face of the land. The foods they ate and drank become corrupted and full of death and disease came into their bodies and upon the face of the land. As these things came to pass, the span of the life of man began to shrink, until today, a man has only a small part of the years that his ancestors had to learn the lessons of mortality and become prepared for immortality. Even so, most people still learn and demonstrate enough in the short years of a single mortality to be drawn by the resonance of their soul into the heavenly light or pulled to the cold and dark, in the life to come. Verily, for most, one life in mortality is enough, providing sufficient time that by the choices in life the individual can be drawn by their resonance to the light or the dark in the hereafter, as they will. But there are many, including those who die as children, that in their short mortal life of less than one generation, were not afforded sufficient time to learn the lessons of mortality and be given fair opportunity to become the resonance of light or darkness that will call to them in the life to come. For these, after they have died, they must return again to another life into mortality that they may be afforded the time and experiences necessary to learn the lessons of mortality and fully form their resonance of light or darkness. Only by this can they be drawn to their true place of resonance in the world to come. Therefore, understand the words which I speak. Most come into mortality but once. But there are others who will come twice and still others 3 times, and rarely more, until they have had the opportunity to participate in all of the essential experiences of mortality, involving family, friends, and the challenges of life, which prove their allegiance to either the light or the dark. Those of you that have experienced more than one mortality cannot freely remember your lives of the past any more than you can remember your pre-existent life in Zeon. If you could fully remember your life in Zeon in the presence of Source, how would you develop faith? For faith is needed for belief in things you cannot see or have not proof of, not for things you can see and know. With the tiny bit that man utilizes the power of his Ka, it would become overwhelmed if all the memories of Zeon and previous mortalities were flooded upon it. It is for this cause that you have your ZA. Through the empowerment of your ZA, you can call forth into your Ka selected memories of your pre-existent life in Zeon and any other lives you had in mortality. You can only call forth past experiences you have had that directly aid you in making choices and decisions in the life you now live. Perhaps in a former life, you found a special spot upon the lake where the fish always clustered. One day, you truly had a great need to catch fish, perhaps to feed your hungry family or to pay a debt. On that day, you could empower your Zia, which would then channel the memory of your former mortality to your Ka, that you might be fulfilled in your need. Perhaps in a former life you learned the secrets of the power of command. Now in this life you begin to study it again. If you studied just as a man, you would need to learn every step once more. But if you empowered your Zia, you could channel the memories of what you already had learned in a previous life, so you would not need to waste time relearning it all over again in this life. Without accomplishing this, to remember what had already been learned that is of significance, those who return to mortality squander their precious opportunity. Not that the memories will necessarily come instantly in whole into your Ka, but because of your past understanding and affinity, knowledge from your past lives will flow into you quickly and easily, like honey on a hot day into the bee-man's pot. As you command your Linika to make it so. And how may you know if this is your first life or another opportunity? In mortality? Very simply, if you seek the past with the secrets of the children of light, but do not find it, then you know this is your first mortality and there are no memories of past mortalities to find. This will be the case for most of you and most of the people of earth. If it is, rejoice, for in this, your first mortality, you may yet learn all you need and therefore progress much quicker than those who must return again to learn and experience what they did not in their first mortality. In addition to that which I have already revealed, I will teach my apostles all of the secrets for empowering the Zia, and they shall teach them to you. Once you have learned these techniques, you may delve into your pre-life and Xian or your past mortalities as you need the knowledge in this mortality. On very rare occasions, Source will ask one of the pillars of heaven to return to earth for another mortality, not to learn more or experience more, for they were already a pillar of heaven, but to fulfill a specific mission for Source. Such was the life of Yochanan the Baptizer, who was the prophet Elias come again at the behest of Source. Your Zia is also the portal to your primordial fears. Certain fears encompass all people. Because most of your ancestors for generations upon generations had cause for fear concerning certain things, the eons of those fears become an active part of the Zia of all children born upon the earth. Therefore, a child does not have to learn to be cautious of heights, for they have a primordial fear that is continually being channeled through their Zia, unbidden and unrelenting. Even as someone may benefit by recalling the memories of their former lives through their Zia, so every individual upon the earth benefits from the collective knowledge of all who have proceeded and shared powerful, similar experiences. Below your Zia is your Eon of WZ. Wiz. This seat of power pertains to all things having to do with your physical body, your health, your vitality, your strength. When you are confronted with a person who is physically diseased or ill, before you seek to channel the Eons to heal them or help them heal themselves, you must look upon the center of their WZ and then at the Eon, emanating to all parts of their body to determine the path and seat of their malady. Only then will you know which energies of Source to call upon and where and how to direct them to effect the healing you desire. It is exceptionally important that you do everything within your capabilities and opportunities to maintain the temple of your body, which is reflected in your WZ, in the greatest of health, for all the eons of your Linika are hindered by the weaknesses of the WZ. It is possible, with great intent and focus, for someone that has been crippled to nevertheless empower the other eons of the Linika, for though a part of them may be dead, the other parts are still very much alive. But for someone that is infirmed or enfeebled because of sickness and afflictions of the body, the weakness of their WZ overshadows all of their other eons of power, and they must first refresh and renew the strength of their WZ before they will be able to know the fullness of their gifts. Below the WZ is the Aeon of VM. Vim. This is the seat of your creativity and all things sexual, as well as a source of great activation and magnification of all the seats of power above it. Verily, the VM is the most misunderstood and neglected of eons. The priests of the world teach the suppression of the VM and insult Source the Creator by teach ng suppression of the VM in the name of Source. The VM is the anchor, a foundation for all the eons seated above it. When the VM is suppressed, all the other eons of power within a body are muted and cannot fulfill the full measure of their potential. It is Source that created man and woman. It is Source who gave them lust one for another. It is Source that gave them the ability to experience great pleasure when they activate, stimulate, and spin their eon of VM, both in works of creation and in sexual activities. If Source gave all of these things to men and women, who are the priests of the world that would take them away? Who are the teachers of falsehoods that call good evil and evil good? But do not mistake my words. There should only be chastity before marriage and only fidelity after. Men and women should not partake of the sacred, even to taste, without a loving and faithful commitment of marriage for life or eternity as they desire. To do so is a vile abomination in the eyes of Source and a sin that is only washed clean by a deep and profound repentance. In the VM, you are given an extraordinary and sacred gift, a small but delicious taste of what it is to be Source. You are not as the animals, but like a god enabled to make marvelous creations, from a tapestry to a boat, to a child, and to experience sublime joy in the process of the creation. Source has given you this wondrous gift of creation, but also told you that in the aspect of sexual relations, to have none with another, save with those to whom you have given an abiding commitment and bond through the covenant of marriage. By this, the gift of Source is honored, not desecrated, and men and women are uplifted, not degraded. By this, the sacred remains sacred, strengthening the bonds and contentment of those who have pledged themselves to one another. When the sacred remains sacred, you can experience a depth of love and fulfillment unknown to those who have trampled upon sacredness. By this, children are more likely to be raised by parents who will love them and teach them balance and respect, righteousness, and love of the light. When they are grown, they will make better choices and find greater fulfillment in all aspects of their lives. By this, each individual may grow and expand far beyond the possibilities of the misguided who partake of the sacred without commitment to the holy, for the virtuous learn the divine lights of fidelity, compromise, interdependence, and selflessness, which fills their hearts with joy and fulfills their lives, love, family, and dreams. Therefore, in sexual relations, expand your VM and expand it often, with creativity and diversity and nothing held back. But only within the sanctity of marriage to those to whom you have committed faithfulness and fidelity. The ways of the world teach that wives must obey and serve their husbands, but the ways of Celestine light teach that in life, husbands and wives should serve and consider one another. And in their relations of intimacy, let the man find pleasure in serving the woman and the woman find pleasure in being served. When the weaker serves the stronger, both are brought down to places of greater darkness. But when the stronger serves the weaker, both are raised up to places of greater light. Nor should you feel ashamed or hesitant to spin the sexual aspect of the eon of your VM in solitude, both before and during marriage. It is an eon of great desire. It calls to you often that you might become more than you are by helping to enliven all of your other eons of power. But spin it with virtue, without thought of any to whom you are not married, save those who are merely imaginations of your and then only in ways of respect, not degradation, for this is an essential of an intimacy of virtue and true love. Verily, upon the foundation of the Aeon of the VM, all other seats of your power rest. As your VM expands, so too do all your other seats of power enlarge. Of all the Aeons of power, the VM is the most easy to spin and enlarge. It is like the flint that easily sparks the fire. As it spins, it resonates with its opposite the XE. Thus, the XE also becomes more activated and more capable of channeling the powers of Source through you. As both the XE and the VM harmonize, they spin together and cause a deep resonance within the 5 Aeons that are framed between them, and all 7 Aeons expand and become full of light, filling your very body with strength and clarity, enabling you to see what you did not see, to feel what you could not feel, to know what you did not know, and to do what you could not do, because you become more than you were. Now I give a challenge unto the men of the communities of light. Verily, the women are more virtuous than you. They could look upon a naked man other than their husband, and they would not lust after him. But how many of you would look upon a naked woman other than your wife and not lust after her? Among the world, in the land of Palestine, women are forced to be covered from head to foot in formless fabric, that the men will not be tempted by the barest of skin that they might show. The men who are children of light must be greater than the men who are of the world. Through prayer and fasting, you must overcome yourself. You must become your own master and rule over every part of the mortal house of your soul. Source did not make the beauty of the bodies of men and women to be hidden beneath voluminous shapeless clothes. The sisters of light must not be required to be bound by the wickedness of the world, but must be free within the communities of light to uncover their head and their face and any other part of their body that they desire even unto nakedness, without worry of stirring the lusts of the brothers of light who are not their husbands. Therefore, let this be so in the places of the community that are set in privacy from the eyes of the world. And if any brother looks upon a sister with even the slightest of lust, let him cover his eyes and walk about as a blind man until he can look upon her only with pure and virtuous thoughts. And if he still is at war with himself, let him go into his house and remain there with prayer and fasting until he has overcome his adversary within. Each day, you should enliven and expand your abodes of power that they may become as useful to you as they were intended when Source gave you your gifts. When you enliven your abodes of power one after the other to begin or end your day, or even in the middle of the day if you are tired, there is an order that you would do well to follow, as the former is a spark for the latter. First, enliven your Ka, followed or quickly accompanied by your VM, followed by your JA, followed by your QO, followed by your XE, followed by your ZA, followed by your WZ. Once you have more fully enlivened each of your primary abodes of Aeon, unify and amplify them as one with your OO. Finally, after taking a deep breath in, slowly exhale. As you near the bottom of your exhale, spin your Aeon of aura as one energy throughout your body, faster and faster, until you can feel it alive inside of you. At the bottom of your next breath, speed your Aeon of aura still faster and expand it outward still further. Do this for as many times as you desire, each time speeding the spin and expanding your Aeon of aura. At the bottom of your next breath, speed your Aeon of aura still faster and expand it outward still further. Do this for as many times as you desire, each time speeding the spin and expanding your Aeon of aura outward. This exercise builds the divine powers inside of you, prepares you to more easily use them for good, and stores reservoirs of power in your soul that will abide in peace, awaiting for your call in time of need or desire. Verily, I promise unto you, I shall teach my apostles all of the secrets of the 7 eons of power that reside within you. And with the worthy and virtuous, they shall share all that I have spoken and shown to them, and nothing shall be impossible to the worthy children of light. In this, you will no more be as the people of the world, but will know the secrets of your own creation and how to unleash the powers that reside within you, which Source has reserved for the righteous children of light. You will need no more worry about the powers of the world, for you will be above them and greater than they are or ever could be. In the world but not of it. As a continuation of his talk to the community members, Jesus speaks about the importance of self-sufficiency and not being dependent upon, or in debt to, the things of the world. He encourages them to make all the things they need for food, clothing, and shelter, within the community, and to do so with great creativity. He also speaks about making good choices for health and longevity. Jesus continued to speak to the brothers and sisters of the communities of light, saying, I exhort you now, my brothers and sisters of light, to always set yourselves apart from and above the world. As you grow in numbers and talents of the members of the communities, seek to become self-sufficient in your most basic needs, that though you may know of the world, you will not be dependent upon it, or in debt to it, or under threat of the vacillations and pettiness of its leaders. Be always proficient in the making of homes and boats and all things such as you have need of in your daily lives. Let each brother who has a skill teach it to many other brothers of the community, and let each sister who has a skill teach it to many other sisters of the community. There will always be both necessities and gifts that you will purchase from the merchants of the world, but as much as it is possible with your numbers and talents, provide for yourselves the things in which you are in need. Strive with diligence to have bounty and excess far beyond your needs, that you may store some for days of famine and pestilence that will surely come. It will be well with you if all of the things which you eat and drink come from your own hands, from fruits and vegetables you have planted, harvested, and collected wild from the bounty of the earth, from fish you have caught and seed plants you have gathered, from honey you have fetched from the bees, and from all manner of foods you have prepared from the things you have brought unto you. Food, shelter, clothing, and a means to earn a livelihood in these things, let the communities of light become as self-sufficient as your numbers and talents and resources will allow. The greater your self-sufficiency, the more you will be above the world and beyond the reach of its poisons, with the opportunity every day to live a life of happiness, joy, and fulfillment. But the less self-sufficient you are, the more you will be within the grasp of the evil and people of the world, in so much that your life will often be darkened by the clouds of the world, the storms thereof which only bring pain, suffering, broken lives, and lost dreams. The things you eat and drink must be of great importance to you. As you grow as a child of light, you learn which foods and drinks benefit your body and which do not. As many of the foods and drinks of the world bring darkness into your body instead of light, it is far better if all of your food and drink comes only from those things which you have grown, caught, gathered, and prepared yourself. Let the wine you drink also only be from your vineyards and orchards, from fruits you have grown and harvested and made into wine. Let not your wine be defiled with excessive spirits that befuddle the head, but let it be like tirosh of the pure fruits, sweet to the taste, slight of spirits, invigorating to the body, and calming to the restlessness of man. Let Celestine wine be of 2 types, that of normal consumption, which is like sweet water and should contain not more than 3 parts per 100 of the spirits to help preserve its freshness and purity. And that of celebrations and holidays, which may contain up to 5 parts per 100 but is limited to 1 cup each day of the holiday or celebration, and then shared only within the privacy of your homes among friends and family in a salutation of inspiration. And make no excuses for a second cup or a large cup that is in reality more than one. For that is the way of the world where one cup leads to another until drunkenness and defiling of the temple occurs. But be Celestines as you have been called, honoring your temples and master of yourselves. Of the wines of the world, drink not at all, save in a most dire need, and then only tirosh and never shekhar or any other type of strong drink on any occasion. Only with the wine you make with your own hands, grown from grapes in your own vineyards, and fruits in your own orchards, can you depend on to be pure and of light, free from the poisons and errors that men of the world might put upon that which they make, be it intentionally or unintentionally. Let this be an endeavor of the communities of light, that Celestine wine shall become known among the world for its purity and deliciousness, insomuch that even Caesar and the priests shall come unto you for an elixir of heaven. Listen now, brothers and sisters, for I have another thing of great importance to share with you. Even now, as you build the communities of light around Lake Gennesaret, you must begin preparing for the days when you shall depart from this land, never to return. For there shall come great tribulations upon all the land of Palestine because of the Romans, and when those days come, the children of light must be no more in this place. Therefore, begin preparing for your departure, not to one place alone, but to a few places upon the world where you can take root in peace upon the land, and let your light shine forth upon it, until the days when the pull of the world can no longer hold the righteous and virtuous. And they shall be changed in the twinkling of an eye from mortality to immortality, and rise to meet me in the sky. Some will go into the sanctuary of the mountains, and others shall be children of the sea. Still others will dwell at the very heart of the world and be unseen. While you are still nurtured in the communities of Gennesaret, become learned in skills that will serve you well, both in the community and upon the far places of the world. By this, even when you are living among the Ganesh, you will be respected for your abilities, virtue, and character. With the gifts given to you as children of light by source, while you are still upon the earth in mortality, you are called to be stewards of the land and all the creatures therein, and healers of both animals and people. Both among the children of light and among those of the world who are lost, but still of virtue and righteousness, looking for a greater light to guide their lives. When you depart the communities of Lake Gennesaret, see that you remember and continue to live the principles of life you have learned here, that your light will kindle the fire of truth in others to whom it shall touch, until the day comes when you are called together again to travel home to the greatest light and to your reward as faithful children of Source. Whether you become part of those who form a community of light on an isle of the sea, or in a land afar, or in the heart of the lands of the Ganesh, see that you keep alive all of the things I have taught you. Especially about your gifts and callings and the exclusivity of your food and drink from that of the world, and the importance of self-reliance and self-sufficiency, leaning only upon your fellow brothers and sisters of light, and not upon the world. Teach these precepts to your children, and admonish them to teach them to their children, and on unto the last generation, for those who remain behind by their choice, when most will depart to their glory. By seeing these precepts lived, it shall be a way by which one child of light shall recognize another when they first encounter one another in lands far away. For in the days to come, new children of light shall come down to the earth from the Celestine light, sprinkled like celestial rain upon the earth, born into families of many cultures, races, and religions. Many will never have seen another child of light before they meet you, or those who remain behind to hold the light. Regardless of the color of their skin or their culture or class or the religion they may profess, by the light of their life you shall know them, and by the wonder of your light, which will resonate in their heart, they shall recognize you. And there are those who become children of light as they live their lives and make good choices despite the darkness that may surround them. They too will shine in a way unlike all others around them, and you may know them by their light, and they will know you by yours. Let them gather unto you that they may leave the dreariness and darkness and discover the family of light and be one with the light, that their brilliance may come forth. For whether a child of light came from heaven and held true to their essence despite the adversity of the world, or came upon the earth without light, surrounded by darkness, but by choices of virtue and nobility became a child of light, in the eyes of Source, they are one and the same. I would speak to you now somewhat of miracles and healing. When those who only see with the eyes of the world see a miracle, it seems like magic to them because they do not understand the well from which it issues. When the blind see, or the lame walk, or the storm is stilled, or the food is multiplied, or any other miracle that you may see or do is accomplished, it is not by some magic power, as it would seem to the eyes of the world, but by an understanding and adherence to immutable laws of Source that permeate all of nature, even the very air we breathe. A person of the world, even one without education, thinks that they understand the law of the attraction of the earth, that if something is dropped, be it a stone or a beam, it falls to the ground. But they do not understand, nor can they learn in any school, that there is also the law of the attraction of the sky, whereby the stone upon the ground may fly up into the air. Someday, men will learn of this law, but it is given to the children of light today to understand every natural law by which Source governs all things. Therefore, when you command a stone to rise off the ground and fly through the air, it will seem as if you are endowed with magical powers to the people of the world, but in truth, you are merely children of light, utilizing laws of Source, unknown to the world, but known to you, because to the faithful, Source shares all the secrets of heaven. As children of light, you are blessed to learn the secrets and mysteries of heaven. Anything you have seen or heard that I have done, you also can do, and much more than that, as you learn and understand the laws of all creation, given by Source. The mystery of all things I shall teach to my apostles, and they shall teach to the faithful, one step at a time. Do not seek to learn of the greater powers until you have mastered the lesser, for it is by mastery of the lesser that the great powers can be manifested. Now I would speak to you concerning health and longevity and healing of the sick and afflicted, for unless you have an understanding of these things, you will always be blocked in your understanding of greater things. In all things, you reap what you sow, and concerning how long you shall live or how robust your health shall be while you live, these things are like the miracles I spoke of, they are governed in many ways by immutable laws laid down upon all creation by Source. They who know the laws sow in understanding and reap accordingly, and great is the harvest. Now it is taught in the synagogues and in many of the religions of the world that the days of man are numbered by Source, but this is not so. The end is written not in the stars, but in daily choices people make for life or death. The number is known to Source, but set by the choices made by man. Though death can come suddenly and unexpectedly by accident or war, it most often comes in 1,000 bites of poison that slowly sap the health and life of even the man of strongest vigor. Now Source sees the number of days of man upon the earth, not because they were numbered by Source, but because they have been numbered by man by his choices of health and vigor, and seeing this, Source knows when the end shall come upon the man. But the ways of man can change, and in saying this, know that I include women and children too. If a man continues upon the path of health he walks, be it good or bad, Source knows when his end shall come upon him. But when the man changes a bad habit for a good, a poor choice for a better, the days he has numbered upon the earth increase, and Source then sees the days to come that were not there before. It is given unto you to understand how to utilize faith and call upon the powers of heaven for healing the sick and afflicted, but I exhort you to be prudent in the use of this gift of knowledge, ability, and faith. All the people of the world and many of the children of light are afflicted with diverse afflictions and diseases that cause them pain and suffering and shorten their life. Should you spend your days healing all of these people? Better it would be to spend your days teaching them the ways of health and longevity as revealed by Source unto the faithful, that by better choices, many of the people could heal themselves. And what shall you do when a man who is afflicted comes to you begging for a healing, and your heart beats in sympathy with his because of his pain? Or the man who is dying, and offers to give you his fortune if you will just give him more days upon the earth? Or when one such as this is, a friend or a member of your family whom you love greatly? Verily, I say unto you, it is your obligation as a son or daughter of light and love to use the knowledge and powers that have been given to you to heal all those who are ready to be healed, who call upon you and Source, be they a child of light or a confused wanderer in the world. But for those not ready to be healed, even among the children of light, you have no obligation, nor should you heal them, even from compassion, save it be for a greater glory of Source. Who then is ready to be healed? Always those who are of good heart and character and have proven by their actions a commitment to live the greater laws of health and vigor and longevity as given by Source. Also those who strive to live in the light and whose affliction was not caused by their choices, but simply by adversity. This may sound to be without compassion, but it is truly said with the greatest of love and desire to see all be in health and wellness. Your greater task is not to heal the afflicted, but to teach the afflicted better ways to live, that their afflictions will be no more. When a man does not love himself enough to treat his body like a temple, as Source has asked, he dishonors both himself and Source. To heal the afflicted of pain and suffering caused by their own choices before they have shown a commitment to the higher path of health is to squander your time and talents upon something you will not change except for a moment in time. For a time, the afflicted will be healed by your blessing and the healing may even be momentous. But unless the person was changed in their heart to a higher path of health before you healed them, they will continue on the path that led to their infirmity, and their end will still be a destruction of their temple, despite all that you did. Consider the fisherman who, thinking himself cunning, sought to slip among the crocodiles of the river Nile to catch a great fish, but instead was caught in the jaws of many teeth. Staggering back to safety, he sought a child of light to restore his arm torn asunder. Once healed, he thought to himself still of the great fish and, vowing to be even more cunning, sought it once more among the crocodiles, and this time, lost not just his arm, but his life. Of what good then was the healing upon his arm if in his heart he had not changed? Without first a change of heart, the healing is not esteemed, Source is not glorified, and the man's fate is not averted, merely delayed. Therefore, even if it is your own wife or husband upon the sickbed, let the sickness run its course, unless they have shown by word and deed and the truth of the vision of their aura that they are committed to the higher course of health as given by Source. And if that is so, heal them quickly. If it is not, love them, teach them, and help them to be stronger in their will than they have been. But do not heal them until they have proven commitment to the path that will banish sickness and afflictions that come only because of their own slackness in obedience to the laws of health as given by Source. With children who are afflicted, use your wisdom and give your love. Because of their youth, they may not yet fully understand the consequences of their actions and may become sick or afflicted in ignorance. Therefore, where their life is not in danger from their sickness, let it be upon them just a bit so they learn the pain of poor choices, then heal them quickly that they learn the power of source through the hands of the righteous, endowed with the knowledge of the workings of all things. And what are the laws of life and health you must teach? To keep the 12 commandments of Sinai, to breathe good air and drink good water that is clear and flowing and abounding in life. To eat the foods you have been taught to eat is of the greatest of importance to your health and longevity, as are the habits of cleanliness that you keep. In that regard, do not keep domestic animals in your home and let the place of sleep, even for pets, be beyond the threshold, except for those that are tiny, and leave no fur or waste amidst the places you dwell. Wash your body often with herbs of cleansing and your hands more so. Even every time you touch anything unclean and always before you prepare or eat your food. You need to be outside often with vigorous movements of your body, sweating sometimes and drinking in sunshine over every part of your bare skin. Therefore, if you are a child of light, do not be ashamed of your nakedness, for thus were you made by source that you might be blessed by the healing light of the sun and invigorated by the depth of its warmth. But suffer not those who lust upon those so revealed to see their glory. And if the lustful cannot repent and overcome themselves, suffer them not to remain among you. Among all the creatures that roam the land, it is man whom source has blessed with a scarcity of hair that their bare skin might more readily absorb the healing light and warmth of the sun than any other of source's creations. For this cause, nudity in the sun for a short time each day should be common and encouraged among the children of light. But you must be ever vigilant in both yourself and others of lust outside of the sacredness of marriage. If anyone sees another in nakedness to whom they are not married, of whom they have thoughts of lust, let them not be in their presence. If this requires separation of the sexes when naked, and by sexual inclination, so must it be, but only if you cannot look upon one another simply with admiration and without lust. For your thoughts are the foundations of your actions. When your thoughts are pure, so shall your life be in virtue. But if your thoughts are impure, so shall your actions become defiling. And for health and longevity, your thoughts are also of great importance. Good humor and good thoughts birth long life, while a sour disposition brings about an early death and much misery along the way. Cultivate a love for one another that is deep and abiding in so much that even beyond the family under your roof, you have a love that is felt in your heart for each of your brothers and sisters of light in the community, so much so that whatsoever they should ask of you that is righteous and within your power to grant, you will give it to them with joy and gratitude to be able to help someone you love. And in that channel, find service to one another and to your community. Even as you love one another, love your community, for it is a part of you and you are a part of it. Any good thing therefore that you can do in the service of your brothers and sisters of light or your community is pleasing unto source, warming to your heart, and enlarging upon your soul. Remember to be balanced in all things and gracious, not judgmental in your toleration of the weaknesses of others. Seek first to perfect the temple of your own life before you judge others about theirs. With balance and non-judgment, see that you also have no grudges or grievances among you, for such become the wedge that splits the rock. If one of you find a wedge coming between you and another member of the community, first go to them and seek a resolution of peace and with love. If you cannot find this harmony, then go together to the patriarch or matriarch and seek their wisdom. If you still cannot find harmony one with another, go to the Council of 11 and seek their advice. If you still cannot find harmony, let the council pass a binding judgment to settle the matter, and let they who were at odds with one another find a place of peace and love and harmony with the judgment of the council. If one or both cannot find such a place in their hearts, that their disagreement can be forgiven and forgotten, let them leave the community, else, they become the wedge that splits the rock. Understand that all of these things of which I have spoken concerning health and longevity and peace and love and harmony are not commandments, but admonishments. You will not be punished by source, if you do them not, but will only be punishing yourself with greater sickness and afflictions and life and community challenges when you do them not. Now I would speak to you of joy and revelry, for there should be much of it in the communities of light. Let music by instruments and songs ring forth in the communities from many places, from the women in the kitchen to the man upon the sea. Let there be songs and whistling and humming and rhythm and harmony of voice with others. Let everyone learn to play an instrument, even if only to beat a stick upon a pot. And let music be heard often in the communities, both when alone and with many. Now Source is the great creator of all that is, and wondrous are the beautiful creations of Source. But you are children of Source, and the ability to create works of beauty and wonder also resides within each of you. Therefore, let everything in the community be done with beauty and creativity so that it is pleasing to the eye as well as of function. When you cast a pot, do not simply make a pot, but give it symmetry and adorn it with patterns and designs. When you make a simple gate, do not merely make it with branches laid side by side, but weave them into a pattern of beauty and wonder. When you make a boat to catch the fishes of the sea, do not merely make a boat like all the other fishermen, but create designs upon it, not necessarily with function, but some simply for beauty and artistry. When you lay your food upon the table, do not simply heap it into a bowl, but present it like a flower with patterns and colors that are pleasing to the eye. When you build your house, do not build it plain or exactly like your neighbor, but let it be an expression of you and show creativity in design and color, with artistic accents abounding. When you seek to give a gift to your husband or wife or child, do not simply buy a piece of cloth or a hook for fish or give them an extra bowl of dates, but create something by your own hands with love and artistry, be it functional or just for beauty, that they may have a piece of Yah with them every time they use it or gaze upon it. Verily, you are the chosen children of Source. You are blessed to learn of and know all the mysteries of heaven, to be able to live in the world but not be of it, to have joy, prosperity, peace, health, and long life, such as the world cannot even imagine. Therefore, remember always who you are, be worthy of yourself and of the great blessings Source has given unto you. Live always in the light. Be ever the noble princes and princesses of heaven. It is your blessing to become as you fulfill the full measure of your creation. The destiny of Miriam. Jesus reveals to Miriam the fullness of her destiny and the powers that she must wield in order to fulfill all that will be asked of her. He teaches her secret knowledge of the Source that no one else knows or will ever know. She is then imbued with the power of the Source as 3 blinding bolts of lightning shoot out of the sky and land upon her and Jesus as they stand upon a mountaintop. And it came to pass that early on the following day, Jesus departed with Miriam and his other apostles. And Salome and 3 wives of the apostles came with them. Rather than follow the roads into the towns of Galilee, the group immediately struck out toward the high mountains northwest of Capernaum, and by early afternoon, they had reached a broad meadow below a prominent peak, and at this place Jesus asked his apostles to remain along with their wives and Salome, while he and Miriam climbed up to the peak. Cephas questioned him, asking, "Why must we remain behind? Surely, we are as interested in the goings-on upon the mountaintop as Miriam." Jesus consoled him, saying, "We shall be gone until the evening." Cephas, "And where we go, we must go alone. Please do not take offense that it is only Miriam that must come with me this day upon the mountain." As I go alone with her today that she might see the fullness of her destiny, so too will I go with each of you at some point in our travels to reveal to you the greatness that you are. We are living a great drama written by Source before the world was, and each of you has a part to play that can be accomplished by no other, and this I shall reveal to you in your time. Today is the day for Miriam to discover her destiny, and it is she who must be first, not because she is above you, but because of the nature of her calling by Source and the time she will need to nurture the full potential of her power. You have heard me say that I will not be long among you, but do not fear that I will leave you alone to the wolves. Miriam, who was with me before the world was, who has walked with me every day of the fulfillment of my destiny upon this land, and who knows me as no other can, shall remain with you for a time. The power of Source shall be upon her. She shall be a tower of refuge for the children of light, with walls of protection that cannot be breached by all the armies of the world. But she must still become more than she is, even as each of you must for the destiny that calls to you. Like the young bird that needs to grow stronger and learn to fly, she must more fully learn who she is and of what she is capable, and then gain faith and confidence in her ability to fulfill her destiny. The steps she begins to climb today, each of you will also begin to ascend on the day that I call to you, but not to the place that she goes, but to a mountain that bears your name alone. The stairway of your destiny will lead. Cephas nodded his head in understanding, as did all of the other apostles. So it was that Jesus and Miriam departed from among them and went up onto the mountain. When they arrived at the top, it was a beautiful, warm, and sunny day, with only the slightest of breezes. And Jesus reached forth and touched Miriam lightly upon her cheek and asked, "Miriam, my love, are you ready to begin to more fully become who you were called to before the world was?" Miriam reached out her hand and touched his cheek lightly as he did to her, and said unto him, "Our father and mother have shown to me much that shall come to pass while I yet walk the earth, dear one, but not everything. Though some of it seems but a dream, I am ready to receive all that you have to give at this time, that I might accomplish all they would have me do and return to them as a worthy daughter." Then they commenced to speak of the days to come and of the powers that Miriam must call unto her, that she could become a tower and shield of Source for the children of light. For several hours, Jesus imparted unto her secret knowledge of the Source, such things that cannot ever be written, nor were they ever known upon the world, even to the apostles, but only by the Father and the Mother and Jesus and Miriam. And even this was merely the beginning of all Miriam needed to learn to fulfill the full measure of her destiny. When at last Jesus was finished speaking, darkness had begun to descend upon the land. Miriam held his hands and said unto him, "I am so humbled, my husband, by that which you have blessed me with, even some of the greatest secrets of the Source. Though my mind says I am a foolish girl to imagine that I could ever manifest the great powers you have spoken of, my love for you is pure, and my faith in you is absolute. Therefore, if you tell me I can do these things, surely I know that I can do them." Jesus answered her, saying, "You still have much to learn and some time still to practice that which you have already learned, using the methods I have given unto you to call upon the powers of the Celestine light. But practice in secret. Even to my apostles, never reveal your powers, save it be at the very moment they are needed for the protection or edification of the children of light. And when you manifest the great powers of the Celestine light, see that you follow afterward with a sleep and a forgetting upon all who witnessed that which you did, save for the apostles whom I have called, and the highest of adepts within the Celestine light. Let there be no others to bear witness of the miracles you shall call forth, lest they forget about the Source they cannot see and begin to venerate and worship you whom they can." Miriam nodded in assent, saying, "I understand, my beloved. Whenever I call upon the great powers of heaven, the effects shall be evident, but the source shall be unknown among men." From that day forth, Miriam began to practice in secret the greater powers of the Celestine light that Jesus had given to her openly, and she quickly became an adept among adepts. Then Jesus stood up behind her and laid his hands upon her head and called her and set her apart to her destiny, saying, "Miriam of my heart, I call forth the Aeon of Source to come upon you in fullness as you have capacity to receive it. Let every power and Aeon of the Celestine realm that you need at this time flow into you and imbue you with its light. You are called to fulfill your destiny in mortal flesh given to you at the foot of our Father and Mother before the creation of the world. And this until the time of your mortality is fulfilled, and you are called to your greater calling that still awaits. Unto the children of light, you shall be a tower of strength and a shield of protection against all the fiery arrows that might come upon them. As you continue to grow in knowledge and ability and into the fullness of your destiny, nothing shall be impossible to you as long as your love for me is eternal and your faith in the power of Source is perfect, even unto the filling of your soul. This I seal upon you in the name of the Source and by the authority given unto me. So be it. So be it, echoed Miriam. Then Jesus and Miriam stood facing each other, and holding hands, they stretched out their arms and lifted their hands up to the level of their heads. Looking steadfastly into each other's eyes, Jesus instructed, "Reach out to the heavens, Miriam, let the power of the Celestine light come into you, call for it, beckon it, open yourself without doubt, and let it be one with your soul." Miriam turned her head sharply upward toward the night sky, and still holding on to Jesus's hands, she cried out with a loud voice, "Father, Mother, I am here, your will be done." In the distance, a great rumbling of thunder commenced and rolled quickly toward the mountaintop upon which they stood. So great was its sound that the very earth began to shake, and at the base of the mountain, the apostles looked at one another questioningly and some with apprehension. Then with a loud crack of thunder that caused all those at the base of the mountain to fall to their knees upon the ground, a mighty bolt of lightning shot forth out of the sky and, with a blinding explosion of light, landed upon Jesus and Miriam. For a moment, the entire mountaintop was brighter than at noonday. 3 times the thunder roared and 3 times the lightning struck the mountaintop so squarely upon Jesus and Miriam that they disappeared completely in the light. Then the rumbling of the thunder faded, and the lightning was no more. But Jesus and Miriam were still standing, illuminated in the moonlight, their skin aglow, holding hands and gazing into one another's eyes, united in ways that perhaps no other 2 people ever could be. They remained like that, standing, holding hands, and staring with gentle intensity at one another for many minutes. Then in a quiet voice, Jesus said, "In me, the world sees miracles of renewal, and they question if what they see is of God. In you, they shall see miracles of power, and they shall not doubt the source from which it comes." At last, they came down from the mountain and returned to their friends. But they spoke not a word about what had occurred upon the mountain. And though everyone wished to know, none dared ask them. The youthfulness of age. After the evening meal, Jesus invites his apostles to ask him any question they wish, and Judah asks about Enoch and if it is also their destiny to translate to heaven without tasting death. Jesus speaks about the trials and tribulations of life and how they should help you to grow so that you leave life greater than you began, and that taking care of your body is of utmost importance, more so than living a perfect life. That night, they encamped in a meadow high on the mountain looking down upon a vast expanse off valley below them. After the evening meal of small fish and wild greens they had gathered on their walk up the mountain, they sat in a circle to hear the words of Jesus. Miriam sat at his right hand, and Salome sat next to her, holding her arm and resting her head upon her shoulder. Cephas was to Jesus's left, and the other apostles and their wives sat wherever they desired to complete the circle. Jesus invited them to ask any question they desired, and Judah, son of Cleophas, was first to speak, asking, "It is said that Enoch and all the people of his city never tasted death, but changed in a moment from mortality to immortality. Is this also the destiny for us that serve Source with all our life?" Jesus answered him, saying, "If you become so enraptured and harmonious with the celestine light of Source that you are perfected beyond the world and are unaffected by the mortal world around you, then you will be translated in the blink of an eye from mortality to immortality, for this world will no longer be able to keep you upon it, because your resonance has exceeded its capacity to hold you. There have been some through the generations that have found this path, but I tell you in truth, it is nothing to aspire to. If Source had wanted your mortal bodies to go from mortality to immortality without tasting death, that is the way you would have been created or the promise you would have been given to worthy children of light. Though it would seem to be a sweet reward for the pure and virtuous, in truth it only makes their path longer. Never forget that one of the reasons you are here in this mortal world of strife, pain, and turmoil is to learn from your experiences, both the bitter and the sweet. If you never tasted the bitter, you would not fully appreciate the delight of the sweet. If you never had to test yourself against the physical challenges of work and life, you would not become strong and healthy, but would become a husk without muscle or strength. If you never had to speak with others and learn to sometimes have a game of wit and words, you would never become a leader, but live and die as you began. If you never had occasion to fall ill or see your body begin to age, you would have far less motivation to eat a proper diet, have good hygiene, or do all the other things I have taught you to. Have health and vitality. To first live a full life and then to lay the mortal shell down for its final rest, be it in peace or with pain, is an important step on the path of eternal progression. And whether it is with peace or pain is most often in your hands. Most people are not afraid of growing old or infirmed. They are afraid of what comes after that. Many do not have an unwavering faith in the life to come. They are afraid that when they die that will be the end of their existence. And fearing this, they cling in desperation to every last breath and wish to extend their mortality to the utmost, even when it is in a painful and degraded state. Others have a faith in the hereafter, but still fear death, knowing they will have to make an accounting for the poor life they have led and fearing the place of cold and darkness they intuitively feel must be their destination. Though enfeebled and infirmed, they hold with intensity to every breath of mortality, apprehensive that the next life will be even less kind to them. But the children of light should have a different understanding about life and death and the door to immortality that opens at the very moment of your last breath. If you did not have challenges in life of all kinds, physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional, you would leave mortality no greater than you came into it. You would be like the stunted tree standing alone on the plain, always receiving water and sun but never growing tall and mighty among its kind because it lacked the challenge of competing for water and sun among its brethren in the forest. In trees and man, it is not good nourishment alone that builds greatness, but also learning to deal with adversity and growing stronger and taller because of it. This does not mean you should not always be striving for a life of peace and harmony, for you should be. But know that despite all you can do, there will be times when adversity still comes knocking at your door, and you will be tried by the fires of mortality. At those times, do not pray for Source to take your trials away, but for Source to bolster your fortitude and help you know and do the things you must to overcome your challenges, that your soul will grow and expand from your experiences. For this is one of your great purposes upon the earth. But then comes the day when mortality slips away, and your spirit and soul rise in freedom into immortality. This is not the end, but a new beginning. For those who endeavored to walk mortality with love, honesty, and respect, the immortality that greets them is more glorious than you can possibly imagine. What I wish you to clearly understand is that aging and leaving the shell of mortality is a helpful part of your eternal progression. Experiencing that allows you to, all the more, cherish and appreciate the immortality that follows. Those who never taste death in mortality, who simply lay the body upon the ground and rise with their spirit and soul to the fullness of the Celestine light, are blessed greatly for the personage of light they have become that enabled them to transcend the body. But they are also lacking in understanding from experiences, of the frailties and limitations of mortality. These are things they must then learn by proxy and indirect experience over a far longer time in the world to come. It is like a carpenter who learned by experience how to inlay wood for a perfect fit. When he sees the work of another, with a fine and perfect inlay, he admires it greatly and appreciates the skill and expertise of his fellow craftsmen. If the other craftsmen were to have a challenge, the first would have complete understanding and sympathy, for they had walked the same path and shared the same challenges. But were an observer to come that had never learned to inlay wood, that had never experienced the frustration of time gone to naught when the tiny sliver of inlay breaks, he would not be able to have the same empathy as a fellow carpenter who had walked the same path. At least not at first. Over time, if the man without experience was open to the heart of the carpenter, he would learn to understand and empathize with his challenges. So it is in the life to come and with those who die in mortality and those who transcend. What do you think life in the world to come is like? Do you think you are just going to be sitting around on the clouds, playing music and singing praises to Source? Not on any day, though you will find a complete peace and relaxation such as you have never known. It is also an eternity of great activity and accomplishment, where your eternal progression does not end, but increases. In mortality, it is those who either have false piety or simply little understanding of the nature of God, that are given to excessive praise to Source. As in mortality, your praises to Source in the world to come are heard more by the things that you do than in the things that you say. And in the Celestine realms, you do a great deal. Source is the architect, you are the builders. Where in mortality you may have built a house or brought a garden to bloom every season, in immortality, you will build paths that lead to the Celestine light for your brothers and sisters still in mortality and plant gardens that bloom, not just with flowers, but with entire new earths. And much more than that you will do in the Celestine realms. And it will be all the easier and more effective from the moment you arrive, because of your experiences, including growing old and the frailties of mortality. Everyone was silent for a few moments after Jesus was finished speaking as they contemplated that which he had spoken. Then Salome asked, "My Lord of Light, I am young, so it is difficult to imagine being old, and having seen a little of the suffering that some have in their last years, I cannot say I look forward to such an end to mortality. Is there not a way that we can avoid the slow degeneration of the body and still learn the lessons we must?" Jesus smiled broadly upon hearing her question, and he answered her, saying, "Sweet Salome, it is my hope that you and all the children of light will have health and a maturity of youth until your very last day. If one seeks to never die a mortal death, but to be translated to heaven, they need only live a perfect life of love and virtue, with good service among their brothers and sisters of light. That is a path many good children of light will walk, but almost none will reach the pinnacle, for it is distant and high. But though that pinnacle will be beyond reach for almost all, think not that you must then be like the people of the world who gather unto themselves new infirmities with every passing year and pass away withered into a shell of their former glory. You are children of light, and your life and your departure from mortality should not be like those of the people of the world. It has been given unto you to know every good food that enlivens and renews the body, and every good herb to heal and invigorate. The celestine powers of heaven are within your worthy souls, and by your faith and love, all selfless acts of virtue can come to pass. Unto you, it has been revealed the secrets of youth and vitality, and if you follow all that you have been given, you will be young in body, heart, mind, and spirit until the very last breath of your mortality. You will still age, for there is eternal benefit in that experience, but even in your last days, you should retain a countenance, vigor, and happiness of youth that belies your years. Live as you have been taught to live, and most often infirmities shall pass you by and sickness will have no power over you. When either comes calling upon you and catch you unaware, make them but passing unwanted visitors, for you have the power of heaven within you and the secret knowledge I have given you of water and plants and herbs and rocks of the earth to banish all infirmities and illnesses of the world. Even without the celestine powers of heaven, there is no sickness upon the earth that Source has not also given man a cure in water, plants, herbs, and rocks, good diet, sunshine, and good spirit. Among the children of light, all these things are known. Therefore, if you wish to be given the glory of the celestine realms in the life to come, love one another, love Source, and fulfill our potential in the terrestrial realm where you now live. In this, you honor Source, to be a good steward of the temple of your body and prove by the love and honor of your temple, and your willpower to resist temptations that would degenerate and defile your temple, that you are faithful sons and daughters of God, celestine lights of fire, worthy to enter into your glory in the celestine realms of Source. Miracles of body and mind. Jesus brings a young man back to life whose body is being carried in a funeral procession to be buried. Word about the miracle quickly circulates, and many people crowd around Jesus and his apostles, but he disappears. Miriam tells the apostles that he teleported to a nearby mountain and waits for them, which he communicated to her telepathically. When they reach Jesus, he and Miriam teach the apostles and Salome how to communicate telepathically. And it came to pass that Jesus and his apostles journeyed throughout Galilee for a time, and Jesus did many miracles, but not as many as people desired, for he only healed those who had a humble and repentant heart. In every town and village, Jesus preached the celestine light of Source, but few there were who listened to his words with real intent. Because he admonished them to live a lifestyle to which they were not accustomed, and put the responsibility for their lives and their eternities solely upon their own choices, which was a most disagreeable doctrine for many. And it came to pass that Jesus and his apostles entered into the city called Nain. As they came near to the gate of the city, behold, there was a dead man being carried out on a bier, followed by a woman wailing in deepest grief. And much of the city followed her, for she was a widow and mourned the death of her only son, who had been much admired by many. When Jesus saw her, he was so touched in his heart by the depth of her love and loss that he had compassion and came up to her and said unto her, Weep not, for your son has only fallen into a deep sleep and needs but to be awakened. At his words, the woman paused in her wailing, even though she continued to weep softly. For though she knew her son was dead, she still clung with a mother's love to the hope in the words of Jesus. But many of the men of the town who followed behind her and those who carried the bier were very angry at Jesus, a stranger, for interfering in the funeral and giving the widow false hope, and they prepared to come upon him and cast him away from the gates of the city. But ere they could lay their hands upon him, he came up to the bier, parting through those that held it, and using the palm of his right hand, he strongly struck the chest of the dead man, commanding, "Arise!" With this astounding affront, the men who had come to lay their hands upon him stopped in their tracks, shocked at his audacity and irreverence for the dead. Ere they came out of their shock enough to attack Jesus, the young man in the bier called out in a loud voice, "Mother!" And he who had been dead sat up, and seeing his mother, he cried out, "I am your son." The young man slid off the bier and stood up, and his mother came to him and embraced him with torrents of tears, but now they were tears of joy. Then there came a fear upon those who were present, and their eyes were wide with amazement and their mouths open in disbelief. With one accord, they fell to their knees and glorified Source. Many were heard to speak in awe of the great prophet that walked among them. Others gave thanks that Source had not forgotten his people. And the word of what Jesus did that day quickly spread forth all across Galilee and Samaria and Judea and beyond, for it was as great a miracle as any could imagine. So thick then was the enthusiastic crowd that pressed upon Jesus after he returned the deceased young man to life that it was all the apostles could do to stay close to him and keep him from being trampled. While he was thus surrounded by the multitude from Nain, he suddenly vanished and was no longer among them. The people, seeing he was gone, looked all about them to discover where he had slipped off to, but none could find him, not even his apostles. Shortly afterward, not discovering Jesus anywhere and seeing his own apostles at a loss to his whereabouts, the people of Nain dispersed and returned to their homes. After they had departed, the apostles spoke anxiously among themselves, for in actuality, none knew what had become of Jesus. Then Miriam came among them and said calmly, "He is not here, but upon the mountain to the east of the city. Follow me, for he waits for us there." As they walked toward the mountain, Cephas came to Miriam and asked, "Miriam, how is it that you know where Jesus went to, but that no other saw him slip away from the multitude? Did he speak to you and no other heard or give you a sign?" The other apostles had been listening, and they leaned in to hear Miriam's reply. "No, Cephas," Miriam answered. "He did not speak to me or give me a sign. For a moment, I was as baffled as you as to where he had gone." Cephas looked perplexed, but inquired in earnestness, "How is it then that you know he is on the mountain, and how is it that he could be one moment in the city and the next moment upon the mountain?" "Oh, Cephas," she exclaimed, "surely you know by now that nothing is impossible to Jesus. To be one moment in the city and the next on the mountain is as simple as breathing to him, for all he needs do is think it, and so it is. As for how I know where he is, he speaks to me in my head with words of silence that only I can hear." Cephas was intrigued by this and inquired, "Is it because you are husband and wife that this is possible? For never have I heard his voice in my mind or heard of any others who have." The other apostles, overhearing the conversation, spoke quickly among themselves, and each affirmed that they had never heard Jesus speak to them silently in their head. Miriam answered him, saying, "We have spent much time together, and our essence is in peaceful and familiar harmony one with another. It was years ago that I first heard his voice in my mind, and now it is often that we speak this way to one another, he to me and me to him. We have spoken of this gift, and Jesus has said that the ability to speak to one another in silence, with words in the head that no others can hear, is not unique to us, but is a gift of celestine light to all the children of light who love one another with a pure love, especially among husbands and wives. The day will come when Jesus no longer walks among us. He will always be in our hearts, but never forget He will also still live in the Celestine realms, watching over us. And for those who love Him with a pure love, His words will come clearly into their heads, and you and the other children of light will be able to converse with Him as easily as you do with owning others, so much so that it will seem as if He is still among us. Cephas and the apostles were amazed at the words of Miriam, and Yohanan asked, "How is it that Jesus has never told us of this gift before?" And Miriam replied to him, "We all learn a great deal of wonderful things from Jesus each day. But for all things, there is a time and a season. Until this day, it was not the time for you to know of this power of the Celestine light because you were not yet prepared by your knowledge and experiences to receive it. But now that it is revealed, it is the time, for you have prepared yourself in the lesser things and are now ready to receive a greater thing." Later, they came upon Jesus praying on the mountain, and they spoke to Him in excitement to discover how they might speak in their minds with Him as he and Miriam did. For the remainder of the day, therefore, He taught them how to listen in their minds and how to project their thoughts and focus them upon just one person or more than one if desired. Though none of the apostles succeeded at hearing Him or each other, they continued to practice with enthusiasm that day and the next and many that followed, until this was a gift they all were able to use, with varying degrees of success. And Miriam taught the gift to Salome, and she alone mastered it that first day and thereafter could always speak in privacy with Miriam and Jesus, even when surrounded by many people. Later, when Jesus and the apostles returned to the communities of light, the apostles began to teach the secrets of the silent talk as it came to be known to all the children of light when they were ready to receive it. He who is last shall be first. Jesus explains to His apostles that He has come to teach those who are humble of heart with an openness of mind, for the high and mighty will be blind to the truth, even if it stands right before them. The following day, Jesus and the apostles journeyed to Nazareth and met with Jesus's family for the midday meal. All through the morning while they were walking toward Nazareth, the apostles continued to speak to each other with excitement about the special gifts and techniques they had learned yesterday from Jesus and Miriam and to practice the silent talk with one another. While walking, the apostle Thomas approached Jesus and asked Him, "Lord of light, as you can see, we are all overjoyed and overwhelmed to learn of the mysterious Celestine powers you have shown to us, but in truth, some of us feel unworthy, for who are we but common people? Lacking in knowledge, poor in wealth, and naive in the ways of the great people and things of the world." Jesus answered him, saying, "I thank our Father and Mother in heaven because they have hidden the Celestine mysteries from the great and powerful and commanded me to give them to the lowly and meek. Good brother Thomas, the powers of Celestine light that I bring to you are only given to those who are babes, willing to learn, and humble of heart that they can feel the Holy Spirit sent by the Mother in their hearts. To the high and the mighty, the mysteries I share with you will continue to be mysteries, even were I to tell them the secrets, for those who think too highly of themselves have no place in their heart to honor something greater, with the humility and openness needed to see the truth. Celestine gifts that a man is not open in humility and gratitude to understanding, he cannot see, even if he holds them in his hand. To you, I could show a crystal of power, and you would be amazed and able to call upon the Celestine powers of heaven and earth that could flow through it. But the high and mighty man would see only a rock and would not even lower himself to acknowledge it could be a tool of power. Therefore, for him, it will forever only be a rock. By their own actions, men meet judgment upon themselves, whatsoever it shall be, and he who is first shall be last, and he who is last shall be first. Verily, I have not come for the high and mighty. They cannot see me for who I am, for they are too proud of whom they think they are. I have come unto you, my humble brethren, and unto all who labor and are heavy laden with the challenges of life. Those who hear my words and plant my teachings in their hearts will grow a celestine garden of great delight, and unto them I will bring peace and hope and reveal the secrets of heaven. Sins forgiven. Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and his apostles along with their wives, are invited to the home of a Pharisee named Abracomas for dinner. But when they arrive, he does not have room inside the house for the women, so he intends to put them outside on the patio, but Miriam alters the architecture of his home so everyone can hear the words of Jesus together. A woman, known to be a sinner, also comes to the home, but before she can be turned away by the servants of Abracomas, Jesus asks her to come in. Through the pain of her tears she withdraws an alabaster box and anoints Jesus's feet with oil of spikenard. He forgives her sins, but the Pharisees are aghast that he would be so bold, because only source can forgive sins. As evening came nigh, 5 Pharisees came up to Jesus as he was walking with Miriam and some of his apostles, and invited him to eat with them at the house of Abracomas, who was chief among them. Jesus thanked them and said he would come if there was a place at the table for all of his apostles. And they assured him there would be a place for them. Then Miriam whispered in his ear. And Jesus said unto them, My wife, being also one of my apostles, does not desire to dine as a woman alone in a room full of men, and asks that our wife Salome and the wives of some of my apostles who are also with us might also come to your table. The Pharisees were aghast at this request and knew not how to answer, for Abracomas had explicitly commanded them to bring Jesus for the evening meal so that he might observe and question him. But he would think they had been bewitched were they to invite women into the councils of men. Nevertheless, despite their uncertainty and trepidation, they invited Jesus to bring whomsoever he would. And it came to pass that Jesus went unto the house of Abracomas, and Miriam and Salome and all of his apostles and their wives came with him. Now Abracomas was a shrewd man, and having been told by the Pharisees who had invited Jesus that he would be coming with an entourage of both men and women, Abracomas commanded his fellow Pharisees to also bring their wives, that it would seem that a social gathering of mixed persuasion had been his intent from the start. Nevertheless, he had no intention of allowing men and women to mingle, and besides, his house was too small for so many. Therefore, he had an area set up outside on the rear courtyard for the women so they could share gossip and things of children and food while the men dined and conversed on the law inside. But when Jesus came to his house, and after they had met and saw what he had arranged, he said unto him, You have invited me to sup with you, and I have come, but you have made to segregate the men from the women, and these I cannot countenance for a month. Children of light, women are not considered less than men. Abracomas flashed an angry look at Jesus, but quickly it was replaced with a feigned smile and a soothing reply, Oh, I have heard that your wife is one of your scribes. A strange thing for a woman, but I understand if you desire her presence to record your words. Jesus replied to him, saying, She is much more than a scribe, Abracomas. If you desire to know of me, you would do well to first learn of her and of my other apostles and of all the children of light, for in them, you see me. The least of them can show you more of the Celestine light of source in one day of their life than you will learn in a lifetime of studying the law. I did not come to sup just for idle chatter, and if things of importance are to be spoken of, it should be arranged that everyone can hear and question. Still trying to project a veneer of the cordial host, Abracomas answered, Alas, Rabbi, as you can see, my house is too small for everyone who has come. Surely, it is but an inconvenience for the women to sit and sup outside after they have served the men, and their husbands can tell them later of things that were spoken of that might be understandable and of interest to them. Abracomas turned his palms up, saying, "It is unfortunate, but as I said, if the women are included, my house becomes too small for us to eat with pleasure and comfort." Jesus looked at him with an air of noble mischievousness, saying, "Perhaps, if we could include the outside in the inside, there would be room for everyone." Abracomas shrugged once again, smiling in smugness, and said, "That would be a good solution if my house had no walls." "Surely it would be," Jesus answered. Then calling to Miriam, he said unto her, "My beloved, would you be so kind to go and look at the wall of the house that stands between the patio garden and the main room? Perchance it was made weakly and is in danger of falling. If so, the outside might become the inside." Abracomas bellowed a hearty laugh, saying, "Come now, you go too far in your jest. Do you expect me to believe that your wife has the skills of an architect or builder and can assess the strength of my home? I assure you it was built stoutly, and were the earth to shake beneath it, my walls would stand." "My wife has many skills," Jesus replied. "Let her assess the wall." As Jesus and Abracomas were speaking, Miriam moved over to the wall that Jesus had indicated, and turning to him, she asked, "Jesus, is this the wall you were speaking of?" "The very one," he replied. Despite his protestations, Abracomas kept his eye on Miriam as she stood next to the wall examining it, as did the other Pharisees. The apostles watched also, suspecting more was occurring silently between Jesus and Miriam than Abracomas and the Pharisees were aware. Then Miriam reached out a single finger toward the wall of brick and said, "As you have spoken, so it is, Jesus. This very wall is exceptionally fragile. Why a strong gust of wind would surely topple it. This is absolutely ludicrous." Abracomas yelled. "Are you people possessed of devils that you have no sense for even the most obvious things? I tell you 1,000 winds have blown against that wall and not even a grain of sand has moved." Then Miriam looked directly into the eyes of Abracomas and said, "Or a finger," and ever so lightly touched her finger against the wall. At the very moment the tip of her finger touched the wall of brick, there was a loud and frightening rumble as if the thunder of the sky was in the room, and in a sudden movement, the wall was torn asunder and fell in a heap of broken bricks and dust outside upon the ground. A large circular hole leading to the outside courtyard remained, about the height of a tall man, and in its center stood Miriam, as calm as if she had just awakened on a pleasant summer morning. When the wall collapsed, there were shrieks of fright and surprise from both men and women, and in amazement, everyone looked at Miriam as she calmly wiped dust from the collapsed wall off her clothes. And Salome quickly came to her and helped her sweep off the dust that was upon her. Regaining his senses, Abracomas bellowed, "What just happened here?" And Jesus answered him, saying, "Let your eyes that have seen and your ears that have heard testify to you of what your mind did not know and your prejudice could not conceive. The emptiness of your wall will be there for you tomorrow to repair in greater strength than it had been, but tonight, the inside is now the outside that all who are gathered might be one. Even as you will build your new wall stronger than the old, let all who witness this night forge new bonds of faith and greater understandings about the true celestine nature of man to woman and woman to man. For there is nothing given by source unto men that is not also given unto women. But there is within the lives of most women more evidence of what has been given by God than there is in the lives of most men. Therefore, it is the women who can more often manifest the greater powers of the Celestine light of Source. And it came to pass that everyone did sit down to sup, and though most of the wives were still out in the courtyard, they could now clearly hear and see everything going on within the house through the large hole in the wall. Not many minutes had passed from the moment they had eaten the first food, when they were interrupted by a commotion at the entry to the house. Rising from his couch, Abracomas bellowed to his servant. "At the door, what is it now that disturbs me and my guests?" The servant came into the great room and said unto him, "Sir, there is a woman at the door who demands to see your guest. She is familiar with many men and is not the sort of woman that should be in your presence, certainly not within your home. I have forbidden her to enter, but she will not leave the gate." Abracomas opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Can I have no peace from women this night? We are here to discuss important matters of the law, not entertain harlots. Be gone with her one way or the other." But before the servant could move, Jesus spoke, saying, "Let her enter, for she has come for me." Now Abracomas was most dumbfounded by Jesus's words. And while his servant looked to Abracomas for instructions, Jesus spoke to him saying, "You desired to speak of the law. Let this woman enter, and the law of Source shall speak to you." Mystified by Jesus's words, but nevertheless intrigued, Abracomas bade his servant to admit the woman at the gate. In a moment, she came into the room, covered in clothing that only her eyes and her hands could be seen. She carried an expensive alabaster box in her hands and came immediately up to Jesus and knelt at his feet. Uncovering her head, she revealed herself not comely, but with graying hair and a lined face that had seen much torment in life. Looking up upon Jesus's face, she burst into a torrent of tears that flowed freely, falling upon his feet. And thus she cried for a few minutes without anyone saying a word. Then her tears began to ebb, and she pulled her long hair forth from within her clothing and began to wipe her wet tears from Jesus's feet with her hair. And she bent low and kissed his feet as she wiped them. And still not a word was spoken by anyone watching. She opened the alabaster box and from it withdrew an ointment of spikenard, which was a very expensive perfume, and, removing his sandals, anointed his feet with it, even every part. Abracomas, seeing this, exclaimed to Jesus, "This woman is a sinner. Which if you are a prophet as many proclaim, you should know. How can you allow yourself to be touched so intimately by her hands and hair?" Jesus answered him, saying, "Abracomas, the law of Source is being fulfilled before your eyes. Do you not recognize it?" Abracomas shook his head in silence and bewilderment, indicating he did not understand the meaning of Jesus's words. "Would you like to understand that which is now a cloud?" Jesus inquired of Abracomas. And he nodded his head in silence that he would. There was a certain creditor who had 2 debtors. The one owed him 500 silver coins and the other 50. When both were unable to pay him even a single copper, they begged his forgiveness and he forgave them both, with their promise that they would not err again. "Tell me therefore, which of them will love him the most?" Abracomas answered, "I suppose that the one who he forgave the most." And Jesus said unto him, "You have rightly judged." Then he looked at the woman, and putting his hand upon her head, he turned again to Abracomas and said, "See this woman? I entered into your house and you gave me no water for my feet, but she has washed my feet with her tears and wiped them with the hair of her head. You gave me no kiss of greeting, but since the time she has come, this woman has not ceased to kiss my feet. You did not anoint my head with oil, but this woman has anointed my feet with nard. Wherefore, she has shown by her heart and her actions the purity of the light that now guides her life. Wherefore, I tell you that her sins, which are many, are forgiven, for she has much love for the Celestine light of source. And for those to whom little is forgiven, it is because they have little love for the Celestine light of source and know not the Son of Light in their heart. Reaching down, he lightly touched the old woman's chin that she would look up at him. And looking into her eyes alone, he said to her, "Your sins are forgiven. Your faith has saved you. Go in peace, for your past is forgotten. Sin no more and become the daughter of light who dwells yet inside of you." Then crying once again, but now with tears of joy, she kissed his feet once more and got up quickly and left the house. Miriam and Salome excused themselves and followed after her. Seeing and hearing all that transpired, the Pharisees spoke among themselves in amazement and consternation, saying, "Who is this rabbi or even a prophet, as some have said, who would dare tell someone that their sins were forgiven? For only source can forgive sins." But among the apostles of Jesus, there grew an even greater love and devotion for he whom they knew to be the Lord of Light. Confrontation on the river Kishon. Jesus and his apostles travel west along the river Kishon so Jesus can preach, but they cannot find even one person who will listen to him. As they continue along the river, they stop so the women can bathe, but when the women are alone, they are attacked by some drunken men. Miriam takes aggressive actions to protect her sisters of light, particularly Salome, which causes unforeseen consequences. Jesus and those who followed him on his journey through Galilee stayed in Nazareth through the Sabbath, visiting with Jesus's family and continuing to have talks with the Brachomans and the Pharisees. The Pharisees never came to believe the things that Jesus taught, but they came to fear him for the authority with which he spoke and his knowledge of the law which could not be confounded, and of the things they had seen which they could neither understand or explain. On the day following the Sabbath, Jesus and everyone who walked with him on this journey left Nazareth and departed for Gabi, a town west of Nazareth. 7 of the apostles, including Cephas, departed at first light in the morning so they could arrive a few hours ahead of Jesus and have time to motivate the people of Gabi and nearby Bizerah to come and hear the teachings of Jesus, who was soon arriving. But when Jesus came in the early afternoon, they met him on the road, ashamed that they had not been able to find even one person who desired to come and hear him preach the gospel of Celestine light. Cephas was particularly distraught and told Jesus, "We spoke to groups of many, and with one accord, they turned their backs on us. We testified of your miracles and healings, but even the sick among them gave us no heed. I feel unworthy to be your apostle when in the course of a morning, I cannot even find one person to come and hear your teachings." Jesus answered him, saying, "You can bring succor to the man withering from famine, but you cannot force him to eat. I know you have spoken well to the people of Gabi and Bizerah with love and enthusiasm from your heart. If they will hearken not to your words enough to even take a small look at the light, they shall inherit the pain of their folly, both in this life and the life to come, save they repent and seek the light they now disdain." Cephas nodded in silent agreement and then went to find his wife among the group that had come with Jesus. Then Shimon the Zealot came to Jesus, and he was angry that the people of Gabi and Bizerah had rejected Jesus to the point that they would not even listen to his words, and he protested, saying, "This is surely a wicked people to give you the solace of their feet before they have even seen you or heard your words. I will pray that source puts a curse upon them and this land, that it will ever be a misery unto them and all the generations that come after them." But Jesus forbade him, saying, "In this life and the next, every person draws to them their own resonance and is blessed or cursed, not by source, but by reaping what they have sown." Nor would it be just to punish the land for the sins of the people or to cause generations unborn to pay a price for the sins of their forefathers, for they are born in innocence and did not commit the sin. We will pass by the towns of Gabi and Bizerah, even as we have passed by other towns when there is not one soul within them who will hearken to the Celestine light. But do not condemn the towns or the land or even the people and return to each another day, for as time and seasons change, so change the fortunes of people's lives and the inclinations of their hearts. The person that would listen not today may drink of the Celestine light of source in the future as a man parched from thirst. And it came to pass that Jesus and his followers continued west along the river, for they desired to visit the great sea. As they passed by a gentle curve in the river, there was a large, calm pool near a shallow ford, and seeing this, the women desired to stop that they might bathe in the clear water of the river. The men agreed and remained up on the road while the women descended into the river basin that they might bathe. Walking into the water fully clothed, they splashed it on their faces and lifted their garments to wash their bare skin beneath. And they frolicked and played, splashing water on one another. While they were in the water, 7 men appeared on the opposite river bank and called out to the women with obscene words and immediately began to wade into the water toward them, spreading out as if to encircle them. Salome cried out to the women, saying, "These men are drunk. We must flee now." Immediately, the other women began moving as quickly as they could through the heavy, impeding water to the nearer bank, all except Miriam, who stood calmly in the middle of the river, facing the drunken men who were moving rapidly toward her, some walking in water waist deep. Looking up the embankment to the road where their husbands were, Salome shouted out, "Jesus, Cephas! Come now to us, for we are attacked." Hearing her cry, the men moved at once to descend to the river and protect the women, but standing upon the road's edge, looking down upon the scene before them, Jesus held out his arms and bade them to stop for a moment, saying, "It is in times of greatest challenge that the true person of light and power can emerge from within the shell in which they are usually held by everyday life. Let us watch for a moment to see if Miriam discovers who she really is." Looking at the crazed men rushing toward her, Miriam muttered to herself, "These men are more than drunk. They are possessed by devils to act as they do." Seizing upon that realization, she said in a loud voice, "In the name of Source, I command the devils within you to depart." Her forceful words were heard by all, even by the men up on the road. But they possessed men approaching her only laughed, and now they were almost upon her. Salome turned when she heard Miriam's voice, and seeing the demented men coming upon her from 3 directions, Salome quickly moved back to help defend the one she loved. Miriam did not see Salome turn to come back toward her. Even as the attackers were almost upon her, she stood somewhat dazed and bewildered, not understanding why the devils had not departed when she had so commanded in the name of Source. She was awakened from her momentarily disconnected thought by a scream from Salome as she was grabbed by 2 of the men as she was almost to Miriam. Miriam turned quickly and her eyes were wide and her brows creased with anger. Without uttering a word, she forcefully threw her right hand forward with her palm slightly raised and fingers widely spread pointing at the men holding Salome. Immediately, they released her and fell into the water, screaming in pain and agony and holding both hands to their eyes. Still in a fury, still speaking no words, Miriam turned toward the remaining 5 men and in quick succession, with forceful movements of both her right and left hands held in the same manner, she called up the power of Celestine light within her soul with her righteous anger. The attackers were hurled violently out of the water and flung far across the river, landing with bone-crushing impact on rocks and trees. Standing on the road looking down onto the river, the men gazed in amazement at what they had just seen, and even having seen it, they could scarcely believe that which their eyes testified of. The women in the river huddled together, uncomprehending of what they had just witnessed and unsure if they should be grateful to Miriam or fear her. Salome came to Miriam in a rush, and they embraced one another and did not let go. Even as Jesus and the men came down to the river and went to their wives, Salome and Miriam still embraced and remained holding one another until Jesus came upon them. As he approached his wives, Jesus passed the two men who had tried to take Salome. They still thrashed in the water screaming in pain, and where their eyes had been, there was now only cauterized flesh. Coming upon his wives, Jesus looked Miriam in the eyes and lightly touched her cheek, saying, "All is well, my love. You are not as other women, and you have always known that. We will speak more in a moment, but know that I love you. Be not afraid or ashamed of what you have done here today." All things were as they needed to be. Going up to the first man, Jesus held him by his right arm, and holding his right hand over the man's eyes, he said unto him, "Evil spirit, you are cast beyond outer darkness." As he spoke those words, the man screamed one last time very loudly, then collapsed into Jesus's arms. Jesus removed his hand from the man's eyes and everyone marveled. For his eyes were restored as they had been, except for some scarring, which remained around the edges. Philip came up and took the man's limp body from Jesus and moved toward the river bank with his charge while Jesus went to the other man in the river who had lost his sight. Upon him, he also cast out a devil and returned his sight, and he released him to Yohanan to bring to the river bank. Several of the apostles crossed the river to check on the men Miriam had tossed like so many rag dolls across the water and onto the rocks and trees. Thomas called to his friends in the river that the man he was near on the rocks was dead. Judas Iscariot, checking on another of the marauders, shouted that he had also perished. The other three attackers were alive but severely injured. Hearing this, Miriam turned her head into Jesus's shoulder and began to weep. She moaned, "What have I done, my Lord? I did not mean to kill them or even to hurt them, merely to push them away and keep them at bay until you arrived with the men. Why could I not cast out their devils? What is this darkness that has come upon me?" Jesus held her close and comforted her, saying, "Miriam, your motives were only from the purest love to protect Salome and your sisters whom you love. Though the power you manifested wreaked havoc reminiscent of darkness, in you, that power came only from the purest celestine light of your soul. In time, you will learn to find a place of calm inside of you, which cannot be shaken by any storm. Then the celestine light of your soul will come forth as you desire, in greatness or subtleness, but on this day, the storm shook you, and the light rushed forth barely contained, acting in might before your head had time to calm your heart. But do not lament the fate of these men. Because of their drunkenness, they received evil spirits and would have done terrible things, even murder, to you and your sisters had you fallen into their hands. Darkness such as this, driven into sudden violence and maim, is only countered by a power of greater force to subdue it. In most things, love and light will rule the day, and few can fight against it. But know too that there are times and situations when even the hand of Source goes forth with a mighty sickle to hew down the wicked, for it is only that type of power that they fear and only that which can bring them to a place where they can feel and understand the love and the light that can follow. Then taking Miriam's hand in his, he beckoned her, saying, "Come, let us pass over to the other side of the river that we can attend to those who have fallen." Crossing the water, waist deep for Jesus and chest deep for both Miriam and Salome, they came to the other side of the river. Jesus went straight away to the men who were injured, and casting the devils out of them, he touched them and healed them, but not completely, nor had he for the men that had lost their eyes, for each was left with scars and diminished physical abilities than they had previously. Seeing this, Cephas was most curious, as were the other apostles, and questioned Jesus as to why he only restored the men to a part of what they had been. Jesus answered him, saying, Even without devils, these men do not follow the light, they do not have repentance in their hearts for the evil they have wrought. Let them therefore carry a painful memory of this day, that perhaps in the future, having considered for many days the cause of their pain, they might yet repent and seek the light. Hearing this, Judas son of Cleophas asked, Wise Jesus, I know you understand the hearts of men, even if they sleep. If these men had hearts full of repentance, what then would be their fate? Jesus answered him, saying, If they had a place in their heart for remorse for this and all their other wickedness, if they desired to make a full and honest restitution for their evil acts, they would have been made whole on this day. Then Yaakov, the brother of Jesus from Nazareth, called out, What are we to do with these two who are dead? And Jesus answered him, saying, Let them lie where they are for their friends to attend. At his words, some were surprised, for he had healed the others, and they knew he had raised the dead on more than one occasion. Therefore, Cephas questioned him as to why he would not restore the spirits of these who had died from the actions of Miriam. Jesus answered him, saying, To return a life is a great gift, one that requires a passion to see them live again and a willingness to part with much of your own life essence for a time, that the dead may be revitalized. These were evil men before they ever drank or had a devil. They died with rape and murder upon their minds and have paid the price for their folly and foolish choices. I love the men they could have been, but have no passion to see the men they would still be, returned to life. Nor am I willing to part with my essence for such as these. Jesus turned to return across the river, but Miriam tugged on his arm and said unto him, My Lord, I have a passion to see these men live again, and am willing to part with some of my essence for a time that it might be so. Is it possible that I might be a bridge between heaven and earth to bring the eon of source that these men might live again? Jesus held her gaze for a moment, then answered slowly and quietly, Yes, Miriam, it is possible. All that you have seen me do, any child of light may also do with knowledge. None more so than you, if you have faith, love, and passion, and do all things as you must. But knowing the evil hearts of these men, why would you desire them to return to a life of further evil, where they will still do evil to others, likely even rape and murder, even as they tried to do to you and your sisters? For they are unrepentant in their hearts. Miriam answered him softly, saying, I grieve for having been the cause of their death, even though they might have been the cause of mine and my sisters had I not acted. Nevertheless, I know that they must also have wives and children that will miss them if they never return. Please tell me what I must do that they might live again. Jesus pondered his wife and her motives for a moment before he answered, and then he said unto her, You must love them with as great a love as you have for me, or for Salome, or for Martha, or for our children. You must have faith in yourself and your ability to do this, and in my word telling you that you can, and in the power of source through the celestine light, by which the river of life flows. You must have a passion to see them live again, a passion as strong as you would manifest were one of our children to die before their time. Lastly, you must merge your eon with theirs, which even in death still resides with them for a time. You must join your aura to the parts of them that are broken, and from those, parts of you must let flow as much of your own life essence as is necessary for them to be healed on the inside and the outside and be made whole." Hearing his words, Miriam was crestfallen, and she said unto him, "O my Lord, your words hurt my heart, for though I desire these men to live again, I know I do not have within me all that you say I must. I cannot love them like I love you or Salome or Martha or our children. Though I would gladly give them a portion of my life essence and have faith in all that you said I must, I cannot find within me a passion as great as I have for our own children." Once again, she wept, and Jesus and Salome comforted her, and Jesus said unto her, "Miriam, sweet Miriam, as I said before, be not afraid or ashamed of what you have done here today. All things were as they needed to be." Sometimes the lessons of mortality are painful, even for you, even for me. But the future will be brighter, and you will become more glorious because of the lessons you have learned here today. Belief and faith. Jesus speaks to his apostles about the difference between belief, faith, and sure knowledge, which are the foundations for wielding the powers of celestine light. When questioned about obtaining faith, particularly faith in herself to the point of performing what most people would consider astounding acts, Miriam explains the process of her progression and how she gained the belief and faith in herself that enables her to do the things that she does. Leaving the men restored to care for themselves and their fallen friends, Jesus and all who were with him renewed their journey to the sea. As they walked along the path, many questions came to the anxious minds of the apostles concerning all they had just witnessed, but Jesus deferred their inquiries and promised he would speak in detail of everything that had transpired once they reached the great sea. While they traveled, he never left the side of Miriam and spoke to her often in a quiet voice that none could hear, save Salome, who walked on the other side of Miriam. They came at last, on the same day, to the mouth of the river where it met the sea. They passed a Roman outpost near the mouth of the river, but the soldiers did not stop them or bother them. Having seen Miriam look upon the post with intensity as they approached it and speak some words upon it, Salome knew why. Arriving to the water, Jesus bade them all to bathe, first in the salt water and then in the fresh water of the river. He asked them to separate into two groups, the women to the right and the men to the left, and to enter the sea naked so that their bodies might be fully cleansed and feel the freedom and joy in both the air and the water upon the nude bodies of their birth that Source had given to them. He further told them to bring their clothes into the water and to move them vigorously in the salt waters so that they too might be cleansed. Having only recently been attacked by men, some of the women were hesitant to go naked so close to the Roman outpost, but Miriam reassured them, "Fear not, sisters, the Romans will not come near us, for we are beyond their sight and forgotten in their minds. But if you need a balm upon your hearts, enter into the water fully clothed, and once you are covered by the sea, remove your clothes that you may feel the exhilaration of your nakedness in the water." The women smiled, trusting the wisdom of Miriam, and only Salome understood the fullness of Miriam's words. Unlike most of the people of their time, being almost fully immersed in the water of the sea or the river was not strange or unnatural to the children of light of the communities of light, for Jesus had taught them from the beginning to be at home in and upon the water and to bathe often, both their bodies and their clothes. Some of them had even learned to swim with simple strokes, and a few, like Philip, with excellence, much to the amazement of everyone. And it came to pass that they frolicked and played in the water, even Jesus. And with some hilarity and to everyone's amusement, Philip endeavored to teach some of the others to swim. "But if I release my feet from the bottom I will sink like a rock," protested Cephas. "Just try it, Cephas," Philip encouraged. "Stand here, where the water is only chest deep, and lay your body out upon the water and just begin to kick your feet and put your hands in the prayer position and then push them out and away as I have shown you. I tell you, without the support of my feet upon the bottom, my body will not float like a log, but sink like a rock, Cephas reiterated. Just try it, Cephas, Philip asked again. You see me swim, you see others float, are you not a man like us? Plus, you are a fisherman. How can you be a fisherman and not know how to swim? Humph! And what do you know? Cephas retorted amicably. I am a fisherman because I have a boat and have no need to swim because my boat floats. Nor do I need to be in water above my head to catch the fish because my nets bring them to me. When I do have occasion to be in the water, my feet touch the bottom. And if the bottom is too far for my feet to touch, then I am in my boat. Everyone laughed at Cephas' explanation and encouraged him and assured him that he could swim if he followed Philip's instructions. All right, Cephas grumbled, I will try. With that, he launched himself forward with a mighty splash and began to kick his feet and move his hands as Philip had demonstrated. With everyone laughing uproariously at his attempt, he disappeared completely below the surface even as he continued to thrash his arms and legs trying to swim. He quickly shot up out of the water, standing again with his feet on the bottom and sputtering and spitting water out of his mouth. Cephas looked at everyone laughing at him and, somewhat chagrined, laughed with them. Let me see each of you try this silly feat, that I might also laugh at you. And am I not a prophet? Did I not say I would sink, not float? His words, said in jest, brought even more laughter, and his attempted swim seemed to lighten everyone's mood from the sadness they had felt since leaving the scene of the attack on the river Kishon. After everyone had finished playing and washing in the salt sea and then rinsed in the river, they prepared a light evening meal, and when all were full and feeling better from their activities, Jesus at last invited them to gather together, as darkness fell, to speak of the shocking event that had occurred earlier in the day. And he said unto them, My brothers and sisters, you have witnessed today events that have singed your spirit, even as your body is in pain when it comes too close to a hot fire. I know you have many questions, so ask what you will and I will answer, that you might come to a fullness of peace and understanding. It was Matthias who asked the first question, saying, Wise Jesus, there are so many questions I have, scarcely do I know where to begin. My first concern is for the death of the two men. Their friends will have a tale to tell. What it will be I cannot imagine, but the end result I fear will be that the Romans will come upon us for judgment in their deaths. After that, I need to understand what my eyes saw occur at the hand of Miriam. I have not traveled with you long, so perhaps her astounding feats are commonplace. But extraordinary, even unbelievable they were to me. I know it must be by the power of the Celestine light of Source, but I ask you to explain how this power was manifested by a mortal, even a woman. Jesus answered him, saying, They will tell their tale, even greater than it was, to justify their own wounds and their two friends that are dead. But who will believe them? Surely not the Romans, who scarcely leave their own fortifications beyond the cities, unless an enemy they recognize, with swords and shields, is marching upon them. But those who wield the powers of Celestine light as a sword and shield are nothing more to the Romans than the wind, so invisible they see no threat, until the day comes that they too feel its power. Then you have come to lead us against the Romans. Shimon the Zealot interrupted hopefully. And you will teach us to do what Miriam did. Jesus shook his head and smiled like a father who continues trying to teach a child the same lesson and finds humor that the child still does not understand. No, Shimon, I am not the looked-for Messiah of the children of Israel coming to free them from the bondage of the Romans. Nor will I teach you any disruptive physical power you can use for anything against them or anyone else, save in defense of your life and those whom you love. Nor did I teach Miriam the ability to do what she did. But I have said unto all of you that if you have the faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to a mountain to take up and be cast into the sea, and it shall be done as you command. But as you have learned, faith is the power, but to activate the power, you must also have knowledge, love, and passion at the very least. If so little faith, knowledge, love, and passion can cast a great mountain into the sea, how much easier is it to throw men across a river? I despair, lamented Amram. How can we be your apostles when such feats, minuscule as you say they are, seem so impossible to us? I have seen many of your miracles and witnessed Miriam do things no mortal should be able to do. I understand all of this is by the power of the Celestine light of Source, which flows through those of faith. But my faith must be smaller than a speck of dust, for verily the only way I could move even a speck of dust, is to blow upon it. Upon hearing Amram, all the other apostles nodded their heads in agreement with the words he had spoken. Jesus explained, there is more than one thing to consider concerning these things. Therefore, let us look at each. Oftentimes, faith and belief are used as twin words, but they are in fact very different eons. Belief can exist without faith, but faith cannot exist without belief. Sureness of belief is the foundation upon which well-founded faith must be placed. But faith is often placed without a foundation of sureness of belief, and such faith is a house that tumbles to the ground from its own poor construction. When a mason takes an apprentice and he studies diligently with the master for a year, will he understand the fullness and be able to create the magnificence of the apprentice who has studied with the master for several years and become a master himself? So it is with Miriam. She has been with me for more years upon the earth than any of you will ever be able, and before we came out of the womb, we were together for a great time in the Celestine realms. Because she has seen many miracles, she believes in miracles she has not seen that are of similar eon. Because she has a sureness of belief in what she has seen, she also has gained faith in miracles she has not seen that are of different eon, and this is the essence of faith. Understand, belief is simply confidence in the outcome of something unseen, based upon the outcome of something similar that had been seen. But faith is confidence in the outcome of something dissimilar to anything that has been seen. Once you have seen it and know it, repeating the same action is no longer done with either belief or faith, but sure knowledge of truth that was attained from first having belief and then faith. These then are the steps of faith necessary to wield the greater powers of Celestine light. First to think that something can be done, then to believe it can be done, based upon having witnessed something similar, then to gain faith that something dissimilar can also be accomplished by the same power. And having seen this, to then have both your heart and your mind affirm with a sure knowledge of truth that you can call upon the Celestine light for any righteous purpose and it shall be done. A man came to a carpenter and desired to have a table built. Upon arriving at his shop, he found there were no tables, but only chairs. Not seeing a table, nor having visited this carpenter before, he did not have a sure knowledge that he could build the fine table he desired. But looking at the chairs, he admired the craftsmanship and the scroll work. Seeing this, he gained a sureness of belief that the carpenter could also build a table equally as fine. Therefore, sureness of belief is the substance of something hoped for, built on the evidence of something seen. If I go to heal a man who has a withered arm, you may never have seen me do this, but you have seen me restore a man's sight or remove palsy from another, therefore, you have a sureness of belief that I can also heal a man's withered arm. But this is belief, not faith, because it is based upon something similar you have already seen. But if I were to tell you that at my command, the sun shall stop in the sky, you would need faith to accept that, because nothing I have ever shown you would give you a sureness of belief that I could do this, for stopping the sun in the sky is an entirely different eon from healing a withered arm and is an eon you have not seen me wield. Then, were you to have faith that I could stop the sun at my command, you would need to discover if it was true faith, wavering faith, or misplaced faith. Now if the man desiring a fine table was directed by neighbors to a man addled in the head, who knew neither his name or where he was or what was his foot and what was his hand as the man to build his table, it would be an act of faith for him to employ him, for he had no evidence of things seen to believe the man could build a table. And it would be an act of foolish and misplaced faith that would bring him only sadness and disappointment, for it was faith placed without the evidence of a sureness of belief. And such faith is most often doomed to bring an unpleasant and painful end to he who gave it with poor judgment. Now if this same man desiring a table, had known the man addled in the head years before and had known him to be a competent carpenter, he would have a foundation of a sureness of belief in the man's past abilities to give to a faith that the man could again recall his skills and build him a fine table. But because of the addled man's recent behavior, he could not be certain in his heart that he would be able to build a quality table for him. He would need to have faith in him based upon his past experience, but it would be a faith easily shaken if the man did not quickly regain his senses and commence building an excellent table. Therefore, he had wavering faith, which sometimes fulfills and sometimes disappoints. Even as many of you have a wavering faith in yourselves. You have seen me do great miracles, and now you have faith in other miracles I can do, and some of you have gone beyond faith and have a sure knowledge of truth in some things. To do miracles yourself, you have some faith, because I have told you that you can do it and you have faith in me, but your faith is of the wavering kind, for though you believe in me, you do not believe as much in yourself. Until you believe as much in yourself as you believe in me, you will never be able to do the things you have seen me or Miriam do. Think it is possible, gain a sureness of belief, have faith that is unshakable. Gain a sure knowledge of truth. These are the 4 steps you must climb to wield the fullness of any power of Celestine light and to realize the fullness of the gifts that have been given to you. If at any point you are faltering, step back to the last step upon which you were firm and seek to begin again your quest from that point with renewed confidence and new perspectives. Everyone nodded as Jesus finished speaking, but most still had uncomprehending looks upon their faces. And Amram asked further, I understand some of what you have said, but in truth, some is still muddled in my mind. Perhaps, I am becoming addled like the man in your story. At his words, everyone laughed, and then he continued, asking, Can you tell us exactly how Miriam gained her ability to do what we have seen her do, how exactly she did it? And how may we gain a fullness of our gifts and connection to the Celestine light that she has evidenced? Jesus considered his question and answered by deferring to Miriam who was sitting next to him, Let Miriam answer, for having lived that which you seek, there is no one better to light the path for others to follow. Miriam looked at Jesus and smiled, then turned to face the circle of her brothers and sisters and said unto them, Jesus spoke of the apprentice becoming the master, and I know to some it would seem that is what I have done, but in truth, I know the powers of Celestine light that have flowed through me are a mere trickle of the powers that reside in Jesus and abide for us until we are ready to receive them. From the moment Jesus and I were first married, He began teaching me by both precept and example how to understand, call, and control the powers of Celestine light. He taught me how to recognize them and know which to call upon for the task at hand and how best to command them to obtain a fullness of the desired results. Nor are we alone, for there are many angels in heaven, each given stewardship over specific eons of power. After my years with Jesus, I know them all by name, and when I speak first to our Father and Mother in heaven, I always follow by calling upon the angelic steward of the eon I need. At least, that is the way I normally call upon the powers of heaven. That is what I did on the day I rose above the ground to fetch the stone Jesus held in the air. But what you saw upon the river was something different, a more direct path to the powers of Celestine light than I ever knew. I had no time to pray or to call upon angels, but only to react to what was occurring. I felt the power well up from inside me, focused by my righteous and passionate anger when I saw my Salome threatened. I reacted without thought other than to protect her quickly and surely. I cannot really say why it happened that men lost their eyes and others flew across the river, save it be that Source sent the powers of heaven through me that were needed, and this because my faith is true and unwavering. I did not ask or call for either of these things to occur. Know surely what I mean by that, my brothers and sisters? I could be scourged by the Romans until the blood ran from my body. I could be told my suffering would end if I would just deny Jesus, but never would I do it, not in my heart or with my words. Even though the last drop of blood would drip and my life would cease, I would never deny Source, and will always be true to the Celestine light, for it is better to die in the light than to live in the embrace of the darkness. Because this is the depth of my faith, I know I will never face that which I have described, for Source will always send the powers of heaven to protect me, even in ways I did not expect or call upon. When the men lost their eyes, my thought was not for them to lose their eyes. As I said, I had within me a righteous and passionate anger, and without thinking, I threw my boiling anger at them, sending Celestine light from my core focused through my open hand. That their eyes were lost was the manifestation of the power, not the intent. But the motion with my arm thrust and my palm held so, with fingers outstretched, is something Jesus taught me when we were in Egypt with the Nubians, as the best way to physically propel the invisible forces of Celestine light that can flow from heaven through us or come up from the reservoir that is within us. Understanding this way to physically focus and send forth the powers of Celestine light, that is what I did, with an instinctual intention to push the men in the river away from me and Salome. But such was my anger that instead of merely being pushed a little away and held at bay, they were sent flying high in the air and far and away. Again, that was not my intention, and the deaths of the men was not something I foresaw, but merely the consequences of the power of Celestine light sent forth with a greater anger and passion than I have ever before had in my own inexperience understanding how to control the power. I did not know, desire, or imagine that the results would be such as they became. I am truly sorry for their deaths, and I must ask forgiveness from each of you for wielding such mighty powers with recklessness. Please do not fear me. I am still just Miriam. I promise you that never again will the powers of Celestine light flow through me uncontrolled, but only as I desire and direct, and always in righteousness for the good of the children of light. As she stopped speaking, there was complete silence in the circle. No one spoke even a whisper, but all looked at Miriam. Then Philip said the words that must have been on the minds of all, "Miriam, thank you for sharing your heart with us. But know surely, never in our eyes will you ever be just Miriam, unless it is that just Miriam is the state of blessedness we all aspire to." Everyone nodded in agreement with the words of Philip. Then Judas Iscariot asked, "Miriam, please continue to enlighten us as to how you have come to the place where you have the ability to call upon these great powers of both heaven and from inside your soul essence." Miriam answered, saying, "Everything I have learned from Jesus would fill many books, but it would all mean nothing and would be of no more worth than the dust on my clothes to me, if it were not for the two most important lessons Jesus taught me. Lessons everyone must learn before they can have success with any of the powers of Celestine light. The first is you must have an unwavering faith in the source and a full understanding of their nature, for how can you have faith in them if you do not know them in both your heart and your mind? Without that knowledge, you do not have a clear focus upon which to direct your faith. Source is not one individual, but three individuals, and you must know that Source is a title for who they are, not Source, but the Source, our God, three who are separate, but act in all things of the Spirit as one. They are the Father, the Mother, and the Son, even He whom we are blessed to have among us now. Yet even Jesus at this moment resides in a mortal body. He does great miracles, but His body still bleeds and He shall still taste death, although He could choose not to. Knowing this, can you believe that He is one of the Source? Do you have faith that He is? Perhaps that is a faith too easy to come by, for we are in His presence, and even if we witnessed not a single miracle, we feel the power of His aura, which overwhelms us, such as the aura of no person ever has or can. In His presence, our soul testifies that He is of the Source and that He is very different from us. But what of Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother, whom we hear Jesus testify of, whom we pray to and hear answers in our hearts and minds, but neither see nor touch? Can we have as great a testimony of faith in them whom we neither see nor touch as we have in Jesus whom we can both see and touch? This was the first important lesson Jesus taught me, to pray often to Source, to speak to them in earnest conversation. Even if it seemed at first that I was just talking to the soundless wall of my house or the unhearing rock outside. To not say prayers of repetition, but to speak as I would to my dearest friends. I began to pray every free moment when I was not in conversation with someone else. And my prayers became like deep conversations with my parents or my closest friends. Even when I was working at mundane tasks, I would be speaking to our Father and Mother in heaven, just as if they were my earthly parents sitting beside me. I did not speak in hallowed ways, but about everything in my life, as I would to my best friend. I talked about great things like my spiritual desires and mundane things like how I disliked washing clothes as often as Jesus likes us to wash them. I spoke to them first about my joys, such as when our children were born, healthy and strong. And I cried to them when my heart ached, such as when our brother Yochanan the baptizer was beheaded by Herod. On any given day, I spoke to our Father and Mother more than I spoke to all other people put together. Though I never saw them as I see you, I came to see them standing before me in visions during the day. And during the night, I was often with them in my dreams. Though I never heard them speak as I hear you speak, I heard their voices in my mind. Though I never felt their embrace as I feel Jesus's, I felt their love and comfort just as warmly in my heart when I needed solace. Over time, I came to have a faith and to cherish my Heavenly Father and Mother whom I could not see with my physical eyes, but could testify with a real faith that could not be shaken that they live and love me and await for me to come back into their arms. Some will think that having faith in Heavenly Father and Mother is easier for us than it will be for those who come after us, for we have Jesus among us, and our belief in Him is sure. Therefore, it is easier to leap into a faith in Heavenly Father and Mother. While this is true, there is a testimony of belief and faith that is greater than actually seeing, touching, and hearing Jesus, and that is the witness of the Holy Spirit of Source, a part of their actual living essence, which is sent by our Mother in heaven to those who believe and seek the Celestine light. Each of you that have been called to be apostles has felt the burning in your bosom that is the testimony of the Holy Spirit that cannot be denied. Upon that foundation, you must now build. The second step Jesus taught me was that I must have a faith in myself as great as my faith in Heavenly Father and Mother and in Him. This was a more difficult challenge for me. Even so, I realized it was much less for me than it was for many others, especially most women who are subjugated to men in our society and have little sense of self-worth. How did I gain faith in myself? Step by step. My faith in myself did not come in a day. Once again, it began with Jesus. I accepted that this most wonderful man loved me and put me on a pedestal by his words and actions. If he whom I admired above all others held me in such high regard, should I not also hold myself? Understanding this gave me a shield that protected me from those who would put me down upon the ground. Especially when a man would act in ways condescending, I would remind myself that Jesus, whom I respected and admired above all others, held me in great esteem. Therefore, what are the petty words or actions of a lesser man to me? I came to a point that the words and actions of men or women that would demean me or try to control me or tell me I must act in a certain way as they decreed had no effect upon me. Jesus has praised the goodness of the children of light. Jesus has affirmed the equality of men and women. Jesus has assured each of us that we have only begun to call out the greatness that resides within us. If Jesus thus has faith in us, can we have any less belief or less faith in ourselves, else we dishonor Jesus? Girded now with a sure knowledge of Jesus's faith in me, I could only mirror that faith in myself, else I would be denying Jesus. It is the same for others in our lives whom we love and admire. If your husband or wife has faith in you and your abilities and you respect and honor them, you must then also have faith in yourself, else you dishonor them. Think about it. If Jesus, or your husband, or your wife, or your father or mother or brother or sister or best friend comes to you and assures you that you can do something you doubt you can do, you must either then believe in yourself and have faith that you can do what you have never done, or you are dishonoring those who love you, who have said you can do it. For if you say you do not believe you can do it, it is the same as calling those who love you a liar, for they have assured you that you can do it. From the day I understood that, I believed in myself. Once I believed in myself, I began to exercise my belief with greater confidence in the things I did and the words I said. This in turn began to produce fruits that were evidence that my belief in myself was true. Then I gained faith, followed by a sure knowledge in my ability to manifest the powers of Celestine light. Once I held a sure knowledge, I was able to make leaps of faith, such as on the day I retrieved the stone in the air. That was nothing I had ever done, but I had blossomed within Mijal Fenotohavi an unshakable faith that if I acted in unselfishness for the glory of Source, nothing was impossible. And so it is with each of you. The path to faith in Source and faith in yourself is the same one I have traveled. I know you have faith in Jesus. Now have faith in my words as your sister who loves you, for I testify to you that you are worthy, you are capable. And the powers of Celestine light can flow in you and through you as quickly and fully as you in humbleness accept your greatness and open the gate of the aqueduct through which flow the powers of heaven unto you, filling you to the brim. Then the Apostle Toma questioned her, asking, from your words, it is obvious that it is important to have the encouragement and support of those whom you love and are in contact with every day. How can one gain a faith in self, when instead of supporting and encouraging you, your family and friends speak to you poorly and in ways that undermine your confidence? For surely this is more the case than one of support, especially among women. As Jesus had turned to Miriam to answer the question of Amram, she now looked to him to answer the question of Toma, and he explained, encouragement and support are so important for self-esteem that to be in a home without these is to be in a pit that is continually dug deeper every time you begin to climb out. Among the children of light, let it always be taught to praise one another with love and sweet words, and to bite your tongue ere you say an unkind word or even speak in an unkind tone. And if a child of light continually speaks in ways that take away the self-esteem and self-confidence of another and, despite repentance, continues to sin in this way, it would be better for them to leave the community rather than remain and continue to poison the well of hopes and dreams. And know this, when someone by their words stands as an obstacle to the growth and fullness of another, it is no different than if they locked them away in a prison, and the sin is just as great in the eyes of the source. Either by actions or with words, if you damn the progression of another, you damn your own even more. But when you encourage and support the progression of others and call them to their greatness, you also grow and become more than you were. Then Cephas asked, what shall we do if the person who is thus damning another with words that take away their self-esteem and confidence is their husband or wife to whom they are wed at least for this life and perhaps even for eternity? Jesus answered him, saying, if the precepts we speak of are taught and taught often in the communities of light from the time of childhood until the time of the old and wise, they will be lived, for that will be the example that will be seen and emulated. Among new converts, who are not yet steeped in our ways, there may occasionally be challenges in the way they speak to their husband or wife, and these should be addressed with love. First, it must not be a secret within the home, but a sin that is confessed with remorse and dedication to change from criticism to praise. If the sinner does not confess to priesthood authorities, let they who are oppressed speak of their oppression to those in authority that the healing may begin. In either circumstance, let the healing begin with love. Reaffirm the teachings of Celestine Light in this regard, and with love censor and support those who have sinned to repent and walk in a new light. Encourage them, love them, and in all ways show them the goodness and kindness you desire them to show to their husband or wife. If someone has walked far enough and high enough on the path of Celestine Light that they have become a child of light by baptism and have come to live among their brothers and sisters in the communities of light, this and any other issue that may arise should be able to be willingly solved with a sincere repentance and loving and supportive brothers and sisters illuminating the better path. With those words, Jesus invited everyone to lie down to sleep for the night, with the promise that the lesson would continue the following day. Jesus asked the wife of Amram to say a group prayer for them, which she did, and everyone then embraced one another and said their parting words for the evening. Upon the following day, they went once again to the seashore, and Jesus invited Cephas to give them a demonstration of his swimming prowess. Cephas waved at him sheepishly and said, "Can the same jest continue 2 days in a row? I am still the same rock I was yesterday. Is everyone in need of a hearty laugh to begin the day?" Jesus answered him, saying, "Yes, Cephas, you are still a rock, but not the same one that you were yesterday, because now you are a rock that can swim." Cephas looked at him with a pained look on his face and said unto him, "I wish it were so. Is it a miracle you then are going to bring that I will float instead of sink?" "Remember our lesson from last night," Jesus replied. Then looking at everyone else gathered on the beach, Jesus asked, "Who believes that Cephas can swim?" At first no one raised their hand, but Jesus quickly did, and Miriam followed, and soon everyone had their hands raised. Then Jesus turned to Cephas and said unto him, All of us, your brothers and sisters, believe. You can swim, some even have faith that you can swim. Therefore, being mindful of our lesson last night, I ask you now, brother Cephas, will you swim for us? Cephas looked around at his friends and then only at Jesus, and he said unto him, Yes, I will. And he turned immediately and, shedding his clothes and sandals, began walking into the water. Philip hurried after him and caught his arm, saying, Good, brother Cephas, all you need to do is to keep the same vigor of yesterday, but remember to balance your movements. What do you mean? Cephas inquired. Move your hands in unison from the prayer position, extended before you, to a sweep like an oar on either side. Just as you row a boat with the oars in unison, so you must row the boat of your body in unison with the oars of your arms. The eyes of Cephas opened wide as he now understood the instructions of Philip, and plunging in the water, he immediately began to swim. He swam far out into the sea, until at last he returned when everyone began to call to him. He came upon the shore elated, saying, Did you see? I swam like a fish. Jesus embraced Cephas with an arm around his shoulder and assured everyone, And so may all of you accomplish great things, when you believe in yourself as much as others believe in you. This then is the beginning of the path to holding the powers of celestine light in your hands. Think it, believe it, have faith, and do it. Miracles of knowledge. Jesus speaks about the importance of gaining knowledge, which is one of the principal reasons we came into a life of mortality. And it came to pass that Jesus and those who walked with him journeyed north toward Tyre. As they traveled, they stopped at towns along the way, but at no place were they welcomed except at Ptolemy, where there remained some who remembered Jesus fondly from his previous visit. But even among these, there were none that desired to follow him, for they considered that their life was good enough as it was, and the way of life that Jesus taught was more difficult. Experiencing the rejection of the people in town after town and the reluctance, even of those in Ptolemy who welcomed Jesus to live his teachings, Thomas asked him, Is there not some miracle you can do to arouse these people from their apathy? If they will not take action other than nodding their head, even to you, how will we ever cause them to move beyond the meager comfort they cling to? In truth, why do we even bother to travel all these days? Would it not be better to remain among our family and friends and those who have accepted to follow the celestine light in our communities? Jesus answered him, saying, Have you swallowed a bitter herb this morning, Thomas, to make you all grumbly? Nay, good Jesus, Thomas answered. It is merely my frustration. I worry about my family and friends when we are away. And to stop in these towns oftentimes seems pointless, for the people are deaf and blind. To hear your words each day is a treasure, but we could hear them as easily and in more comfort with our families at any of the communities of Gennesaret. Please do not misunderstand. If you desire us to go from city to city and have the gates shut upon us, so be it. I will follow you even when I do not understand. But it would give my heart more peace if I could comprehend somewhat more about why we travel abroad and why you simply do not cause a mountain to fall into the sea to awaken these people out of their sleep, that they will listen and heed your words. Jesus answered him, saying, When you physically lift a boulder from the ground and walk with it even a small distance, you must focus your strength and continue to exert it until the task is done. The effort, however small, takes some of your vitality. Were you to thus move several boulders, enough of your vitality would be taken that you would need to rest for a time and renew yourself before resuming your tasks. So it is with miracles big and small. Many of the others had been listening as Jesus answered Toma, and now he beckoned them all to come closer that they might hear the rest of his answer. Many things are called miracles simply because of ignorance. If you know how to make fire and another does not know how, then when you make fire, it will seem as a miracle to them because they cannot fathom how it occurred. These are simply miracles of greater knowledge, and I exhort you to gain greater knowledge at every opportunity, for it will free you from the chains of life by which you would otherwise be bound. A true miracle occurs not from employing secret knowledge of the fundamentals of nature, but when you give up some of your own life essence, such as when you heal someone by calling forth your love and passion within the arms of faith. Though at the time you will feel only peace, afterward you will feel the loss of essence you have given. Other miracles come from Source and the power of celestine light that Source has given to the worthy, to flow through you. You are the bridge between heaven and earth. Your earthly body cannot long endure such powerful eons, and it will be both energized and exhausted by the flow of power. This is the type of miracle that moves mountains, for the mortal body does not have such power on its own. When a great healing is to be done, such as to give sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, walking to the paralytic, you must give of your essence with love, passion, and faith, and also call upon the greater powers of celestine light to flow through you. So you see, Toma, though it takes only a small amount of pure faith bundled with love and passion and a call upon the powers of celestine light to move a mountain into the sea, doing so also takes some of the essence of the worker of the miracle for a time. Therefore miracles, other than miracles merely of greater knowledge, should only be given to the worthy or in defense of life and never simply as a show of power or divinity. In truth, even if I were to stand at the gates of the city and call a mountain to fall at my feet, almost all witnesses would still deny the source of that which their eyes had seen, for to admit the truth would compel them to accept changes in their lives they do not desire. It is not outward miracles that bring people to the light, but inward. Only someone who is seeking a greater light will find it. Most are not seeking. They may be in misery or luxury, but in either, they are more comfortable than in change. Only when a person accepts in their heart that their life is more than a few decades of toil and mortality and honestly desires to learn of the eternity to come and the truth of God, can a miracle of truth and light begin to expand within their heart. Someone may be awed by a miracle for a day or even a week. Maybe it will even hold them in its spell for a month or a year. But unless they were seeking to find and live a greater light, they will soon cease to give credence to the miracle. Rather, they will accept every other explanation given by the ignorant, that they may be justified to continue to live their life outside the light. We go from city to city, town to town, preaching the celestine light, for the few who seek it and are willing to walk down the path it illuminates. But we go as much for ourselves as for others. As we journey together, we teach one another by our words and our actions and the experiences we share, which are different and more challenging than the experiences we have amongst our friends and families in the communities of light. By this, we grow and become more than we were. As we bring the celestine light to the world, we draw greater light to ourselves, even if all the doors of the world are closed to us. That is a wonderful explanation you have spoken, exclaimed Mataya. But what of our own lives? Can we use the powers of celestine light to enrich our lives? Not with worldly things, but with boons such as long life and health, peace from the Romans, and bounty in our lands. Jesus answered him, saying, as I said before, there are miracles of knowledge, and to gain greater knowledge is one of the principal reasons you come into a life of mortality. Source has put upon the earth all of the plants and herbs, minerals, and animals needed to benefit man in every way. But to know which plant is food and which is poison, and that which is poison but also medicine when used in small amounts, these are among the things you must invest your life in learning. When you heal a man of an infirmity using an herb, it is no less a miracle than if you had given of your essence or called upon the powers of Source. Knowledge is as much a part of celestine light as a miracle given from your essence. And for the person healed, it may be a greater miracle to use the herbs than to give of your essence, for most infirmities come from poor choices of food and wrong habits in life. If you take away a man's infirmity by giving of your essence, but he does not change his diet or his habits, his sickness will return or its cousin, but where will you be to heal him again? Hopefully, not at his side, for if he was healed by love and faith, but loved himself so little that he returned to his weakness, then he is not deserving to be healed again by a child of light until his heart changes to a sincere love of Source and of himself. But if you had previously given him herbs to counter his sickness and showed him that which you gave, when you are gone, he can continue to treat himself, even if he is too weak of spirit to change his habits that brought the infirmity. So it is with your own lives. Seek to gain all that you have asked, longevity, health, peace, and bounty of your lands by gaining greater knowledge of the things you seek and then employing your knowledge wisely, for this is one of the principal reasons you are in mortality. You can ask Source in prayer to bless you with all of the things you have asked, health, longevity, peace, and bounty, and much more than this. But know that Source will not answer you with a miraculous wave that immediately brings about the things you seek and desire, for how would you grow by that? In truth, if you went up to a man and asked him to give you 10 gold coins and he immediately complied, you would have little respect for the man, and the value of the gold to you would only be in proportion to your effort required to obtain it. But if you had to labor by the sweat of your brow for a year to obtain the same gold coins, they would have great value to you because you would have exchanged a year of your life for them in toil. Therefore, when you ask Source to bless you with the things you have spoken of, do not look for an immediate effect without effort, for that would be contrary to the very purpose for which you are here upon the earth. Rather, look for a door to open to knowledge that you can gain and employ that which will bring the blessings you seek, for it is that door that Source will open for you in answer to your prayer. By knowledge, you may gain all of the things which you have spoken of as you exercise the will to live that which you know. Let knowledge be the miracle that brings health, longevity, peace, and prosperity, living the word of Source that blesses your soul and loving of one another that enriches your lives. Miracles at the Ladder of Tyre. Merit, the wife of the Apostle Yaakov, falls from a cliff high above a treacherous area of the sea, and Yaakov leaps off head first after her. Instead of falling to their deaths, Jesus uses his aura to land them all safely upon a large rock jutting up from the sea. After healing Merit and Yaakov of their injuries, he teaches them how to expand and spin their auras to connect to the Celestine realms. Together, they calm the sea and buoyed up by their auras, they walk across the water to safety upon the shore. And it came to pass that Jesus and those who traveled with him continued on their journey to Tyre. After passing through the coastal town of Achzib and again finding not one person interested in speaking with them other than for commerce, they continued along the coast until they came to the steep and treacherous trail along high bluffs jutting out into the sea, known as the Ladder of Tyre. Following the trail and climbing the rough-hewn steps cut into portions of the south side of the headlands were tiring for everyone, especially for some of the women, with the strong wind that was blowing off the sea. While negotiating a particularly narrow passage, barely the width of a thin person, where the sea cape rose vertically on the inland side and the cliff fell away vertically on the seaside for over 200 feet, Merit, the wife of Yaakov, son of Cleophas, slipped and fell off the precipice with a hair-trending scream of terror. Yaakov had been holding her hand, helping her to pass the narrow trail, and no sooner had she slipped from his grasp and cartwheeled off the edge of the cliff than he leaped off headfirst after her, calling out her name. The events occurred so rapidly that other than those who were nearest and witnessed it, no one knew the tragedy that had transpired. As there were few places on the trail that one person could pass another, it was by yells passed down the line that everyone came to understand what had occurred. "Quickly go back the way we have come that we can reach the shore and rescue them," Cephas commanded to everyone below him on the south side of the cape. "They must have already perished," mourned Amram, who was standing beside Cephas. "If the fall did not kill them, being tossed by the waves onto the many rocks at the bottom surely did. And if by a miracle they survived the fall and the rocks, they will surely drown before we can arrive, for the waves below are huge and merciless." "Be quiet and move quickly," was all Cephas said in response, and everyone did as he bid and rapidly, but cautiously descended back down the trail. They soon came to a place where they could see the coastline to the north where Merit and Yaakov had fallen, but the sea crashed against the cliff face and there was no beach or sanctuary from the pounding waves, nor any sign of the couple. Suddenly, Matthiah let out a shriek, crying, "Jesus is not with us. He also must have fallen off the cliff." This declaration was more than many could bear. Many of the women began to howl in grief, and many of the men held their heads between their hands, overcome with the thought. Then in a calm but strong voice, Miriam said unto them, "Fear not, brothers and sisters. Jesus has not perished, nor have Merit or Yaakov, although I think they are injured. Jesus is with them even now upon the sea. They have ascended upon a rock above the waves and wait for us to rescue them." Everyone looked at Miriam, almost dumbfounded. "How do you know this, Miriam?" asked Cephas. "Did you see Jesus also fall off the cliff, and can you see them even now down the coast where no other eyes of ours can?" "All of you must have more faith," Miriam upbraided them. "You are not the ordinary men you seem to keep trying to convince yourselves that you are, nor is Jesus as any other man. We are all upon this earth for the high and holy purposes of Source, and until those purposes have been fulfilled, or unless we become unworthy, you must know with certainty that the hand of Source will ever protect us. I cannot see Jesus or the others with my physical eyes, but I see them with my spiritual eyes, and I know that they live. Nor did I see Jesus leap, fall, or jump off the cliff. One moment he was beside me, and the next moment he was not. But as surely as I know you are alive and here before me, I know they are all alive and waiting for us as I have said. Go now back to Achzib and gather men, boats, ropes, whatever you need to rescue our loved ones. You know me. You know I am not given to idle words. If I have said that it is so, so it is." Miriam spoke with firm conviction, and both with hope and faith. 5 of the apostles ran back toward Achzib to mount a rescue, while the others remained and tried to find a way that they could approach closer to the point below the cliff where Merit and Yaakov had fallen. Within 2 hours, the apostles returned from Achzib, and with them came 10 men from the town, carrying ropes. Himmaschel was chief among them, and he quickly took charge, ordering the men to a place above the sea, where he knew they could access the area the travelers were said to have fallen. Driving stakes into cracks in the rocks, they tied ropes to the stakes, and Himmaschel and another man descended Cephas insisted upon following them, and he overheard one man speak to him as Chel, saying, "Let us be careful that we too are not injured. The waves are very treacherous today. This is really a fool's errand, for nobody could have survived the fall. In all the history of this country, nobody ever has and nobody ever will. We will be lucky to even find the bodies." "I agree," Himischel responded. "But these are the people of the strange religion that just came through our town. We have seen their ilk before, and in their fervency of belief, they will not accept the death of their friends until they see it with their own eyes." Cephas began to respond to what he had heard, but then closed his mouth and kept his silence. After the three of them had passed below the edge of the cliff, they were followed one after another by all the other men who had come from the town, as well as many of the apostles. As Jovan, another of the townsmen, explained, they must form a human chain along the cliff face that the bodies could be passed along the bluff until they reached the inclined area where they descended and could be passed up. But Yohanan, who walked beside him, took great exception to the words of Jovan and said unto him, "We are not going to recover the dead but to rescue the living." Jovan shook his head with an all-knowing smile and said unto Yohanan, "I understand these were your friends and I am sorry if I offended you, but the truth is still the truth no matter how much we might wish it to be otherwise. And the truth is that no one could survive a fall from these cliffs. Where Jesus is, there is always hope. More so, his wife Miriam has said that they live. And that is the truth you shall see. So let us make haste as they must be getting assaulted by the waves." Jovan simply shrugged, and they continued working their way down to the base of the cliff. Suddenly, a cry of exclamation was heard from Himischel, who was at the head of the rescue party and furthest along the cliff. He had just rounded a large rock giving him an unimpeded view of the place Jesus, Merit, and Yaakov had fallen. "They live. I see them upon a rock, and they are moving." This good news was quickly passed up the line with shouts of joy by all of the children of light as they received it and looks of disbelief and incredulity by all of the townsmen. Jovan shook his head and muttered to himself, "It is impossible." Yohanan, overhearing him, assured him, "Nothing is impossible when Jesus is with you." As the nearest men, including Cephas, worked their way along the narrow shoreline at the base of the cliffs, they came to the spot nearest to the rock that the three who had fallen lay and sat upon. It was barely high enough to be above the waves sweeping in from the sea, and even so, those upon it were sopping wet, sprayed by the crash of every wave upon their tenuous place of refuge. Cephas came up to Himischel and asked, "How do we now gather them from the rock in the sea to our arms upon the shore?" Himischel answered him, saying, "It will be a challenge. I am not sure how they came to be so far from the shore. They should have fallen close to the base of the cliff. But they are where they are, and it is beyond the reach of our ropes even if a man had the strength to throw a rope that far. Nor can men reach them by boat from the sea, for their boat would be capsized by the waves or dashed upon the rocks. Nor can others swim from the shore to their rock, for the water is deep and the waves would throw them about like flotsam." Cephas tried yelling to his friends on the rock that they were perplexed at how to reach them, but they could not hear his words over the crash of the waves and movement of the sea. Yaakov was sitting and held Merit's head upon his lap as she lay prone with her eyes closed and her breathing shallow. She was bleeding from her head, and Yaakov had broken his left arm and held it limply at his side. Then Jesus stood, and he was uninjured. He looked all about him, first toward the men on the shore and then turning he gazed out into the sea. Looking down at Yaakov and Merit, he reviewed their situation. "Our friends will not be able to gather us to them, for we are beyond their reach. Today is a test of your faith, Yaakov, for only calling upon the powers of the Celestine light of Source will we be saved. How is your faith? Yaakov smiled and, looking up at Jesus, said unto him, We were falling to our deaths, and then we were caught up in a great gust of wind and landed upon this tiny refuge, broken but still alive. My faith was great before, but it is certain that it is even greater now. What must I do? I cannot explain it all at this moment, Jesus began. But the wind that carried us to our refuge issued forth from me, raising that wind and landing us softly upon this, the only rock near the shore large enough to hold us, has taken a large part of my essence. It will return, but for the moment I am weak, and with the tide rising, we do not have the luxury of waiting. But the same power of Source that is in me is within all who believe in the true Celestine light. It is in you too, Yaakov, and in Merit. I wish to use another portion of my soul essence to heal you and Merit now, but then I will be further weakened for a time. After you are healed, if we join together in faith, we can still the sea and walk upon it as dry ground, that we may reach the shore in safety. Do you have so great a faith as that, Yaakov? Truly, Jesus, I know you never speak aught but the truth. If you say the sea will come and we may walk upon it as dry land, I know without doubt that it is so. Very well, Jesus replied. And without another word, he put his right hand upon the head of Merit, and breathing a deep sigh, he gave her of his essence. In that very moment, she awakened refreshed. And looking at both her in amazement, she asked, What has happened? Yaakov kissed her softly on her head and said unto her, In a moment, my precious wife, I will tell you a little, and when we reach shore safely and are again with our friends, I will tell you everything. Then he nodded at Jesus, and Jesus came to him, and touching him on his broken arm, he gave him of his essence, and immediately his arm was made whole. Yaakov briefly then explained to Merit that which Jesus had spoken to him, and her faith was as full as his, and she was anxious to begin. Jesus bid them rise and stand, facing one another. He then asked them to reach their arms to the right and to the left, and to hold the person on each side about their waist, and then to bring their heads forward that all touched upon their foreheads. The men on shore saw this and were amazed to see all three not only alive but capable of standing, and Himmaschel turned to Cephas and declared, God must surely be with your friends, and it is right that even now they must be praying to him. Cephas nodded in agreement, but turning to Toma, who was next to him, asked, Is it in prayer that they stand or something more? Toma shook his head, unknowing. Back upon the rock, Jesus spoke to Yaakov and Merit, saying, As we stand, we three are united as one, and the power of three thus united is very great. Let us now unite our soul essences that they are three in harmony that move as one. Let us now swirl our one soul essence in a great vortex beginning in the space between our bodies and rising above us into the heavens, expanding as it goes ever higher. We are three confined for a time in frail mortal bodies, but through this vortex, we are one with all the great celestine powers of heaven. Feel and know these powers even now, for you are connected through the vortex from the highest heaven to your very soul. Know that connected to celestine realms through the vortex, we could call upon the angels of heaven to lift us from this rock and carry us to safe ground. But what growth to us would that be? Verily, our Father and Mother in heaven are most pleased when we discover and use the gifts they have given us. Therefore, let us use them now. United three as one, let us now swirl the vortex faster than the greatest storm, that it may build in its power, amplifying the celestine light to our own great potential. And as Jesus bid, so they did. Now together as one, let us command the sea to be calm. Say again after me in unison, in the name of Source, we command the sea before us to be calmed. And as Jesus bid, so they did. No sooner had the words, spoken as one, left their lips than the last wave crashed against their rock refuge, and then all was quiet except for a gentle movement of the sea. Upon the shore, the men of Achzib exclaimed in wonder as the sea suddenly stilled. And Himmaschel explained to Cephas, "The ways of the sea are strange, one moment ferocious and the next falling into a sleep. But this bodes well for your friends, for now with a calm sea, we may certainly find a way to bring them to safety." While Himmaschel was speaking, Cephas had not been looking at him but at his friends upon the rock, and seeing them now move toward its edge, he knew that the sea had calmed not by chance and that a greater miracle of Source was about to take place, and he told Himmaschel, "A rescue is no longer needed." And pointing to his friends, he declared, "Behold, they come to us." Even as he spoke, the three upon the rock came to its edge insomuch that the water of the sea covered the toes of their feet, and Jesus said unto them, "The same power of celestine light that landed us safely upon this rock can bring us even now safely to our friends across the water. The weight of your body can be lifted by the strength of your aura, which is the manifestation of the essence of your body, mind, and spirit. Let us stay linked arm in arm, walking as one across the water, each upheld by the strength of the other. The vortex to the celestine lights of heaven has renewed all of our strengths. Now our return to our family waits only for our faith in Source and in ourselves to manifest a power given to all but known by only a precious few, even the limitless power of celestine light. My brother and sister, are you ready to expand the light of your essence until your aura is flying away and you are as light as a feather upon the sea?" Both Merit and Yaakov nodded in agreement, and Merit asked, "Will we fly like birds, Jesus?" Jesus smiled as he looked into her eyes and said, "Not like birds, Merit, more like logs upon the water but incapable of sinking into it. This is all we need, and we should not call upon more than we need, lest we lose that which would have been better to keep for another day." Then without further ado, linking arms with Jesus in the middle, they stepped upon the water and they did not sink. Only their feet were covered up to their ankles. Without hesitation, they began walking toward their friends upon the shore. Seeing this, all the men of Achzib exclaimed in amazement, and even among the apostles, there was wonder. And most of those who had been traveling with Jesus had come near enough so that they could see the miracle of their friends walking upon the sea. But even as they witnessed the miracle, the men of Achzib recovered from their initial astonishment and began to deny what they were seeing, even as it was occurring. As one said to another, "It would seem that they are walking on the water, but remember there are ridges of rock just below the surface. It is surely one of those that they walk upon." The other men of Achzib nodded in agreement, and even as Jesus, Yaakov, and Merit were almost upon them, Himmaschel told Cephas, "Your friends are certainly the luckiest people in the land, not only to somehow safely survive a fall of great height onto unforgiving rocks, but to not be drowned in the sea and then to be uninjured and then to find an underwater ridge to return to shore. Surely the luckiest three people I have ever seen." Cephas answered him, saying, "Good Himmaschel, you yourself have agreed with your friends that surviving such a fall in this place is impossible, let alone surviving uninjured. Therefore, admit the truth your heart proclaims that you are witness not to luck, but to a great miracle of God that can be explained no other way." Himmaschel shook his head negatively in response. "No, it is just great luck, and no more. Were it to be more, my life would be turned upside down, and I like my life just as it is." Then before another word could be spoken, Jesus, Yaakov, and Merit walked ashore and into the waiting embraces of their friends and family. Lessons at the beach. Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and the apostles and their wives take a break from their traveling and spend a day relaxing and playing on the beach. After the midday meal, Jesus speaks about the lessons of mortality and growing from one's experiences, which is a Vidensudbeth demonstration of character. He also speaks about the power of prayer, what to pray for and what not to pray for. Jesus emphasizes the importance of knowledge and continual learning. Gond. How? Members of the community of light should have varied expertises that collectively make one community with great knowledge and abilities. He details the importance of living on the sea for health and longevity. He concludes by teaching them the Celestine light techniques needed to call forth the energies required to do as he did when saving Yaakov and Merit after they fell off the cliff. And it came to pass that Jesus and those who traveled with him continued on their journey to the city of Tyre. After they descended down the north side of the ladder of Tyre, Merit and Yaakov came to Jesus as he was walking with Miriam and Salome, and Yaakov said unto him, Merit and I wanted to thank you again for saving us from certain doom. Jesus smiled and answered him, saying, As Miriam has told me, she reminded everyone, you still have much work to do for Source before you can go off to paradise. Yaakov let out a deep sigh and responded, Still it was an amazing joy to still be alive. One moment, the few seconds I thought would be my last, I was reaching as I plummeted down to touch Merit's hand that we might die together, for I could not bear to be without her, and she was looking up reaching for me even as she fell. The next moment I was somehow alive, next to Merit, looking up at the imposing white cliffs and at you, being where you couldn't have been, but you were. No matter how or why, we can never thank you enough for saving us. Jesus put an arm around Yaakov's shoulder and pulled him toward him in the friendly manner of men and answered, You are welcome. But the how and the why are important, so let us discuss that with the others when we stop for the midday meal. As you wish, Jesus, Yaakov answered, and he turned to move back with Merit to the group that followed so Jesus could again be alone with Miriam and Salome as he walked. Merit came first to Jesus and grasping his hand, she kissed it reverently and said, I too must give you my deepest thanks, Jesus. I was so foolish to not be careful walking along the precipice. And in my foolishness, both my husband and I would have lost our lives save for you. Nothing I can say or do will ever adequately show the gratitude in my heart, but call upon me as you need for the work of Source and I will be there before the dawn. You turned my darkness into light, even as you do in so many ways for each of us every day. Thank you, Jesus, Lord of Light, thank you. Jesus kissed Merit's hand even as she had kissed his and said, In the days to come, you will have much to do for the work of Source, Merit. But each day, simply continue to be the light of sweetness and kindness that you always have been, and you will be serving Source well. The example of your life is as great as any other thing you can say or do. Merit bowed her head to Jesus and said thank you once more, then she and Yaakov stepped back to be with the others who walked in a group behind Jesus. They came at last to a beautiful sandy beach, and as far as they could see in any direction, there were no other people. Salome ran onto the beach and, throwing off her sandals, went onto the sand and twirled around with her arms extended, exclaiming, It is as if we are the only people in all the world, and such a beautiful world it is. The others soon followed and, casting off their sandals, began to revel in the feeling of the warm sand and water upon their feet as they walked on the beach and in the small surf. Miriam came up behind Salome. Leaning over her shoulder she kissed her mischievously on the cheek and pointed down the beach. Alas, we are not all alone. Look further down the beach and you can see a Roman villa, and beyond that the island of Tyre. Salome turned, and holding both of Miriam's hands, she looked at her playfully and said, I like my illusion just fine as it is, dear Miriam. So let us leave the cities and the Romans for another day, and today stay in my illusion. As they spoke, all of the others had also begun to relax and even play on the beach, and Jesus, seeing this, gave a great smile of joy. Raising his voice just a little, he said unto them, Though we have barely traveled today, this is a very good place. Therefore, after you have frolicked for a while, let us make camp and spend both the day and the night here. Tomorrow, we shall come upon Tyre, and for all the peace and serenity here, there are great challenges of spirit in that city. Therefore, store up good spirit from the earth and the sea, and your loved one for another today, that the reservoir will uphold you tomorrow. And it came to pass that with Jesus's encouragement and participation, everyone reveled in the sun and the sea and the sand, playing with one another like the children they once were but had long forgotten. Casting a net they had brought with them, some of the fishermen quickly caught many small fish, and everyone ate a fine midday meal accompanied with vegetables they harvested from both the land and the sea. When they were finished eating, they sat on the beach, and Jesus spoke to them, saying, Please remember this day and the feeling you have had upon this beach. The cares and challenges and strifes of the world have been forgotten for this moment in time. Released from your many responsibilities and worries, you have been able to give your adult a rest and let your child out to play. There is no one here to bother or persecute you or demand payment or labor, and that is a very good feeling, is it not? You have only the clothes on your back, but want for nothing, including food as a sumptuous meal provided by source that was easy to catch and harvest. The air is warm, the friendly company outstanding, and it is easy in this place to realize how little is really needed to find contentment. I say again, remember the feeling of this place each of the days to come in your life. Use it as motivation to remove yourselves from the ways of the world and seek out and live the simple life of contentment you feel today. Because of who you are, you will still need to venture into the world from time to time for the purposes of Source. But seek to build communities that are alive with the carefree serenity that you feel today. You do not have to go to heaven to find it, for you can create it and live it even upon this world. Earth is still an Eden for those who see it and desire it to be so. But the pure carefree joy and vibrant energy you feel on this beach cannot be found away from the warm sea. The sea warmed by the sun is a great reservoir of good eon. And where the land meets the sea, the energy is released for the benefit of the children of the earth. I tell you these things that you may plan for your future. In Palestine, we are in the cauldron, and the land of Palestine shall only become hotter upon the cauldron in the days to come. As I have spoken before, the time will soon come when you must abandon the communities you have built and travel to lands beyond the reach of Rome or under the fist of tyrants. It will ever be so that people fight over desolate pieces of land while staying away from the sea of bounty, which they fear. You must not fear the sea. The children of light are meant to be children of the sea as well as the earth. Upon the sea, the children of light would do well to live or to return to often. We will come tomorrow upon the ancient island city of Tyre. Consider it well. Though Alexander of Macedonia destroyed the city, it had remained virtually impregnable for thousands of years before his day. As an island upon a sea of bounty, protected by its natural virtues and the fortifications of its citizens, it grew to great opulence and decadence. When you see it, do not dwell upon what it once was or is today, but envision what it could have been if it had been a city of light instead of darkness. Appreciate the harmony of an island in the sea as a place where the children of light can have the best of both the land and the sea, while also being apart and protected from many of the perils of the world. This is what you should seek in the communities of light to come, as you are given the light by source to find and create them. The sea is much more than water and fish. It is life. It is the renewal of the life of the mortal tabernacle wherein dwells your spirit and soul. Do you remember why you are in these frail bodies? Why do you not simply go from spirit to eternal life in an immortal body? Why bother with this life of mortality at all? Especially considering the terrible pain and trauma it is for many people. Cephas answered, "As you have told us, Jesus, we are here to learn and grow from our experiences and our relationships and to build faith in Source and ourselves as we contend with the challenges of mortal life." Jesus nodded his head in agreement and told them, "Teach that and you will be teaching the Celestine light, but know that there is still more light than this. What is the purpose of contending with the challenges of life? To learn and grow. To learn is easy to understand. If you touch a hot fire, you are burned and you learn from that lesson not to touch a hot fire again. But how did you grow from that experience? If you have learned the lesson of not touching the hot fire and one day have a man about your fire who has never understood that lesson and reaches for the fire, what do you do before his hand is singed?" Yuddha answered, "Let him burn his hand a little so he too can learn and remember the lesson from his own experience and be sure to never do it again." Jesus laughed hearing this and said, "Yes, you could do that, and in truth, lessons learned from experience are the ones best remembered. But in the goodness of your light, what would be another alternative?" Yuddha responded, saying, "I could warn him of the consequences because I have already tasted those consequences, admittedly when I was a little child. So I don't know where this man has been sheltered all of his life. But being hard-headed as most men are, he probably would not listen or believe until he had been scorched himself." Jesus nodded in agreement, saying, "It is as you say. But the difference is when you gave warning, you shared from what you had learned in life and sought to prevent the pain of another person. In doing this, you demonstrated character, and it is character that is the fruit of your experiences and the evidence of your growth. Know then that mortality is more than just a place to learn and grow and develop faith. It is the place where you demonstrate by your character your worthiness to exaltation in the eternity to come. You have heard me say that faith without works is like a cart without wheels. By this, I do not mean works such as the Pharisees do, meaningless actions simply because they believe those actions please God and show their devotion. Rather, works are simply the character by which you live your life. Your character, good or bad, dictates your actions, your responses, and your interaction with others. These are the works Source looks upon, and these are the works by which you are judged, not how you cut or style your hair, nor how you wear your clothes, nor how many steps you take on the Sabbath, but how you treat your fellow men and women, even when there is no one to see, and how you choose to do right even when there would be no one to see you do wrong, and how you are not apathetic, but are ever seeking for ways to improve your world and help the lives of your family, friends, and fellow travelers in mortality. This then is the answer to how you grow. You grow by continually adding to the depth and quality of your character, and this is the path with faith and love to the Celestine lights of heaven." Jesus was silent for a moment to allow his words to reach into the hearts of those who listened to him. After a time, when no one spoke, he continued saying, "Each day, mortality puts a weight of challenges upon every person. Some are small, like the advent of a slight illness that comes for a day or two and then is gone. Others are great, such as an infirmity that strikes, causing ever-increasing pain every day of life thereafter. Relationships that are not harmonious can cause an anguish to the heart greater than the pain of any affliction of the body. There are also those who suffer in slavery, and then there are those who are called free but suffer as slaves to their weaknesses. They ever give in to their lusts to be fulfilled for a moment, but emptier and emptier in their spirit day by day. There are challenges to put a roof over the head of your family and food upon the table, to raise your children well, and to overcome the grief that is felt when someone you love passes beyond mortality. Day by day, in ways both small and great, you are tested by life, and it seems natural to call upon Source to help you, to ease your suffering or make the road before you easier. But if life's challenges are the furnace in which you learn and grow from your mortal experiences and through which your character is forged, and these are the measures by which your exaltation in eternity is judged, is it really in your best interest to have Source intervene on your behalf? Nay, it is not. There are many faiths and religions that are believed and followed among the people living upon this great salt sea. Some worship the earth, some a plethora of gods. All pray to the gods of their belief for their deliverance, for victory over their enemies, to be healed of their infirmities, to find wealth and many more things in their personal lives. And to all these requests to receive a blessing, how does Source respond? In most instances, not at all. Though the matter may be life or death for the person saying the prayer, even a child of light, it is better in most instances for them to experience what they will and make the choices they will to deal with it, rather than have an intervention in their lives by Source. Again Jesus stopped speaking to let his words settle into the hearts and minds of those who listened, and there was immediately much talking one with another about the words he had just spoken. Judas Iscariot raised his hand to catch attention and said, "Jesus, I understand that those who pray to false gods would have nothing but emptiness for an answer. But is this also true for the children of light? Wherein is our faith placed if it is not with the conviction that by living in the Celestine light, we are answered and upheld by the greater light of Source in our hours of need?" Jesus answered him, saying, "Source does hear and answer your prayers, but not every prayer you utter, only those given to make you greater than you were, not less. But most of the prayers given by men to any god are given to make them less not more, and the true light of heaven, even our mother and father, love their children too much to give them less instead of more. Therefore, Source hears all prayers, but answers few, because the supplicants are asking for the wrong things. Do not ask to be healed of your sickness. Ask to be guided to the knowledge to heal yourself. You truly can heal yourself of illnesses with proper knowledge. But you must be girded up to have the willpower to take the necessary actions to accomplish your healing, beginning with acquiring the knowledge in times before it is needed. Verily, when it comes to health and sickness, Source has put upon the earth every herb, mineral, and substance necessary to cure any illness that will ever afflict man when coupled with correct diet and right living. As we walk and heal others, I teach you the secret powers of stones, herbs, sounds, colors, and of your own aura. Remember these lessons well and continue to expand your knowledge and experience even when I am no more among you. Seek therefore in prayer to be guided to greater knowledge and to better remember the things that you learn. Seek to be strong, not weak, and to live in ways that promote health, instead of destroying it. Nor ask to be delivered from your enemies, but ask to be given the strength of arm or quickness of mind to be able to save yourself. Even better, ask to be guided by the Holy Spirit to paths and places where enemies will not be encountered, or to learn to expand your aura of harmony whereby enemies may become friends. In your prayers, therefore, do not seek solutions to your problems from Source, but seek from source enhancement of your own knowledge and abilities, that you might find a good solution for your own challenges, be they small or great. Even in that, do not seek to instantly know of that which a moment ago you were ignorant. Rather seek to be led to opportunities to learn, to find time to learn, to find a means to learn, and to remember what you learn. Seek to become more by becoming greater than you were, rather than less by doing nothing for yourself and only asking Source to take away your challenges. Give thanks for your challenges, for they are the seeds of your greatness and glory. Yet still there is a time for prayers to Source, asking for direct intercession, and that is after you have done everything within your own power, knowledge, and abilities, as have your friends, family, and brothers and sisters of light. Only then, after everything you could do has been done in faith and love and knowledge, should you ask Source in prayer to directly intercede with a miracle. And you have the sacred promise of Source to answer all such prayers that have been offered with faith, humility, and love. The people of the world worship a myriad of false gods. But in each instance they pray to their God, expecting their God to do everything for them. Do not be like these people of the world who worship gods of their imaginations that they know not, for this is an expectation that cannot and should not be met even by Source, the one true Creator of all. That is, you are literally the children of Source the Father and Source the Mother. Your relationship to Source can best be understood and felt in your heart and mind if you compare it to your relationship with your own children, or your relationship with your parents when you were a child. You hope for the best for your children, even as your father and mother in the Celestine realms hope for the best for you. You teach your children the good morals that you live to guide them in their life. But you do not force your children to obey them once they are of age. So has your Celestine Father and Mother given you the good morals which you live and teach, but without compulsion to live them. You teach your children all they need to know to make their own way in the world, even as your Celestine Father and Mother teach you all you need to understand and master the mysteries and secrets of Celestine light, by which you can yourself do great miracles, rather than call upon Source to do them for you. And you take joy when you see your children overcome challenges and make their way in the world with happiness and success, even as your Heavenly Father and Mother have joy in watching you grow and expand your light as you overcome the challenges before you. But should your children, though well armed with knowledge and abilities, encounter a challenge they cannot meet, and in their need come to you in supplication, you will not turn a deaf ear, but in your enduring love, will do all you can do to help them. So it is with our Father and Mother in the Celestine Kingdom, who take joy in watching you grow in faith and power. But when you have done all you can do in a worthy endeavor and have still fallen short, they are compelled by an even greater measure of love to answer your prayers for assistance. Once again, Jesus stopped speaking and waited for someone to seek greater knowledge about that which he had revealed. Then Thomas spoke, asking, "Good teacher, our lives are short, and there is so much to learn. If we are not to pray to Source for quick deliverance but to seek respite in knowledge, how will we ever gain all the knowledge we need in an entire lifetime, much less for those who are still young and have not had as many years of opportunity to learn?" Jesus answered him, saying, "One person alone seeking knowledge would be like one bee alone trying to gather all the honey for the hive. But you are not one but many, and the many should be as one. The knowledge of one does not need to be the knowledge of everyone. In some things, your knowledge will be the same as the knowledge of your brothers and sisters, but let each choose a few areas of immersion that they may learn and excel greater than most of their brothers and sisters in those things. Then let the children of light be as one body, that all challenges may be met by one among them who has the knowledge." Part of character is learning to live and work harmoniously within your family of light, that as a body of one all challenges will be met. Therefore let some become adept in the ways of planting and the harvest, and others in the ways of fishing and the sea. Let some learn the deepest secrets of the healing arts, and others the hidden mysteries of the power of aura and spirit. Let some become readers of the scriptures, and others historians of the people. Let some become teachers, and others learn to lead and administer. Let some become artists, and others craftsmen, some inquirers of science, and others philosophers and lovers of languages. Let none be above any other, but all equal before Source and one another in their efforts to become the best they can in the areas they serve. And may all serve one another not for personal glory, but for the good of the family of light and the glory of Source. But also seek to be well-rounded and ever questing for knowledge in many areas. Though you may become an expert in one thing, ever seek to become more adept in many others as well, and even an expert in more than one, even many more. Never forget why you are here, and learning is among the greatest of reasons. You learn greatly from your experiences, but should learn no less every day from your studies and observations. Nor forget that whatsoever you gain in mortality in knowledge, character, and faith will bring you ever higher in the world to come. Your knowledge, character, and faith along with your relationships of love are the treasures that rise with you. Again I return to the sea, to the warm sea that comes ashore gently on sandy beaches and is a delight to the senses to feel upon the body, whether just the toes or swimming naked and free. Children of light should be lovers of the warm sea, for it is a great and marvelous source of health and longevity. Gaining knowledge does take more than a lifetime, and with the sea, you can give yourself more time, for it will renew the very life essence of your body and prolong your life and health far beyond the years accustomed to men and women in this time. With these words, everyone seemed to listen more acutely, and Merit asked, "How then shall we use the sea to receive a reward of health and longevity?" Jesus answered, saying, "If you desire to add years to your life that you may have more time to learn and serve and prepare your character for the world to come, swim naked each day in the living, warm, salt sea for 1 hour. That, along with the proper diet, good amounts of pure fresh water to drink, and the other good habits of health I have taught you, will find sickness banished from your life and your years of opportunity upon the earth greatly extended in number." "But what if we do not know how to swim?" Shimon asked, lifting up his hands questioningly. Hearing his query, everyone laughed, and Jesus answered him, saying, "Then that should be the first thing you learn in your lifetime of seeking knowledge." After everyone finished laughing, again, Jesus spoke to them in earnestness about how it was that he had saved Yaakov and Merit. He taught them the techniques of Celestine light needed to call forth this ability and how great faith and love would magnify it. And he cautioned them to never use this gift except within the family of light, and then only in dire need and not for a trifle, for it was a secret not to be seen in the world. Therefore, it cannot be written in any book, but must remain a mystery to the world, and only told by the words of one child of light to another, as they are prepared to receive greater knowledge and light. Gifts of the Earth. When Talitha, the wife of the Apostle Toma, becomes ill, Jesus takes the opportunity to teach everyone how to determine the source of her illness, as well as the herb that will heal her, and emphasizes once again the importance of knowledge. The following morning they continued their journey toward Tyre. As they walked, Talitha, the wife of Apostle Toma, complained of pain in her stomach. Toma immediately desired to heal her by giving of his essence, but Jesus asked him to refrain for the time and continue walking for a few minutes. As they walked on the land near the beach, they came to a place where Jesus bade them stop. And turning to face them all, he said unto them, both small and great miracles of healing can be done by giving of your essence to the person needing to be healed. But this should be the last choice, not the first. In all things, seek to do that which brings the greatest growth to both you and those around you. To heal someone by giving of your essence requires pure love and faith, both on the part of the healer and the person being healed. When a healing is thus done, the love and faith is confirmed and thereby magnified. And that is the entirety and completion of the growth, save for future actions that may come because of the faith and love that was magnified. But there are most often other means to heal besides giving of your essence. And when the affliction may be small, such as a stomach ache rather than great, such as paralysis, then it behooves you as sons and daughters of Source, our Father and Mother, to gain and utilize your knowledge before your essence. Gaining knowledge, and regularly using the knowledge gained, is as important as gaining faith. And in both this life and the next, the rewards for those who gain and use both knowledge and faith are great. When someone comes to you with a sickness or affliction, you must first determine whether they are truly desiring to be healed. Many people complain mightily about their afflictions, but when offered the cure, they are unwilling to take it when it involves a change in their habits, which things they love more than they hate their affliction. If you have felt their spirit and know that they truly wish to be healed, even if it means a change in their habits, you must then ascertain what is the true cause of their affliction, and that is where we are now with Talitha. We know she is a good and pure woman of faith, truly undersigning of her affliction and willing to do whatever is necessary to alleviate it. So let us consider what could be the cause of her pain. Then turning to Talitha, he asked, "How long has this pain been upon you?" "Just since this morning," she replied. Looking then at his friends, Jesus asked, "From the things you already know and that I have taught you, what are some of the likely causes of her pain?" Merit answered quickly, saying, "She could be pregnant, as this could be the nausea of the morning, heralding the birth to come." "No, I do not think it is that," Talitha interjected, "as it is more pain than nausea." "It could just be an upset stomach from the berries we ate this morning," suggested Judas Iscariot. "Or from drinking impure water," added Salome. "It could also be the warning of something more serious," Cephas added somberly. Jesus clapped his hands once, and smiling at his friends, he said unto them, "Excellent! These are all well-thought possibilities. With those in mind, let us now look with insight upon Talitha's aura." So saying, Jesus came beside Talitha and passed his left hand several times over her stomach without touching her, and a few times further up even to her head, and then said unto her, "With your permission, Talitha, may all of our family with us this day come and do as I have done." "Of course, Jesus," she answered. With her permission, Jesus bade them to each come and move their left hand over Talitha as they had seen him do, and they each came forth. He instructed them, saying, "After you have first used your thoughts and observations to determine the possible causes, and have looked for evidence in her pallor and her eyes and her tongue and her nails, and whether she is hot or cold, dry or sweating, you now must see or feel her aura, that you can know the seriousness of the symptoms and how deep and far they spread into her body. I have taught each of you to see the sparkling jewels of light the body emanates, showing the state of all things both spiritual and physical. Now learn to feel this energy as well, for to feel is a more sure knowledge than to see. Pass your left hand over her stomach, close, but not touching her. Feel how the energy thickens and grows warm as you are over her stomach, how your hand tingles a little. Now move over other parts of her body and see how the energy thins and cools and no longer tingles. This is showing you that her problem is only in her stomach and that other parts of her body are neither affecting nor affected. Return once again to her stomach and hold your hand still and close. You can feel the beat of your own heart in your hand, now feel the pulse of her heart in her aura. Close your eyes and lose yourself from all things around you and be one with Talitha's aura. Do you feel another aura beating, or only yours and hers? Answer me only after everyone has felt Talitha's aura. One by one, they all came and did as Jesus bade and then answered his last question with unanimity, saying they had only felt the beat of their heart and Talitha's. Therefore, you know she is not pregnant, Jesus expounded. Did you sense a spreading beyond her stomach of the affliction? He asked. Again, they answered with unanimity that they had not. Then it is likely that it is as Judas has said, that her stomach rebels against that which she has recently eaten. Within our sight is a quick cure for stomach ailments. Who among you knows already of this? Several among them raised their hands in answer to his question, and Jesus pointed to his brother Yaakov to answer the question. And Yaakov said unto them, It is the scrub you stand beside. Pointing at a sage-like plant near Jesus, he continued, Marumaya is the cure, even as it is also for problems of breathing and women's afflictions and depression or nervousness. Yes, it is as Yaakov has said and as many of you already knew, Jesus responded. Merely chewing on the leaves or drinking a tea will alleviate all the symptoms of Talitha. And not eating those berries again in such a number as she did this morning will prevent the affliction from ever returning. Therefore, though you have been given great power to heal by giving of your essence, I beseech you to diligently teach one another of the many miracles of the earth our Father and Mother have given to you, and use the gifts of the earth for all of which they have been provided before you think to give of your essence. And know that all my days left among you, I will impart knowledge to you like a spring that ever flows, that you may become bounteous fountains of life and celestine light. Therefore, hold your essence unto yourself until the moment when it is truly needed. Upon that time, with faith and love, release the light, and nothing will be impossible to you. The healing of Tyre. Jesus brings his apostles and wives to the city of Tyre and tells them the details of the horrific attack and destruction by Alexander of Macedonia. Because the destruction was so horrendous, there is a great darkness that permeates the land, which overshadows the people who reside there. To assist the innocents, Jesus teaches his apostles and their wives how, as children of light, to expand their celestine light to overcome the darkness and bring light back to the land and its people. And it came to pass that Jesus and those who walked with him came upon the environs of Tyre and stood at the base of the thin bridge of land that led to the prominent point on the sea where Thermnansoft, the ancient Phoenician city, remained. Having come through the new city, which stood upon the mainland, they prepared to proceed down the land bridge to the island of the old city, but the women began to speak excitedly among themselves and to Miriam, who at last came to Jesus to speak their desires for all of them. Beloved, I know you have great things to reveal to us at the spot of the old city on the island. But my sisters and I want to ensure that you have allotted time for us to shop here in the new city upon the mainland, for it is not often we have occasion to visit Tyre, and though it is rare, there are still places we may find the purple dye which we all cherish. Upon hearing the request of Miriam, Jesus nodded affirmatively with a little laugh. Life is meant to have fun as well as to accomplish serious and great works. Be assured that we will all return to enjoy the shops of New Tyre and purchase the little things that bring large happinesses. Hearing his words, Miriam gave him an embrace and a thank you kiss on the cheek, and Salome, who had stood beside her as she spoke, kissed him also on his other cheek. Commencing down the bridge of land, Jesus spoke to them as they walked, saying, "This bridge connecting the mainland to Old Tyre was built by the army of Alexander of Macedonia when he conquered Tyre a little over 300 years ago." You have probably thought we have come to Tyre to preach as we have in other places, but that is not why we are here. If good citizens in small towns and hamlets will not listen to my words, even less would the citizens of Tyre, for they are today as they have ever been, a riotous people not inclined to the purities of spiritual life. That you may fully understand why we are here, I am going to tell you the history of Tyre when it was conquered by Alexander of Macedonia. I wish I did not need to tell this story, for it is bloody and despicable, showing the greatest darkness of the children of men. But only by understanding the fullness of the darkness will you be able to bring the healing celestine light to this land, for which cause I have brought you here this day, because when you have an understanding of the depths of the darkness, your desire to change it to the light surges forth with greater passion. Before Alexander, Old Tyre was a gem of the world, as far as cities can be thought of in that way. It certainly was a city wealthy beyond the dreams of other cities, for it is situated in the heart of the trading routes, with fine harbors, and, until Alexander, was nearly impregnable. During the times of King David and King Solomon, Hiram, king of Tyre, supplied the cedar wood and many other exquisite and rare building materials for the temple and the houses of the kings, and sent many carpenters, masons, and builders to Israel, for their skill was greater than any in the land. The Tyrians were perhaps the world's best traders. They were masters of the sea and travelled to lands further than any others. So had they also come, for their ancestors came into the great sea we are upon. Far to the west, from sparkling cities on an even greater sea beyond the portal of Baal, as it is called by the Tyrians, in years lost to antiquity, before the days of the pharaohs of Egypt. Most of the gold that adorned the Temple of Solomon was only acquired because Hiram, the king of Tyre, lent Solomon some of his navigators to guide them to foreign lands that they might obtain the metal. When Alexander came to Tyre, he sought to gain entrance under the guise of paying tribute with a personal sacrifice at the temple of Heracles. As he had been conquering one nearby city after another, the Tyrians rightly did not believe his motives and denied him entry into the city. It had been Alexander's intention to take Tyre, but with the insult given, he became obsessed with revenge for the indignity of refusal put upon him by the Tyrians. He determined not only to take the city but to make them suffer greatly for trying to humiliate him. Until that time, Tyre had never been taken by a hostile army, though it had sometimes paid tribute to invading kings such as Nebuchadnezzar, who laid siege to it for 13 years, but never entered the island city. The land we now walk upon was first laid down by the slaves of the army of Alexander. After his refusal of entry, he quickly attacked the mainland city and laid it to waste. There were hundreds of buildings made from stone, and none were spared. Each was torn asunder and, along with many great trees, was used to build this land bridge to the island upon the backs of over 10,000 slaves, most from the conquered city of the mainland. The Tyrians were caught by surprise by Alexander's action in building the bridge of land. This was a strategy which they had never considered plausible, as their island stood far offshore with deep and swift waters in between. But to their astonishment the bridge grew, and after several months had reached almost to the island, despite their continual attacks on the builders with archers, catapults, and slingers from their ships, even though many of those killed were their own countrymen, forced into slavery. But many of the soldiers of Alexander were also killed. Then a ferocious storm came, and much of the bridge, the parts made from trees and sand, washed away. The Tyrians exulted, assuming Alexander would give up after such devastation, even as all other would-be conquerors had before him. But the anger still burned in Alexander's heart and he had no intention of going away. He called upon his allies in nearby cities and a fleet of ships descended upon Tyre, neutralizing their supremacy at sea and preventing them from further meaningful attacks upon the construction crew and soldiers of Macedonia. The slaves then resumed their work upon the bridge of land, and as it neared the island the Tyrians became desperate. They sent divers beneath the water to attach hooks to the logs and repeatedly pulled apart that which was built near the city. But the soldiers of Alexander eventually killed all the divers and were soon within a stone's throw of the island. Now the king of Tyre sent out men in the night to kidnap officers of Alexander's army. With stealth and cunning, night after night, they made raids into Alexander's camps and successfully took many men, even though some of them were also killed. The day following each successful raid, the soldiers and officers of Alexander's army would be taken to the top of the high city wall where they could be seen by all the Macedonians below. While the soldiers of Alexander watched, their friends and officers would be stabbed repeatedly and their bodies would be weighted with stones and thrown to rot in the sea, unable to be recovered by the Macedonians for proper funerals. This action was meant to cause fear in the hearts of the Macedonians, but it instead enraged them and they redoubled their efforts to complete the bridge and attack the city. Before the land bridge was complete, Alexander began to pummel the city with great stones thrown by mighty catapults, and these stones caused immense destruction, not only of the great walls about the city, but also among the people and buildings within. The fateful day came when the bridge of land was completed and the walls of Tyre irreparably breached. Before the attack upon the city commenced, many thousands of Tyrian slaves that were still alive from the mainland city were brought close to the walls of the island city, just beyond the reach of the archers. Even as the Tyrians had forced the Macedonians to watch as they murdered their soldiers and officers and threw them off the walls of the city, so the Macedonians now put 1 out of every 3 male Tyrian slaves from the mainland to the sword before the eyes of their friends and family within the island city, and their bodies were thrown into the water and many floated like a flotilla of logs upon the restless sea. Then poured the army of Alexander through the breach in the wall and into the doomed city of Tyre. Before I continue, let us say a prayer. That despite the darkness you will hear next, you will still be filled with the sweetness of the light. It is better in the course of your lives if you avoid darkness, to see it or even to hear of it, like the greatest of plagues, for it can injure your spirit. But for the reason we have come to Tyre, you must understand what has happened here. But if there are any who are faint of heart, or cannot bear the darkness, even if only in words, and wish to wait here while others choose to continue to Old Tyre, there will be no shame, only understanding and love. At his words, Merit said, I wish to remain, Jesus, for the things you have already said have burned terrible pictures in my mind and I feel very nauseous inside. Upon hearing Merit's words, all of the other women save Miriam also voiced their desire to remain and hear no more, as did Judas Iscariot and Philip. But Miriam upbraided them, saying, Sisters and brothers, be of stout heart and take courage from source. Facing words of terror and places of darkness are eons we can feel in our hearts, but they do not touch us. And surely this is less than the evils that shall confront us physically in the days to come. We must take courage today and increase our light rather than shy away from darkness we should confront, ere it defeats us simply by fear. If Jesus says that you can stay and that is well, then so be it. But I ask you to consider what great light you shall not be a witness to if you do not continue with us, for surely Jesus has not brought us all the way here just to hear horror stories and look at old ruins. Hearing Miriam's words, they were emboldened and bolstered in their hearts, and everyone agreed to continue on to the island. Jesus then called upon Miriam to say a prayer for all of them, and she prayed, saying, Our Father and Mother in the celestial heaven above, please send your celestine light unto us. Though we hear of the darkness of days gone by and walk upon a land that flowed with blood, let there only be sweet light in our spirits. Uphold us and lift us up. Send your angels to be with us, and your celestine light to be upon us in every way. Help us to call the part of you that is in each of us, to be within every part of us, guiding us, loving us, and protecting us from being overcome by the darkness. May we ever be the light that makes the darkness pale. In your name, we humbly ask. So be it. Following Miriam's prayer, Jesus and the others walked on, and Jesus continued to unfold the events of the destruction of Tyre. As they had done to the mainland city, the Macedonians tore asunder every building and laid waste to everything within the city. A large number of women and girls and some boys that were not killed or did not take their own lives were raped repeatedly over several days. And every woman and child that remained alive was taken into slavery. Alexander gave orders that no wounded man was to be killed but held for execution. Accordingly, over 5,000 men were captured and executed, in many cases while their wives and children were forced to watch. As great a darkness had been upon Tyre during the siege and battle, the greatest darkness was yet to come, for Alexander did not quickly put his prisoners to the sword as he had done to the slaves earlier, but chose to make their end as painful and horrifying as possible. Those who were gravely wounded and would not be able to realize their suffering were beheaded and their heads impaled upon poles throughout the ruins of the city. Those who were not so gravely injured but still wounded and would soon die were burned alive. And those poor souls who were uninjured or only lightly wounded were crucified, but seldom in the usual manner. Many were crucified upside down, and many with wooden stakes impaled inside of them. And all only after they had been scourged and large patches of their skin burned with torches. When the army of Alexander departed, they took down every stone and burned every piece of wood so that nothing remained of the ancient city. No man who defended the city was left alive. Over 3,000 men who were not soldiers and 12,000 women and children were taken from the city into slavery along with those who had not been killed from the mainland. As he finished speaking, they walked in silence the remaining distance to the old city, contemplating the history of the fall of Tyre which Jesus had told them, until they came to the gates that had been built for the new city in the years that followed. Entering into the city that had been built upon the ashes of the former, they passed through narrow streets until they came to a hill upon which stood a temple. Stopping before it, Jesus spoke again to them, saying, You see a new temple built in recent years before you. It stands upon the spot where the temple of Heracles stood that Alexander had desired to go to make a sacrifice, but destroyed when he took the city. The ancient stone temple had changed gods it was dedicated to over time, but had been upon this spot for over 2,000 years. Because this was the instigation of Alexander's wrath, it is the center for the negative aeon that still hangs about Tyre like the darkness of death that it is. Yesterday, I spoke to you about the importance of using knowledge before choosing to give of your essence, and to wait for something of great importance, wherein knowledge alone would be insufficient, to give of your essence and use your gifts. Now is the time of great importance. In the world, you will encounter other places of darkness like Tyre. Oftentimes, the darkness comes from great battles that were fought on that spot where many men died. Other times, it may be a small area wherein a terrible atrocity occurred. Wherever you shall find pools of darkness, be they small or great, I charge you to give of your essence. and call upon the powers of heaven to seed that place once again with light. This is one of your greatest responsibilities as my apostles. These areas of pain and misery form vortexes of darkness, and they continue to grow and expand. They poison the surrounding area around them and continue to be the cause of further suffering among the people of the land, year upon year, even as the old city of Tyre has been known for over 300 years. In these places, people who are continually overshadowed by a cloud of darkness become darker within themselves, and thievery, murder, and all manner of atrocities abound. Because these places continue to expand their darkness, much of the world would someday fall into darkness and evil if it was not countered by light. To prevent this, you shall now learn one of the great purposes of the children of light, and especially you whom I have called to be my apostles. This you shall teach from generation to generation, that the children of light might always be the hope of the world that knows them not. This task to seek out vortexes of darkness and counter them and subdue them with your light and the celestine light that comes from Source. This is one of your most important tasks to fulfill for Source while you are in mortality. Gaining knowledge, adding to your character, growing in the understanding of the teachings of Source, raising your children well, being of service to others, and gathering and loving one another as brothers and sisters. In communities these are all wonderful and worthy endeavors, but they are pursued as much for your benefit as for others. But encountering vortexes of darkness, you are directly serving God, and helping to preserve the Eden of earth that Source has given to the children of men, that they may become more than they are. Let us go now into the temple, which is the center of the dark vortex, and I will further instruct you there. As Jesus bid, they followed him up the steps of the temple but were prevented from entering by 2 guards at the entrance. Jesus asked to speak with the high priest, and one of the guards left and went into the temple to seek out someone in authority. When he returned, he was accompanied by a tall, richly adorned man with black hair wearing a headdress. The guard pointed out Jesus, and the man walked over to him and said, "I am Ashtasaph, a priest of this temple. Are you pilgrims come to worship Baal, sir, Lord of Tyre?" Salome couldn't help herself and let out an audible laugh at his words, even as she covered her mouth with both of her hands. Ashtasaph scowled at her even as Jesus cracked a subtle smile. Looking again at Jesus, Ashtasaph said, "You look like Hebrew peasants by the way you are dressed, so you must be looking for work. Well, we have none, so be gone, your feet are despoiling the temple steps." Jesus looked him in the eye with the loving but piercing gaze that seemed to mesmerize people and told him, "If we may move aside, I would speak to you in private, and I assure you it will be worth a few moments of your time." "Unlikely, as you are already wasting my valuable time." The priest sighed with exasperation. But he walked quickly over behind a pillar, and motioning for Jesus to follow, he commanded, "Say your words quickly, for I am a busy man. We need your temple for an hour." "What?" Ashtasaph asked with incredulity. Jesus repeated, "We need your temple for an hour, exclusively. No other people should be inside at the time." "Are you mad?" Ashtasaph said, raising his voice. "I should have you arrested for sacrilege upon the gods. We would not turn the temple over to a visiting king, much less a Hebrew peasant." He then turned on his heel and began walking quickly back into the temple, yelling at the guards as he left, "Throw these scoundrels off the temple steps and do not even speak to them, for they are dirt." But as he entered again into the temple, he suddenly screamed a horrifying scream of terror. Ignoring the Hebrews, the guards ran into the temple to see the cause of the commotion. In moments, they came running out followed by Ashtasav. What was that all about? Cephas wondered aloud as the men sped past him and down the street. Snakes, Miriam, who was standing near him, replied, in fact, a great many angry cobras, all over the temple floor. Cobras! Cephas shouted in surprise. Did you see some? Do you see cobras? If there are cobras, we should head in the same direction as the priest. Miriam gave a little laugh. There are no snakes, Cephas. It is only something Jesus made them see. I think we should go quickly now into the temple before they return with more men to fight the cobras that are not there. Stepping quickly, they all followed Jesus into the temple, but scarcely had they passed the threshold than they were confronted by a beautiful young woman clothed in brilliant Tyrian purple robes that flowed lightly all around her in layers. A gold chain encircled her waist, and her long black hair flowed from her golden head-dress down to the small of her back. Who among you cast the spell of snakes? She asked. It was not a spell, Jesus answered. But there are no snakes, she replied, only illusion. More than illusion, Jesus responded. The power of suggestion upon minds that are weak is very powerful. In their heads it was a reality. Had they been bitten, they would have died. But you do not see the snakes, only the floor. And for this, you must be more than they are. She held herself up a little straighter and replied, I am Elissa, high priestess of the temple, and you are walking upon holy ground. Before Jesus could reply, Miriam stepped in front of him and said unto Elissa, I am Miriam, wife of Jesus of Nazareth who stands before you. If this ground is holy, it is only because Jesus now stands upon it. The Galilean prophet? Elissa asked. Some have called him by that title, Miriam replied. How is it that you know of him, for this is the first we have visited Tyre. Pilgrims come from many lands, and there is little of significance that occurs within the realm of Rome that I am unaware of, she answered. I have heard of his miracles and now understand more how it is that the men thought they saw snakes. Are there others still within the temple? Cephas interjected. She looked at him somewhat disdainfully. There were others, she answered, but they all fled when they saw the cobras on every floor of the temple. I alone remain, but the others will soon return and likely, there will be soldiers with them. She looked again at Jesus. Why are you here? She asked pointedly. He answered her, saying, We have come to cleanse your temple and this land of a great darkness. If you remain while the others have departed, it can only be because you are in harmony with the Celestine light, even though you preside over darkness. For a moment, with a scowl upon her beautiful face, Elissa seemed to contemplate an angry answer to Jesus, but then her face softened and she smiled, I do not preside. I am only the figurehead, the token virgin priestess. I have witnessed many vile abominations within these walls, but I do not partake of them, nor bless them, only endure the knowledge that they occur and there is nothing I can do to change that fact. Now Jesus spoke, saying, You are truly a child of light, Elissa, cast among the darkness. We are not your enemies, but your friends, even your true brothers and sisters, with a love for you that is pure. Even now, you know in your heart that my words are true. She smiled and shook her head affirmatively at the same time, saying, I do feel a sweet harmony in your presence, and I feel no threat from any of you. And I do feel your love, which in truth, I cannot understand, for we are strangers. You have not answered my question, but do what you have come to do and I will not oppose you. Elissa's eyes opened in surprise as Jesus boldly took her hand, which was never touched by priests or supplicants, and said unto her, If you remain, you must be a part of what we are here to do, for there can be no spectators, only all united together as one. Come with us. She looked at him with wonder, as if trying to fathom who she was beholding, and answered him, saying, Lead, and I will follow. Jesus released her hand, and motioning to the others to proceed, they walked toward the center of the temple. There was a room at the center just large enough for them to all fit in, with an altar off to one side and a beautiful motif on the floor in various colored tiles. Jesus bade them to form a circle in the room so that every woman had a man on either side of them, and he asked Alyssa to stand between Cephas and his brother Yaakov of Nazareth. Looking to Cephas, he asked, Brother Cephas, would you please hand out to each person the tools I asked you to bring? Nodding in acknowledgement, Cephas took a plain wooden box out from within his personal backsack. Opening it, he removed a linen wrap and, unraveling it, revealed many long, clear quartz crystal wands. Cephas cupped the linen with the wands close to him and then went around the circle, handing one to each person including Jesus. When he returned to his spot in the circle, he held the last one. Had Alyssa not joined them, they would have had one extra. Now Jesus spoke to them, saying, You hold in your hand, not solid water, but a common rock of the earth, in a most uncommon form, grown into the shape that you see it by the very intention of source, within the bowels of the earth. These wands, though extraordinary, have no power of their own, but are useful tools to help you focus and magnify the celestine light that flows in you, to call to you the greater forces beyond and to impede and counter dark forces that may oppose you, such as this terrible vortex of darkness we stand within even now. At his words, everyone looked around trying to see what it was he was speaking about, and each cast glances at their wand, for never had they seen anything like it, and Cephas had not even hinted that he carried them. Jesus spoke again, saying, We are here to subdue the darkness and bring the celestine light, that this city and the lands nearby may no longer have a shadow of death hanging over them. What I teach you today, you must teach to all other children of light wherever you find them, even as we have included Alyssa with us this day. It matters not whether they are a part of our community or even associated with us. If you find them to be children of light in their hearts and the actions of their lives, share with them this knowledge as they are prepared to receive it, that they too may be a force for light against the darkness. We are standing within a dreadful vortex of darkness that has grown larger and larger, year by year, since the time of Alexander of Macedonia. It has brought a curse upon this city and land in so much that it deadens the love and light and hope of the people. It grips their hearts with passionless disregard for life or virtue. The distance of this island city to the mainland doubled is how large a bite of the land this vortex now consumes. Let us begin by getting to know this monster. It is a ferocious whirlwind twirling rapidly, counter to the path of the sun. We will subdue it by creating a more powerful opposing vortex of celestine light twirling in harmony with the sun. There will be some among you who can see the aeon of this vortex of evil with their spiritual eyes. Others will be able to sense it and feel its putrid breath with their aura. A few may be able to both see and feel it, and some will be able to neither see it nor feel it at this time. Wherever you find yourself in your senses, you are all essential to our success. Close your eyes now and heighten your other senses. Hear the breathing of the person next to you and feel the warmth of their body. Now become aware of your personal aura, your sacred aeon. Feel it inside of you and surrounding you. Feel its movement through you and around you. Now become aware of the aura of the people on either side of you. Feel their eon and let your eon beat in one resonance and harmony with theirs. Now let the circle become united, one orm melded in harmony to the next and that melded in harmony to the one beside it and so on, until all within this circle are of one harmony of celestine light. Now that we are one light, we cannot be overcome by the darkness. Therefore, open your spiritual eyes and the fullness of your aura that you might see and feel the presence of the heartless monster whose maw we stand within. And speak out what it is you see or see not, feel or feel not. As Jesus directed, they all opened their spiritual eyes, and for some, this meant their physical eyes were open, while others kept their eyelids shut but reached out with eyes unseen to see that which physical eyes could not see. And each of them opened the shields of their aura that they could feel the well of darkness they stood within. Cephas was the first to speak. "I see it," he proclaimed. "It is like the darkest cloud of the most terrible storm, circling us as fast as a whirlwind, but there is no wind," he expressed in amazement. "I see it too," exclaimed Philip, "but it is translucent, not black. I can barely make it out. It is like a mirage." "I neither see nor feel anything," Matthias said with a tinge of disappointment. "I cannot see it," said Yohanan, "but opening my senses, I can feel a malevolent presence moving all around me, while I stand in a circle of golden protection." One by one, they all reported that which they saw and felt or did not see or feel. And there were only 4 besides Jesus who both saw and felt the whirlwind of darkness, and they were Miriam, Salome, Merit, and Alyssa. But on this day, there was no hurt pride by the men that some of the women saw or felt what they did not, especially considering that other than Miriam, none were even apostles. For on this day, at this moment, everyone was of one light and one heart and one thought. Jesus spoke once again, saying, "In your lives, you will encounter vortexes of darkness of many sizes and power. Some will be smaller than a wisp of smoke from a campfire. Others will be like this one, monsters upon the land. How large and powerful they are depends upon how dark was the deed that created them and how many years they have had to grow. Small vortexes, you can deal with individually, depending upon your natural ability and training. Larger ones require more children of light to be united in a circle of light. Within that circle, there will be some who are adepts and others who are neophytes, and this too must be taken into account, for 3 adepts could subdue a vortex of the same size and power that would require 100 neophytes. But 1 adept alone could only subdue a vortex of the same size and power that 7 to 9 neophytes could subdue. Therefore, understand there is much greater power in 2 untied than there is in 1 and more still in 3 or 12 or more. Your individual power and intention is magnified many times by the number of you that stand shoulder to shoulder united as one. Even as you, my 12 apostles, shall one day all be adepts. And on that day, the power of you 12 as one shall exceed that of many thousands of novices. Therefore, take heed of my words and study and practice faithfully the secrets of celestine light that I share with you, that you can wield it with effectiveness in the name of Source. Now let us tame this beast. Each of you, take your left hand and place it on the right shoulder or waist of the person to your left. In this manner, we are all connected physically as well as aurically. Hold forth your wands with your right hand, pointing them just above our heads toward the center of our circle. Repeat now this prayer after me. And they repeated each few words immediately after he spoke them, saying, "In the name of Source, we call upon the celestine light of heaven to flow to us and through us, to magnify us, that we might be one with the Aeon of Source, that we might serve our brothers and sisters and banish this darkness and free the land to live again in light." So be it. As they spoke their last word, there was a brilliant beam of light that came forth from each of their wands, and colliding in the center of the circle, it produced a radiant flash of light that expanded quickly beyond the circle and past the confines of the room. Jesus continued to lead them, saying, "Now hold your wands pointing not to the center but up and to the left, angled up above the head of the person to your left. Call forth your essence from within you. At the bottom of each breath, focus your essence to flow through and up your right arm, into your hand. Swirl it then for a moment, building its power still greater until your body can no more contain it, and it bursts forth from the tip of your wand. Let the power continue to flow through you and up your arm and out of your wand. Do not allow yourself to become weakened by loss of your essence, but open yourself to receive the limitless celestine light of heaven and send it out through your wand. We have formed our own vortex of celestine light, and it swirls now in the heart of the vortex of darkness. And within the circle swirled the most amazing rainbow vortex made of innumerable scintillating points of light. Jesus continued, keeping your wands pointing up, in unison so that everyone's is pointing to the same degree. Begin to physically swirl your wands in unison all around the circle as I do, passing over the head of each person in the circle including yourself. Let us continue this movement, increasing our speed with each revolution around the circle. Call up from within and out from the heavens for pure celestine light to flow to you and through you, and out your wand in unison with our brothers and sisters of the sacred circle. And the beautiful rainbow vortex expanded as they moved their wands faster and faster with each revolution around the circle. Almost complete, my brothers and sisters, Jesus said supportively. With one last intensity, send now a final burst of light out into this scarred land with a shout of Elcharis. As Jesus directed, so did they do. When it was done, most of them fell to the ground in exhaustion, for even with the eon they had drawn from heaven, they had still given up much of their essence. Cephas, Miriam, Yohanan, and Yaakov remained standing along with Jesus, and he bid them to quickly go to their brothers and sisters and give them some of their essence that they might be revived, for Ashtzeph was returning in moments with soldiers. They did as Jesus bid, and as a group, they were departing the temple just as Ashtzeph arrived with the other priests and soldiers. Ashtzeph ordered the soldiers to arrest the Hebrews because they had violated the temple. But Alyssa made her way to the front of the confrontation and forbade the soldiers, saying, "Cease! You will not arrest these good people. They have been in audience with me, and as high priestess, it is my prerogative to give audiences to whom I will." Ashtzeph was grinding his teeth in frustration. It was he who ran the affairs of the temple, but by their own rules of faith, the high priestess was the direct representative of the god and could grant audiences to whomever she desired. "What of the snakes, highest one?" he said through a forced smile. "The soldiers must enter the sanctuary to rid us of the vipers." "The snakes are no more," Alyssa said dismissively. "No more," stuttered Ashtzeph. "But how can that be? There were hundreds of them." Alyssa stood straight and tall and stared at Ashtzeph until he looked down, saying, "You don't forget yourself, Ashtzeph, and that it is the high priestess of Baal who tells you that the snakes are no more." Looking very confused and flustered, Ashtzeph nodded his head, saying, "Of course, it is as you say." Then turning to the soldiers, he bid them return to their barracks and assured them that all was well. After the soldiers had departed and Ashtzeph and the priests had entered the temple, Alyssa remained to say some words of parting to Jesus. She looked at him crestfallen and said, "Having tasted the sweetest of fruit, how can I ever go back to eating dirt?" Before he could answer, Talitha interjected, saying, "Come with us, Alyssa. You are one of the children of light. But Alyssa shook her head sadly, saying, Would that I could, for my heart longs to be with you and aches already at the thought of being apart from you. But I am chained to this temple until the day I die, which is only a few more years, for high priestesses are not allowed to live past 30, but are given in sacrifice on the high holy day to Baal. While I live in the temple, I am treated like royalty, but were I to voluntarily take a step onto the ground away from the temple, I would cease to be high priestess and would be given in sacrifice on the very next holiday. Well, that makes it easy, said Philip, who was standing near. We will just come back and kidnap you. If we wait for a moon or so, your disappearance will not be associated with us, and if by some chance we are caught, you will not be sacrificed because you did not leave voluntarily. Thank you, noble Philip, she whispered. But were I to taste freedom among the light and then be caught and returned to slavery in the darkness, I fear I would so despair that I would welcome death. And even if it did not come then, I have only a few years remaining as high priestess. Jesus comforted her, Fear not, good sister of the light. We will not abandon you to live among the darkness or die before your time. Even as Philip has said, we will return for you, but perhaps not so overtly as a kidnapping. You are blessed with the Holy Spirit of Source to be ever with you and comfort you until the day we shall return for you. Therefore, be of good cheer. I will come to you in your dreams and make all known to you that needs to be known to bring you safely among us. Thank you was all she said, and then she slipped quickly back into the temple lest she draw too much attention by lingering with the Hebrews. As they turned to depart, Cephas looked at Jesus and said unto him, This has been an event-filled day. I think we shall have much to talk about this evening. Yes, Jesus agreed, more than you know. Escape from Tyre. Jesus creates a grand illusion to aid in the escape of the high priestess Alyssa from the city of Tyre. That night, as he promised, Jesus came to Alyssa in a dream when she first fell asleep, and again just before she awoke, and revealed to her all that he would do to effect their escape from the temple of Baal at Tyre and all that she must do to ensure success. Before he came to Alyssa in her dream, Jesus taught his apostles the mysteries of the gifts of Spirit that he would use to aid in her escape, that they might understand how to expand their own abilities to use the gifts they had been given by Source. He spoke to them, saying, A centurion thinks his greatest strength is in his sword arm. A farmer thinks his greatest strength is in the size of his fields, a shepherd in the size of his flocks. Ask a man of any profession what his greatest strength is and you will receive many answers, but seldom the correct one, for it is a mystery to the people of the world, save those few who have a harmony with the Celestine light. I declare unto you that the greatest strength of a child of light is not something they can do with the strength of their arm or measure by their labor, but is their faith in themselves. And Source, empowering the gifts of Spirit which in them dwell. Among the greatest of the gifts of the Spirit when in confrontation with men of the world is the power of illusion, which is easily projected by your thoughts and aura upon the impressionable thoughts of the weak-minded and those with little light. Such as these have no defense against that which they do not know, for how may a city be defended when its citizens do not realize they are under attack? By using your gifts of the Spirit, you may accomplish great ends without violence and with a finality that battles never bring. Thus it will be upon the morrow. Then Jesus spoke in detail to his apostles about the secrets of projecting illusion through the aura and how illusion accomplishes most when married with reality, but the details of how Alyssa would escape, he did not reveal. Instead told them they would understand everything the next day. He admonished them strictly that they were never to use such gifts for anything other than a noble and virtuous cause in which Source would delight. The following day, many pilgrims came into the temple of Baal for the sunrise ceremony, which was presided over in silence by Elissa the high priestess, who sat upon a small, intricately carved throne of stone with ribbons of gold woven through its many lattices. While the male priests of the temple spoke with the pilgrims, directing them in their devotions. After the ceremony concluded, the pilgrims departed. They would return again 4 more times during the day to pay tribute to Baal and receive blessings from the priests. Once the pilgrims had vacated the temple, Elissa retired to her quarters and sat on a large purple cushion while 2 of her handmaidens removed her elaborate gold and feather headdress and combed her luxurious black hair. During this time, Jesus and those who were with him remained in their simple camp beyond the southern edge of the mainland city of Tyre. After Jesus explained to his apostles the gifts, but not the details of that which he would do the night before. They sat now in a circle along with their wives and watched Jesus as he stood in the center with his eyes closed and his arms crossed over his chest so they could see how he accomplished that which he had spoken about. They were startled when suddenly, without a sound, he threw his arms up and out toward the heavens and opened his eyes wide. But looking into the sky beyond, he seemed to be unaware that anyone else was even present. At this exact time, Elissa rose from the cushion and walked out to her balcony, overlooking the city. Her handmaidens followed and remained a respectful distance at the balcony threshold lest she call or have need of anything. Suddenly, there was a great and dreadful shadow over the sun. Looking up into the sky to see the cause of the darkening of the sun, the handmaidens screamed in terror at the sight of an enormous white bird descending upon Elissa. Its plumage was streaked with iridescent gold, and its tail was bright red. It looked like an eagle, with mighty talons and a ferocious hooked beak, but with a wingspan many times larger than that of any eagle known to man. The terrified handmaidens fled in panic to the inner sanctuary of the temple, screaming for help with all their voice. Hearing their cries, the priests of the temple quickly entered the chambers of the high priestess only to exclaim in astonishment and fear. As they looked onto the balcony and saw the high priestess encircled by the mighty talons of an enormous bird and lifted off the balcony up into the sky. The bravest among them crept cautiously to the balcony and saw the giant bird still carrying the helpless high priestess as it flapped its great wings and rose higher and higher into the sky. Ashtsaph, the priest of administration, ran into the room, bellowing, "What is happening?" Not seeing Elissa, he swore an oath and yelled, "Where is the high priestess?" A priest who had remained in the room and not ventured onto the balcony pointed to it and said, "A great eagle, larger than any ever seen, has taken her and flown off into the sky." Ashtsaph hurried to the balcony and followed with his eyes the pointing fingers of the priests with their arms raised toward the sky. With a shock of disbelief, he saw the great white bird with the vivid red tail and the slumped body of the high priestess in its massive talons. The other priests looked to him in confusion, and one asked with fear in his voice, "What have we done to incur the wrath of Baal that our high priestess has thus been taken by a bird of myth?" "That was no myth," another exclaimed. He touched the railing of the balcony, and holding his fingers up for the others to see, he exclaimed, "Here is the blood of the high priestess upon the railing, testifying that we have not seen a myth but a fearful manifestation of the anger of Baal. We must go immediately and make great sacrifices upon the altar, lest Tyre suffers an even more terrible fate." Ashtsaph scowled as he watched the giant bird as it became smaller and smaller in the distance until it could be seen no more. "Search everywhere in the temple for the high priestess," he commanded. "Perhaps that was not her, but one of her handmaidens." "But it was her handmaidens who called to us," protested one of the priests. "That may be," Ashtsaff admitted. "But let us not give up our high priestess so easily unless we are sure she is truly no more." And it came to pass that they did as Ashtsaff bid and searched every cranny of the temple and brought before him Elissa's 2 handmaidens. And the handmaidens recounted to him every detail of what had transpired from the moment they had entered the chambers with the high priestess until the moment she had been seized by the giant bird from the sky. At last, Ashtsaff could no longer deny the facts before him, and turning to one of the priests, he commented, "First 1,000 snakes and now a giant bird that magically appears and just as quickly disappears. These are truly bad omens." Then he commanded another priest, saying, "Bring the daughter of Zadal to me. We must immediately begin the initiation of a new high priestess before Baal sends even more frightful terrors upon us." And thus did Elissa of Tyre pass from the thoughts and memory of the priests of the temple of Baal. Back at the camp of the apostles, Jesus had soon lowered his arms and remained in somewhat of a trance for several minutes while the bird had come upon and taken Elissa. But once it had vanished from sight, he opened his eyes and, after taking a deep breath, spoke to his friends, saying, "It is done." "What has been done?" asked Cephas. "The priests have witnessed Elissa being carried off by a great bird," Jesus responded. "They will not look for her, for in their minds she is no more." "A great bird?" Cephas spoke quietly with a bit of confusion and uncertainty. "Remember our lesson of last night," Miriam admonished him. "An illusion?" Cephas asked. "Yes," Miriam affirmed. "An illusion." It was the same as with the snakes in the temple, but grander. "You saw it?" Philip inquired. Miriam nodded, saying, "I am blessed to see what Jesus sees when I have intention. But how can an illusion carry off a woman who is real?" Cephas wondered. "It cannot," Miriam acknowledged. "In my simple mind, I am confused," Cephas admitted. Then turning to Jesus, he asked, "Did you not say a great bird had come and taken Elissa away? How can an illusion do such a thing?" Jesus walked over to him and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, "Good brother Cephas, I said that the priests saw this event occur, but as no such great birds exist in our day, what they witnessed and believed with all fervency in their hearts was only that which I created in their thoughts to see, even as I taught you last night how to use the power of this gift of spirit." "Then what of Elissa?" inquired Toma. "If she was not really captured and taken away by a great bird, how is it that she will be able to escape from the temple?" Jesus answered him, saying, "Let us prepare our camp for quick departure, and when we are ready to leave, the answer will come upon us." Following Jesus's cryptic reply, they broke camp for their return journey to the communities of Gennesaret, and just as the last item was secured, they were approached by a small old man, bent over, walking with a cane and wearing the cowled robe of a devotee of Baal. Everyone turned to face the man, and as he came up to them, he threw off his hood and they were astonished to see the smiling womanly face of Elissa, high priestess of the temple of Baal. Miriam came to her immediately and embraced her, saying, "Welcome to the family of light, Elissa, daughter of the light." Then each person, beginning with the women and ending with Jesus, came and introduced themselves and gave an embrace of welcome to Elissa, and she told them, "If I were to die today, I would have a peace and joy and wonder such as I have never imagined, for I have felt more love already in your welcomes than I have ever known in all my life." Thank you for taking me, a stranger, to be among you, just by what you see in my heart." Merit was standing beside Alyssa, and with an excitement she no longer could contain, she said, "Tell us now before we burst with curiosity, how did you escape from the temple?" Before she could answer, Cephas admonished, "Let her tell her story while we travel, and let us make haste and depart, for there may still be those who look for her." Agreeing that this was prudent, they all turned south and began the trip back to Galilee. But rather than travel due south as they had come, Jesus bade them to bear to the southeast toward the mountains, saying, "The priest Ashsaph still suspects something is amiss and contemplates a wider search. Therefore, let us lose ourselves from eyes that may seek us in the forests above, and this will also be a more direct route home." Cephas nodded in agreement, and thus they traveled, passing over the mountains of Lebanon to return back to the communities of light. As they traveled, they stopped periodically, and Alyssa related the details of her escape from the temple of Baal at Tyre, saying, "As he had promised, Jesus, blessed he be, came to me in a dream moments after I had fallen asleep. We stood in conversation as if I were awake, and so real it was that even in my dream I had to continue to remind myself that I was asleep. Jesus showed me what it was that everyone else would see the next day, even a great white bird with a red tail, swooping down from the sky and carrying me off. Jesus said all this would be an illusion, but to be believed, it must be supported with things that were real. Therefore, I was to gather some lamb's blood from a temple sacrifice and thin it with a tiny amount of water, then pour it on the balcony railing just before I left, that those who saw the illusion would think it was my blood. Also he told me before I departed to leave my headdress on the table beside my favorite purple sitting pillow, and this I did. In the morning, as there is most mornings, a group of pilgrims had come for morning devotions. I usually preside in silence over the ceremonies from a small throne at the end of the room. On this day, I was not sitting upon the throne, but hiding in my chambers waiting for the pilgrims to depart. My two handmaidens had moments before walked with an illusion of me created by Jesus to the room of ceremony to stand in waiting should I need anything. While presiding over the morning devotional, they and everyone else in the temple saw me sitting upon the throne, but there was truly nothing there except an image planted in their minds by Jesus. When the pilgrims departed, I was dressed as they were and simply followed after them, making to be as if I were an old man. They did not know that I was not just another pilgrim from a group other than theirs, and the temple priests merely assumed I was what I appeared to be, an elderly pilgrim attached to the group that was departing. Assuming that everything continued in reality as it did in my dream, after the morning devotion, my two handmaidens returned to my chambers with me, although by this time I was already on the streets of Tyre and making haste for the gate. To give me time to escape ere the gates of the city were sealed, they thought to be brushing my hair for some time as I sat upon my pillow. They even imagined that they had removed my headdress and sat it upon the table, when in fact I had left it there to be discovered to give physical evidence to the illusion and the story they would tell the priests about what had transpired. Shortly after I had departed from the city and was about halfway down the isthmus, Jesus had told me in my dream that the illusion would be no more. Since that time, I have continued to look over my shoulder with trepidation, expecting any moment to be put upon by soldiers or priests, but none have come after me. And that is really all there is to my story, she concluded. All there is? Talitha exclaimed. Why, that is such a wonderful and inspiring story. How blessed we are to be able to walk with Jesus and be witnesses to such marvelous events, even as men have never known. Hearing her words, but also knowing somewhat of the challenges to come and how little time Jesus would still be among them, Miriam said unto her, More blessed than you know, my sister, more blessed than you know. And Jesus, speaking to everyone, said unto them, In the escape of Elissa, you have witnessed a powerful gift of the Celestine light, which also resides in all of you. Contemplate it well, for the days will come when being able to call forth this gift will be as valuable to your life and the lives of the children of light as it was for Elissa on this day. Bringing the light.